In Shanghai City, inside a Starbucks cafe. So Zhang Yuan, what I just said isn't too much, is it? My brother needs about 4,000 for the down payment on his house. It's not that much, and we'll be family soon, so why be so calculative? Zhang Yuan lowered his head, stirring his coffee, remaining silent. The woman speaking was Zhao Xiaolin, his girlfriend of over a year. Though they were a couple in all that time, they had only held hands at most, no further physical contact. 4,000 yuan. For Zhang Yuan, who had graduated 3 years ago and didn't even have a proper job, it was an astronomical sum. You keep saying you love me. Don't tell me you're not even willing to spend this little Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and slowly said, Xiaolin, where am I supposed to get 4,000 yuan? You still have that house back in your hometown, right? Since you're not planning to go back anyway, just sell it. That should be enough. Zhang Yuan's expression froze. That house in the county town was the only inheritance his parents had left him, his last refuge. Zhao Xiaolin's patience wore thin, her tone turning sharp. It's obvious you don't see my brother as family. Do you know how many people were chasing me? And I chose you. Zhang Yuan, you've disappointed me so much. At that moment, a phone rang from Zhao Xiaolin's bag. She quickly pulled out her phone, walked to a corner, and answered the call. Unnoticed, a folded A4 paper fell out of her bag, drifting to the floor. Zhang Yuan picked up the paper and placed it on the small round table. He hadn't intended to read it, but the corner of the paper revealed the word hospital. His curiosity piqued. He unfolded the paper completely. Shanghai Maternal and Child Health Hospital Test Report. Name, Zhao Xiaolin, female, 27 years old. Test item, progesterone 18 ng/ml. Serum HCG 42, 20 miuml. Diagnosis, pregnant 4 weeks. Zhang Yuan couldn't understand the medical jargon, but those last few words struck him like a thunderbolt. Zhao Xiaolin was pregnant. The Zhao Xiaolin who wouldn't even let him touch her, who would flee like a frightened rabbit if he so much as held her hand. She was carrying another man's child. Zhang Yuan felt a sea of green above him. Rage surged. Why? She had obviously made him a cuckold. And she wanted him to sell his house for her brother's money. How shameless could she be? Zhang Yuan was shaking with rage. Over the course of their relationship, he had worked multiple jobs, exhausting himself. He spent almost all his salary on Zhao Xiaolin. He kept only 500 yuan a month for himself, eating steamed buns and pickled vegetables, living a life worse than a dog's. For what? Wasn't it all for the sake of making his moonlight shine brighter? But this was what he got in return. After hanging up, Zhao Xiaolin sauntered back. I'll ask you one last time. Her voice trailed off as she noticed the lab report on the table. A flash of panic crossed her eyes before she quickly snatched it away. Zhang Yuan said coldly, are you going to explain this? After the initial panic, Zhao Xiaolin calmed down. Since you've seen it, I won't hide it. Yes, I'm pregnant. May I ask why? Haven't I been good enough to you? I admit you've been good to me, but you don't understand what I really want. As if remembering how much Zhang Yuan had spent on her, Zhao Xiaolin's tone softened. I think if two people truly love each other, they shouldn't mind each other's past. Let's just have a good life together, okay? Each other's past. Is that what this is? Zhang Yuan was truly amazed by Zhao Xiaolin's audacity. Cheating during the relationship and getting pregnant with another man's child. And she wanted him not to mind. How could she say something so shameless? Zhang Yuan sneered. How you think I'm addicted to being a simp, don't you? Zhao Xiaolin, hearing this tone for the first time from Zhang Yuan, flared up again. Putting the facts aside, don't you share any blame? This punch left Zhang Yuan completely stunned, speechless. Zhao Xiaolin took out her bag and placed it on the table. The small bag was covered in the prominent LV logo. This bag cost 28,000 yuan. How many months' salary would you need to buy it? Even if you could afford it, would you dare? But to others, buying this is like buying a bottle of soda at a convenience store. An apartment in the city center costs millions. You could work your whole life and never own one. I get nothing by staying with a useless guy like you, just wasting my youth. After hearing this, Zhang Yuan finally understood. So poverty was the original sin. Sincerity and love were the cheapest things in the face of money. Having no money meant you weren't worthy of love. A simp ends up with nothing in the end. Zhang Yuan suppressed his anger and spat out, get lost. Don't make me say something nasty. How dare you speak to me like that? You think I have no choice but you? I only gave you this chance out of pity. It was charity. Did you really think I had any feelings for you? How? Just look at your pathetic self. A poor wretch will always be a poor wretch no matter how hard he tries. You were just a small fish in my pond. You'll regret this one day. After spitting out those words in a rage, Zhao Xiaolin rushed out of the cafe. Zhang Yuan closed his eyes tightly, his fists clenched. To hell with love. He just wanted money. A lot of money. With money, what woman couldn't he get? But an ordinary nobody like him. What way was there to make a fortune quickly? The only quick ways for common people were all listed in the penal code. Ding. Optimal host detected. Binding system. System bound successfully. System status inactive. In the following time, Zhang Yuan repeatedly attempted to communicate with the system, but received no response at all. His heart was filled with bitterness. He had thought being chosen by the system was an extremely fortunate thing, but it turned out to be a joke. If he had 100 million Chinese yuan to activate the system, would he have ended up in such a miserable state? Just as he was about to leave, a semi-transparent light screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. The light screen did not last long before it vanished, but Zhang Yuan still clearly saw its contents. It was the stock trend chart of Hongyan Technology Group over 30 trading days. Although Zhang Yuan did not trade stocks, he graduated from a finance university and could understand daily Klein charts. However, the time displayed on it puzzled him. Today is only August 6th. Why does the daily Klein chart already show data until the end of the month? Could it be that this is the benefit the system provided? From the chart, it was easy to see that the stock price of Hongyan Technology Group was all in decline before August 9th, suffering 2 or 3 consecutive limit down days. Until the 10th, it suddenly surged, opening with a gap up and continuing to rise, reaching a total of 17 consecutive limit up days by the end of the month. Zhang Yuan's face flushed, unable to suppress his excitement. 17 consecutive limit ups could multiply the principal by 5.05 times. That is to say, if one invests 1,000 yuan in just over half a month, it would become over 5,000. Such exorbitant profits, and they were legal and compliant income. What could make money faster than this? Although he had less than 10,000 yuan in funds, as long as brother's system was reliable and continuously provided such information, wealth would grow like a snowball, getting larger and larger. In an ideal state, reaching 100 million would take only 3 or 4 months. System bro is awesome. Just then a crisp female voice sounded in his ears. Sir, our shop is about to close, you see. Zhang Yuan turned his head. The cafe staff had somehow come to his side, quietly reminding him. Sorry, I'll leave now. He glanced at the time. It was already past 11 at night, long after the cafe's closing hours. Thank you for your understanding. Welcome to come again. The staff member let out a sigh of relief, as she usually dreaded encountering troublesome customers, but fortunately the man in front of her was quite reasonable. Then Zhang Yuan stood up and went outside the shop, squatting under a tree to light a cigarette while pondering his next plan. According to the information given by the system, the 10th was when the stock would start rising. So he needed to start building a position before the market closed on the 9th. Before that, he only needed to download a stock trading app, open an account, and transfer all his funds in. Over 8,000 yuan could yield tens of thousands in profit, which was quite decent. Just as he was deep in thought, the lights in the cafe went dark and the 2 staff members locked the door and came out. Yue, it's too late today. I won't walk you back. See you tomorrow. Bye. It's okay, Sister Zhang. See you tomorrow. After the 2 staff parted, one of the women walked toward where Zhang Yuan was. It was the staff member who had just reminded him about closing. So you're still here? Ning Yue took a few steps before noticing Zhang Yuan smoking under the tree and said with confusion, going back is pointless anyway, so I thought I'd just sit outside. I didn't mean to rush you away earlier. I'm really sorry. Zhang Yuan waved his hand. It's really nothing, don't worry about it. Ning Yue smiled, then hurried away, but after a few steps, she turned back. She said shyly, I have an improper request. Sir, could you walk with me for a bit? Afraid of being misunderstood, she hastily explained, just to the next block, only a few hundred meters. This road is too dark, I'm a bit scared alone. Having just gained the system's boost, Zhang Yuan was in a good mood. Only then did he take the opportunity to look at the woman before him under the light. Ning Yue was around 20 years old, tall and slender, with large, clear and bright eyes, dressed in a simple white t-shirt and light-colored jeans. In terms of appearance, even without makeup, Ning Yue was a cut above Zhao Xiaolin. Sure, Zhang Yuan didn't refuse and agreed directly. After all, it was his fault for delaying their closing time, causing it to be nearly 12 o'clock. Letting such a young woman walk alone at night was indeed unsafe. Another point was that he still needed to verify the matter of accumulating 100 million yuan in spending on the opposite sex. And Ning Yue was the perfect subject. They walked side by side with a person's width between them. Zhang Yuan asked with a smile, aren't you afraid that a stranger like me might have ulterior motives when you asked me to walk with you? Ning Yue answered without hesitation, you are not that kind of person. Why, I heard your conversation in the cafe just now. Actually, I think that girl is not worthy of you at all. Sir, you are so hardworking and ambitious, you will definitely find someone more suitable. As long as someone doesn't steal or rob and works hard, they deserve respect. Never judge a hero by temporary success or failure. Zhang Yuan realized then that the young girl was indirectly comforting him about his heartbreak. But these words struck a chord in his heart. His favorable impression of Ning Yue couldn't help but increase. All right, let's not talk about her. Where do you live? It's the student dormitory of Shanghai Finance University, not far from here. Zhang Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Shanghai Finance University. You're still a student? Yes, I'm a sophomore in the credit management department. Working at Starbucks is just a summer job. What a coincidence, I'm also a graduate of Shanghai Finance University from the Financial Engineering Department. Ning Yue exclaimed joyfully, really? Then you are my senior schoolmate. Professor Liu, who taught the public courses, had a temper like no other. He would scold this one and that one at the slightest provocation, even worse than a high school homeroom teacher. I wonder if he's still teaching at the school. Are you talking about Professor Liu Bingxiu? He always has a stern face. Oh, I dare not go to his class anymore. With this connection, the distance between them seemed to shrink. Ning Yue completely let down her guard and chatted with Zhang Yuan about various school anecdotes. Before long, they arrived at the night snack street near the school. When it came to liveliness and bustle, few places could compare to the off-campus night snack street. No matter when one came here, every shop was almost always full. However, now it was summer vacation and the crowds had thinned significantly. Students who hadn't gone home gathered in small groups, sitting at outdoor barbecue stalls, drinking beer and chatting idly. This scene couldn't help but evoke distant memories for Zhang Yuan. Since we're here, how about I treat you to a late-night snack before we go back? Hearing this, Ning Yue's expression stiffened. Ew, she had rejected such clumsy invitations countless times at school. If not for the earlier scene at the cafe still lingering in her mind, she would have certainly thought Zhang Yuan was the kind of person with ill intentions. Looking at Zhang Yuan's clear eyes, she tried to speak in a gentle tone. I'm really sorry, senior. It's too late today, and I have to work part-time tomorrow. Thank you so much for walking me back today. Next time I'll treat you. Zhang Yuan also knew his invitation was somewhat abrupt. After only one meeting to invite someone for a meal, especially late at night, it was bound to cause misunderstanding. Then we'll talk next time. He'll go buy a pack of cigarettes, and then he'll walk you to the school gate. No need, it's fine to stop here. Before Ning Yue finished speaking, Zhang Yuan had already gone to the convenience store. When he came back, he was holding 2 bottles of water. Here, let's go. Zhang Yuan handed her the water. After Ning Yue took it, he silently thought to himself, open the panel. The semi-transparent light screen appeared again. Accumulated spending on opposite sex, 2 yuan 100 yuan activation condition not met. Seeing the information displayed on the light screen shift, Zhang Yuan felt a great sense of relief. From this, he could deduce that the prediction about that stock's trend was likely true. When they reached the school gate, Ning Yue said, this is far enough. Thank you again, senior. It was nothing. Don't mention it. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to leave, Ning Yue called out to him again, speaking slowly, senior, don't be discouraged. Keep it up. Missing you is her loss. Don't worry, go back and res. Zhang Yuan's words abruptly stopped. Ning Yue's remark had just reminded him of something. His heart churned like a stormy sea, unable to find peace for a long time. Only one chance. Could the stock market information predicted by the system also be a one-time thing? If that were the case, even if he invested all his savings of over 8,000 yuan, it would only become a little over 40,000. What could such a paltry sum achieve? Zhang Yuan speculated that the stock predicted by the system was likely a one-time deal similar to a novice gift pack. If he couldn't continuously obtain future information, he would never be able to meet the system's activation conditions in this lifetime. Should he test the waters first to see if the system would provide predictive information next month? Or should he seize this opportunity and bet big? Zhang Yuan was caught in a dilemma, but soon he made his choice. He would find a way to gather as much capital as possible within these 3 days and then gamble it all. A crazy plan gradually took shape in his mind. Just this once, he aimed to earn 100 million. Since the system had given him this chance, failing to grasp, it would leave him in regret for the rest of his life. He never wanted to live a life of scorn and ridicule again. The opportune moment had arrived, whether he could soar depended on this one move. Seeing Zhang Yuan suddenly frozen in place, Ning Yue asked with concern, senior, did I say something wrong? I was just thinking about something. Zhang Yuan snapped back to reality and spoke hesitantly, Could you do me a favor? What do you need, senior? Could you lend me some money? He'll return it with interest in just over half a month. Zhang Yuan found these words difficult to utter. They had only met for the first time. Even with the connection of being fellow students, asking a girl for money still felt shameful to him. Now it was Ning Yue's turn to be stunned. She had been asked for her phone number by many classmates and strangers and invited to meals and karaoke. But no one had ever asked to borrow money from her. After all, she was just a student. Besides, her appearance didn't exactly scream wealthy heiress. Her first reaction was to wonder if she had encountered a con artist, but she quickly dismissed the thought. From their earlier conversation, she could tell Zhang Yuan wasn't that kind of person. Thinking of Zhang Yuan sitting pitifully outside the coffee shop late at night, Ning Yue's heart softened. She guessed the senior might be homeless, possibly facing a night on the streets. Steeling herself, Ning Yue said, how much do you need, senior? Is 500 enough? Not enough. It's best if you lend me as much as you can. He'll pay you back double. Zhang Yuan found that once he started, it wasn't as awkward as he had imagined. He even felt more justified in borrowing money. Can I ask what you needed for, senior? I need to invest in a critical business in the next 2 days, one with a very high short-term return. I'm just a bit short on capital. I'm not a fraud, trust me. I'm not worried you're deceiving me, it's just, I don't have much money either. Ning Yue seemed to have made a decision. I'm sorry, senior. I can't help you with this. Zhang Yuan wasn't surprised by Ning Yue's refusal. Even close friends would hesitate when it came to lending money, let alone a stranger like himself. It's fine, I was just asking. Well then, senior, I'll head back now. Let's keep in touch. Ning Yue waved her phone, turned, and walked into the campus. Over 10 minutes later, Zhang Yuan's WeChat pinged. Weiwei Night Rain, thank you for seeing me back, senior. Smile. Attached was a transfer message. Transfer 800 yuan. Zhang Yuan didn't accept it, he immediately returned it. 800 yuan wouldn't change the overall situation much. Even if multiplied several times, it would still be insignificant. But for Zhang Yuan, who had just experienced betrayal, Ning Yue's gesture warmed his heart. Ironically, Zhao Xiaolin, whom he had dated for a year, had never spent a single cent on him. For Ning Yue to do this was truly remarkable. His phone buzzed again. Weiwei Night Rain, senior, don't think it's too little. It's really all I can spare. I have a weak stomach and need soft food. No, it's not too little. Thank you for your kindness, junior. Weiwei Night Rain, senior, is the business you mentioned very important to you? I have a weak stomach and need soft food. Yes, it's quite important. There might not be another chance like this. Alright, I have to go now. After a half-hour walk, Zhang Yuan returned to his rented room. He hastily washed up and laid down on the bed, continuing to ponder how to raise funds within these 3 short days. Soon a rough plan formed in his mind, which he intended to start implementing tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of Shanghai Financial University, Ning Yue tossed and turned in bed. Hey Weiwei, what's wrong with you today? Coming back so late, and now you can't stop fidgeting. Her roommate Xie Qian poked her head over and whispered mysteriously, don't tell me you went on a date. No, don't talk nonsense. I just finished work late. Then who were you texting just now? A guy or a girl? A girl. Ning Yue replied helplessly. She knew her roommate's nature. If she told the truth, she'd be grilled endlessly. It's past midnight, and they're still texting you. That's interesting. Xie Qian said languidly. There are so many rich guys chasing you, but you don't fancy any of them. Why not introduce one to me? We'll be juniors next semester, graduating soon. We need to start planning. I don't have your high standards. I'd be satisfied if any guy with a bit of money pursued me, even if he's ugly. Once you latch onto a rich man who needs to work part-time, slaving away for pennies. Ning Yue pushed her roommate's head back and mumbled, I know it's late. Let's sleep. To be fair, Xie Qian was quite attractive. Though slightly less so than Ning Yue, she was still undeniably beautiful. The next morning, Zhang Yuan rubbed his sleepy eyes, and the first thing he did was pick up his phone. An unread message was displayed in the center of the screen. It had been sent a little after 4 a.m. Transfer 10,000 yuan. Weiwei Night Rain, senior, I believe in you. Good luck. Zhang Yuan couldn't describe the feeling in his heart at that moment. The sensation of being trusted without reservation. It was something he hadn't experienced in a very long time. Ning Yue was truly a pure and kind-hearted girl. It was clear her family wasn't well off. This was probably all the savings she had. Zhang Yuan silently vowed to repay her 1,000-fold in the future. He didn't call back immediately, knowing Ning Yue had been agonizing all night and was probably still asleep. He simply replied with a single word, okay. After a moment's thought, he dialed another number. Second uncle, it's me. A deep voice answered, Xiao Yuan. What made you call me today? I want to sell the house my parents left me. After a brief silence, his second uncle's voice came through again, then come back. Anzhou County was adjacent to Shanghai City, a mere 100+ kilometers away. Zhang Yuan boarded a bus early in the morning and headed there. Though the journey took only 2 short hours, he had scarcely returned in the 3 years since. When his parents were alive, they ran a building materials business in the county town. It wasn't extraordinarily prosperous, but it was enough to keep the family clothed and fed without worry. Later, they even helped his destitute second uncle enter the same trade, making them the guiding light for that branch of the family. Yet in his senior year of university, his parents perished in a car accident. Within a few short months, he came to understand the fickleness of the world. His second uncle Zhang Qingyun shed his former amiable demeanor, entirely donning a completely different mask and treating Zhang Yuan as if he were a stranger. The house his parents left him was a 6-story resettlement property on the urban-rural fringe. The ground floor storefront was now used by Zhang Qingyun for his building materials business. The upper floors were partitioned into single rooms, all rented out. However, Zhang Yuan hadn't received a single cent of the rent, because after his parents died, Zhang Qingyun produced a contract from Waknoshire. It claimed he had long since reached an agreement with Zhang Yuan's parents to lease the entire building for 10 years with the rent already paid in full. Faced with the contract in black and white and his parents' fingerprints, Zhang Yuan sensed something was amiss, but could find no evidence. He had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill in silence. Because of this contract, selling the house would involve numerous complications. Only his second uncle Zhang Qingyun could take it over without any qualms. Before 11 o'clock, Zhang Yuan arrived at this place where he once lived. From a distance, he could see Zhang Qingyun and his wife bustling about inside the building materials shop. Their son Zhang Yong sat happily on a stool at the entrance playing with his phone. "Have one, Xiao Yuan." Zhang Qingyun, seeing Zhang Yuan approach, pulled out a pack of Furong Wang cigarettes, tore it open, and offered one to Zhang Yuan. "No need, I have my own." Zhang Yuan took out a pack of Laosha cigarettes, lit one, and took a drag. Unfazed, Zhang Qingyun chuckled. "Your cigarettes are good. I usually smoke these myself. Unlike this pack, over 20 yuan and pricey as hell, not even a satisfying smoke. But your uncle has a business to run, needs to keep up appearances." As he spoke, he fished a crumpled pack of the same cheap cigarettes from another pocket and put one between his lips. Just then Zhang Yong, fresh out of high school, yelled without looking up, "Dad, give me one to try." "You're too young to smoke. Go play somewhere else." Zhang Yong flung his phone aside and stood up abruptly. "I want one." With that, he lunged to snatch it. Unable to prevail over his strapping son, Zhang Qingyun eventually gave in. Zhang Yuan watched coldly, feeling an indescribable disgust for this overweight cousin. After pacifying his son, Zhang Qingyun turned back to Zhang Yuan. "Let's handle the main business first. Did you bring the property deed?" "I did." Zhang Qingyun rubbed his hands together and asked, "So, for this house, what price are you thinking?" "What price can you offer, second uncle?" "1 million for the whole building, including the storefront. If that works, we can go handle the transfer now." Zhang Yuan laughed after hearing this. "Second uncle, you don't still take me for a clueless child, do you? Just the ground floor storefront alone is worth 1 million. There are 5 more floors of residential space above, each valued at around 300,000. And that's not even at the highest market price. You think 1 million can buy the whole building?" Zhang Yuan wasn't making these figures up. He had checked with a nearby real estate agency before coming. Without that lease contract listing it at 2 for 1 million would surely attract a buyer. Zhang Qingyun remained unruffled and laughed. "Where did you dig up such unreliable information, kid?" "Just last month, the neighbor next door sold his house, same layout as yours, for just over 900,000. Just then his Aunt Yuli, who had been silent, walked over, hands on her hips and chin held high. "This building of yours has a ton of minor issues. The top floor leaks, the exterior tiles are falling off, even the doors and windows rattle in a gust of wind. It might collapse one day. You should be grateful for the 1 million. Besides, there are still 4 or 5 years left on the contract. How do we account for the rent during that time? That's a few $100,000, we'd have to deduct it. Old Zhang is offering this much out of family consideration. He's helping you. If you ask me, I wouldn't even want it. Ungrateful wretch, a face given and thrown away, you bastard." Hearing his mother's curses, Zhang Yong put down his phone and yelled at Zhang Yuan, "Bastard, get out of our house." He then spat heavily on the ground. Zhang Qingyun quickly pulled his wife aside, saying in a voice loud enough for Zhang Yuan to hear, "You say a few less things. Xiao Yuan has it hard alone. Let's help if we can." Then he turned back and said, "Xiao Yuan, your aunt is outspoken. Don't take it to heart. Your cousin is still a child. Whatever he says, don't mind it." Faced with this family's charade, Zhang Yuan was boiling with rage. He suppressed his anger and said, "Since we can't agree, there's no need to talk further. They'll go to the bank now and get a mortgage loan. I can easily borrow 2 million, and I don't plan on repaying that loan. When the court orders a forced eviction, you'll just have to cooperate." With that, without waiting for Zhang Qingyun and his wife to respond, he turned and walked away. Zhang Qingyun hurried forward and grabbed his arm, forcing a smile. "Look at you being so stubborn again. If you think the price is too low, we can talk it over. We're family, why make things so tense?" Zhang Yuan stopped. His threat about the bank loan was just a bluff. For one, the loan wouldn't be approved in just a few days. Second, for a house with a long-term lease contract, if the loan defaults and the bank repossesses it, the tenant must unconditionally cooperate. So to get the loan, the tenant's signature was required. Even if Zhang Qingyun cooperated, deducting the rent paid over the years, it would be hard to get 2 million. But Zhang Qingyun and his wife were unaware of these intricacies. "I won't waste words. If you can offer 1.98 million, well, go handle the transfer right now. As for the rent paid before, whether real or fake, it's all void." Zhang Qingyun said sheepishly, "Nephew, can we still negotiate this price? 1.98 million is a bit steep. Your uncle can't scrape that together all at once. That's the price, no negotiation. Take it or leave it. Don't waste my time going to the bank." Zhang Yuan's tone was adamant, leaving no room for refusal. Zhang Qingyun sighed. "Wait here. They'll go discuss it with your aunt. And my condition is payment in full up front." Inside the building materials shop, Zhang Qingyun and his wife Yuli were deliberating. "We've been in business for so many years and only have about 2 million in savings. Handing it all over at once stings." Yuli grumbled quietly. "Our son is about to start university. There are expenses everywhere. Can't you think long-term? Once we pay this, the house will be ours. Even if we have no savings left, the upper floors bring in tens of thousands in rent every year, and the shop can earn us hundreds of thousands in business. 1. 98 million is a bit much, but we'll make it back in a few years. If we let that kid mortgage the house, we'll be left with nothing. Yuli nodded in agreement with her husband, but still fumed. Who knew that orphan bastard would get so sharp? We missed out on a bargain, and it's eating me up. Forget it. We've taken plenty from his family over the years. Even that car accident. Never mind. You know it in your heart. Once Zhang Qingyun and his wife reached a consensus, the rest was straightforward. After Zhang Yuan received the bank transfer, they went to handle the property transfer in the afternoon. With that, everything in Anzhou County was no longer his concern. That evening, sitting on the bus back, Zhang Yuan stared at the nearly 2 million yuan, a staggering sum in his bank account, and let out a cold laugh. My dear second uncle, you think this is the end of it? If I don't grind your family into the dust, I swear, I am not Zhang Yuan. It was nearly 11 o'clock at night when Zhang Yuan finally returned to Shanghai City. He initially thought of going to Starbucks to thank Ning Yue in person, but considering she would have already finished her shift by then, he dismissed the idea. Sitting on his bed, Zhang Yuan opened the stock trading app and found the stock the system had recommended. Hanyan Technology Group had dropped by 3.16, exactly as the system had predicted. He pondered that he would need to buy at the bottom the day after tomorrow, leaving him little time to gather the necessary funds. Tomorrow he would have to visit as many places as possible. After a long, tiring day, Zhang Yuan quickly fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, inside the dormitory of Shanghai Financial University, Ning Yue stared blankly at her phone screen. She opened the WeChat profile with the username "My stomach is weak, I need to eat soft rice." She typed several messages, but after a moment's hesitation, deleted them all. Forget it, senior should be busy today. Better not disturb him. I've already lent him the money. Oh, I just hope he's not deceiving me. After a long while, she couldn't help but chuckle at the screen. A grown man using such a shameless nickname, what on earth was he thinking? Am I really feeding him soft rice? Torn between hope and doubt, Ning Yue too drifted off to sleep. The next day, inside an inconspicuous small company in Shanghai City, a man in a suit handed a contract to Zhang Yuan and said, "We are a legitimate credit institution. All terms are clearly stated in the contract. Sign it, and the money will be transferred immediately." All right, where do I sign? I'm in a hurry. Zhang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. No one would believe a company tucked away in such a corner was truly legitimate. They might seem friendly and easygoing now, but once a payment was missed, their demeanor would change instantly. They would stop at nothing to collect the debt. Coercion, threats, harassment. They had endless methods. They would even call every friend and relative. The contract detailed the interest rates clearly. The daily interest was 0.1, which translated to an annual rate of about 36. Borrowing 10,000 for a year would incur just over 3,000 in interest, not quite falling into the category of usury. But another inconspicuous clause was the real trap of such online loans. They used compound interest. If the loan was repaid quickly, the interest was minimal. However, if repayment was delayed until a year later, the amount would snowball to over 1 million, more terrifying than robbery. Moreover, the service fees for each loan were exorbitantly high. But Zhang Yuan had no choice. Knowing full well that these institutions were as black as ink, he resolutely chose to borrow. They offered high credit limits, fast disbursement, and no questions asked. No collateral was needed, and the money could be released the same day. After signing, Zhang Yuan smiled as he saw over 30,000 yuan credited to his bank account. Leaving that institution, Zhang Yuan hurried to another. While traveling, he kept busy by downloading several loan apps on his phone, registering, filling in details, and signing contracts with practiced ease. His entire operation was seamless. He continued until nightfall, traversing all of Shanghai City and borrowing from countless credit agencies. He couldn't help but wryly think that he was probably blacklisted by these institutions now. Fortunately, the haul was substantial, totaling over 400,000 yuan in loans. His bank balance had reached 2.45 million yuan. With this much principal, it should be enough. Even if it wasn't, he had no other way to borrow money. After graduating, Zhang Yuan had worked for a while, but his relationships with colleagues were strained. If he asked them for a loan, they would simply ignore him. He had lost contact with his high school and college classmates after graduation. As for relatives, Zhang Yuan had none left. Lying in his rented room, he silently pondered his plan for the next day. Whether he could turn this 2 million into 100 million depended on finding a suitable margin trading company. At 10 o'clock that evening at the Starbucks on Xinhua Road, Ning Yue locked the door and walked toward Financial University with another employee. Yue, has manager Lu still not approved your shift change request? Yeah, he's been sitting on it. It's really unsafe to work nights. Ning Yue said helplessly. Sister Zhang, you accompany me home every day. Won't it interfere with your plans? It's fine, a few extra steps are good exercise. Pausing, Sister Zhang added, I might quit in a few days, so I won't be able to walk with you anymore. Is something wrong? Nothing much. My son is starting 6th grade next semester, and I want to spend more time helping him with his homework. Sister Zhang sighed. After much thought, I decided to quit. The pay isn't much anyway. That's true. Family should come first. Actually, I wouldn't recommend you keep this part-time job either. I can guess why your shift change request hasn't been approved. Sister Zhang leaned in and whispered that Manager Lu is no good. Be careful. Ning Yue nodded. Oh, she was well aware that Lu Wei, the coffee shop owner, had designs on her. But compared to the bubble tea shops near the university, this job paid better. Besides, after lending all her money to Zhang Yuan, she was completely broke. I understand, Sister Zhang. Just then a new BMW X5 pulled up beside them. The window rolled down, revealing a bald, middle-aged man. Yue heading back. I'm going to financial university too. Hop in, I'll give you a ride. Ning Yue waved her hand. No need, Manager Lu. We'll walk, it's not far. Lu Wei opened the passenger door and insisted it's late and unsafe. Get in, don't be shy. Faced with Lu Wei's assertiveness, Ning Yue didn't know how to refuse, but Sister Zhang was less polite. Yue's boyfriend is waiting for her up ahead. No need to trouble yourself. Lu Wei said without changing his expression. Oh, Yue has a boyfriend. I'd like to see which young talent has won her favor. Sister Zhang sneered and mercilessly mocked. You're not her father. Who she dates is none of your damn business. Yue, let's go. She pulled Ning Yue away without looking back. Inside the car, Lu Wei gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face dark and menacing. As the coffee shop owner, he rarely visited this branch. But ever since he discovered Ning Yue worked there, he had been lurking nearby, almost every night around 10 o'clock. All to find the right opportunity to seduce her. In his mind, no woman could resist the allure of money. Watching Ning Yue's youthful, graceful figure and long legs, he struggled to suppress his inner restlessness. If you want to escape my grasp. Watching Ning Yue's youthful, graceful figure and long legs, he struggled to suppress his inner restlessness. If you want to escape my grasp. After Ning Yue returned to the dormitory, her roommate Xie Qian was still out doing who knows what and hadn't returned yet. In the four-person dorm, only she and Xie Qian had stayed for the summer break. The usually chattering room was now eerily silent, with not a single sound drifting in from the narrow hallway. Recalling her encounter with Lu Wei earlier, Ning Yue couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Sister Zhang had been there to help her out this time, but what about the next time? Sister Zhang couldn't be by her side forever. Next semester she'd be a junior. After graduation, would she just become a lowly clerk at some company? This kind of harassment from superiors could happen anywhere. Who would come to her rescue then? Ning Yue's heart felt empty at that moment. Suddenly the scene of Zhang Yuan accompanying her back that day flashed through her mind. Though that senior was in a difficult situation, the sense of security he provided was something Sister Zhang could never match. In her eyes, Zhang Yuan was the type of person who was devoted in love. He worked hard for a girlfriend who had no sense of shame, pouring his heart and soul out for her. A man with such character couldn't possibly be a bad person. That was also why, having met Zhang Yuan for the first time, she felt comfortable enough to let him accompany her back. There was another point that Ning Yue might have unconsciously overlooked. Though life had worn down his edges, giving him a weathered look, Zhang Yuan wasn't bad-looking. In fact, he was somewhat handsome, standing at 1.8 meters tall with a chiseled face, deep eyes, and a strong build. As alumni from the same University of Finance, they had endless topics to discuss along the way. Ning Yue's first impression of him was truly excellent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lent him her hard-earned wages on their first meeting. No one would admit to being hypocritical. Generally, in a situation like Zhang Yuan's being dumped, if he were ugly, it would be labeled as simping. He deserved it. But if he's handsome, it's seen as devoted love, a rare and commendable trait. Just as Ning Yue was lost and thought, the screen of her phone on the table lit up. My stomach's bad, I need to eat soft rice, is inviting you to a voice call. Ning Yue's heart leaped with joy, and she quickly answered. Hello, senior. Sorry, Yue, I was too busy yesterday and forgot to call you back. Thank you for your trust. It's fine, I'm glad I could help you, senior, Ning Yue said, holding the phone carefully, her voice cheerful. How's your business going, senior? Is it going well? Very smoothly. I'll give you a surprise in a while. Really? Then I'll look forward to that day. Well, do you have any wishes? Ning Yue thought for a moment. Wishes? What if I said I wanted to go to a J-Cho concert? Would you laugh at me, senior? How could I laugh at you? I've never been to one either. Zhang Yuan's tone on the other end was also light. He asked, so which J-Cho album do you like the most? The one I like might be a bit niche, still fantasy. What a coincidence, me too. I think Silence is the best. That's not a coincidence at all. That song is from the fantasy album. You're a fake fan, senior. The call lasted over an hour, and only when the dormitory door lock clicked did Ning Yue hurriedly end the call. As soon as Xie Qian entered, she stared at Ning Yue with a suspicious look. Wei, who were you talking to? No one. Ning Yue discreetly hid her phone behind her back. Do you think I'm stupid? I could hear your laughter from far away. Xie Qian, wearing red high heels, clicked over and held out her hand. Confess and get leniency, resist and get strictness. Really, there's nothing. You misheard. You can't even lie properly. Look how red your face is. We're such good friends, and you still want to keep secrets from me. Spill it. Did you get a boyfriend? Xie pressed on. So, is he rich? Is he handsome? What does he do? Is he the owner of your cafe? Ning Yue knew she couldn't brush it off this time. Under Xie relentless questioning, she confessed everything. When Xie heard that Ning Yue had lent 10,000 yuan to Zhang Yuan, she nearly fainted from anger. No way. Wei, have you lost your mind? You lent money to a stranger you've only met once. What if he's some unemployed drifter? You're so naive. Do you know you saved up that money over 2 years of hard work? Your tuition for next semester is in there. What if he's a scammer? Call him right now and tell him to return the money. Facing Xie barrage of questions, Ning Yue weakly retorted, Senior is not that kind of person. Xie said frustrated, you're hopelessly stubborn. I can't be bothered with you anymore. So many rich guys pursued you, and you turned them all down only to get fooled by a poor boy. It doesn't matter how good-looking he is. And with that ridiculous name, my stomach's bad, I need to eat soft rice. I think this guy is just a good for-nothing moocher. Ning Yue didn't argue with Xie. She believed that time would prove everything. After a long silence, Xie pulled 1,000 yuan from her bag and placed it in Ning Yue's hand. You must be out of money for food. Spend it wisely. It's not easy for me to squeeze money out of those rich guys either. As for the tuition, I'll figure something out slowly. Don't be too upset. Just think of it as paying for a lesson. Be more careful in the future. Xie, you're so good to me. Stop right there. No need for gratitude. I'm not your mom. I can't take care of you forever. Xie kicked off her high heels, carelessly flopped onto her bed, and scrolled through WeChat, pondering which fish to bleed dry tomorrow. Oh, by the way, you came back so late the day before yesterday. That bastard didn't do anything to you, did he? Xie put down her phone, suddenly remembering a serious question she had forgotten to ask. What do you mean? He didn't take advantage of you, did he? What are you talking about? Ning Yue's face flushed crimson, even the tips of her ears burning hot. She quickly defended herself. I'm not that kind of person. Xie patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Good, at least you're not completely stupid. On August 9th, Zhang Yuan arrived early at the financial street in the center of Shanghai City. Several securities companies were gathered here. Although most people were used to trading stocks on apps, the securities firms still had a pretty good business. Zhang Yuan wasn't here to open an account. The margin trading and short-selling business at regular securities firms had certain thresholds, funds over 5,000 yuan, and more than 6 months of trading experience. The second condition might be achievable through connections. But Zhang Yuan wasn't looking for that. Ordinary margin business could at most provide a 1-1 leverage. With his 2.45 million principal doubling, it would only be less than 5 million. According to the system's prediction, starting from tomorrow each trading day, Hanyun Technology Group would hit the daily limit up for 17 consecutive days, multiplying the principal by 5. Even calculated at 5 million, the final profit would only be over 20 million. That was still far from enough. What he was looking for was an off-exchange margin financing company. Simply put, off-exchange margin meant borrowing money from a financing institution to trade stocks. In the best-case scenario, one could magnify the principal tenfold, applying a 10 times leverage to stock trading. However, in the current market environment, legitimate off-exchange margin companies were nearly extinct. Many had been cheated out of everything, unable to even see a real trading account. Zhang Yuan loitered near the entrance of the securities firm, waiting for someone soliciting business to approach him. He knew in his heart that 99% of the margin companies advertised in small ads were scammers. To attract attention, he had splurged on a makeover. Spending several thousand yuan on a new outfit, he disguised himself as a rich second-generation heir. Inside the food stall, Zhang Yuan and his companion took their seats in the middle. The entire establishment was devoid of any other customers. You two might have to wait a bit longer. Have some cold dishes first. The owner explained, It'll take a little while for the charcoal to catch fire. Lu Shuio teased. Let's start with 2 bottles of beer and a plate of peanuts. This guy here won't get drunk as long as he has a single peanut. Got it, he'll get on it right away. Soon icy beer, still emitting wisps of white vapor, was placed on the table. Lu Shuio opened a bottle, poured a glass for Zhang Yuan, and handed it over. Aren't you drinking? I have to drive later. Besides, I can't handle even a drop of alcohol. Zhang Yuan chuckled. True. I remember back when we first started school, you had just a couple of glasses of beer and your face turned so red. You could barely walk straight and even tripped on your way out. Lu Shuio clenched her small fist. Ugh, don't you dare bring that up. Hey, I wasn't the only one who saw it. The whole class was there. They chatted while eating, and finally skewers of grilled food arrived at the table. Lu Shuio barely touched her food, her beautiful eyes fixed unblinkingly on Zhang Yuan. She watched him devour one skewer after another. After a few glasses of beer, the estrangement that had lingered for years began to dissolve. Zhang Yuan grew more talkative. Thinking back, college life is truly what I miss most. Even though it's only been 3 years since graduation, it feels like a lifetime ago. Lu Shuio tore off a small piece of meat from a skewer and chewed it slowly. Yeah, no matter how expensive the food is later, it never tastes like it does here. When I was in France, I craved this place so much. You went to France after graduation? My family arranged it. They insisted I study abroad. I only came back this year. No wonder you vanished without a trace all these years. You were so far away. At this, Lu Shuio looked at Zhang Yuan with a hint of reproach in her eyes. My WeChat ID never changed. It's not like you couldn't reach me. Did you delete me, or what? Of course not. ID never delete you. I've barely kept in touch with any of our old classmates. Lu Shuio felt a bit better and murmured, I haven't kept in touch with anyone else either. So how was life in France? Did you get used to it? No, the cultural differences were too great. I couldn't accept some of their habits. Sounds like your French must be pretty good. Was it hard to learn? Very hard. After all those years there, I could only manage basic conversations. I'm far from fluent. Hey, I just thought of a funny joke from a Chinese listening comprehension test. Want to hear it? Lu Shuio, holding her water glass, perked up. Go on, tell me. Lao Wu told Lao Si that Lao San's Lao air is Lao Da. Tell me, could a foreigner ever understand something so nuanced? Lu Shuio had just taken a sip of water and sprayed it all over Zhang Yuan's face before she could swallow. Only you, Zhang Yuan, could come up with a dirty joke so effortlessly. You're not bad either. You got it right away, huh? Still just as easy to tease. Lu Shuio pouted. Easy to tease was she. That depended on who was doing the teasing. If anyone else had said that to her, she would have slapped them long ago. In the months since she had returned home, it wasn't that she hadn't had time to come to this food stall. It was that she hadn't found the right person to come with her. She still remembered that night during their freshman year. She had been passing by this area alone when a few thugs cornered her. Back then, Zhang Yuan, who was having a late-night snack here, grabbed a brick and stood in front of her. His words that night were still etched in her memory. Run. I can handle this. Panicked, she had obediently fled without looking back. It wasn't until the next day that she saw Zhang Yuan show up in class with a bruised and swollen face. Back then they were strangers, and she didn't even have the courage to thank him. But the seed of affection was planted that very moment. She had planned to confess her feelings to Zhang Yuan around graduation, but then she heard that something had happened in his family. Lu Shuio didn't know how to comfort him, passively waiting for him to reach out first. And so they drifted apart. Later, her parents arranged for her to study abroad, severing that last thread of hope. 3 years was far too long, though she couldn't bear to hold back such an outstanding young man. Watching Zhang Yuan chat animatedly before her, Lu Shuio sighed silently. He had probably long forgotten that incident. At that moment, Zhang Yuan, naturally unaware of Lu Zui's thoughts, continued to tease her. You caught on so fast. Could it be you've had 5 or 6 boyfriends? So what if I have? Then the joke would be Lao Da and Lao Air are discussing whether to go to Lao San's place to tell Lao Si about Lao Wu's tongue Lao Lu. Lu Shuio bit her lip hard. Zhang Yuan, you jerk. Realizing he had gone too far, Zhang Yuan quickly apologized. Don't be mad. I misspoke. Here, I'll punish myself with 3 drinks to make it up to you. Fine, I forgive you. After a long pause, Lu Shuio murmured, I've never had a single boyfriend. Really? For some reason, Zhang Yuan felt a secret thrill upon hearing this. Why would I lie to you? By the way, you. Lu Shuio opened her mouth, the words on the tip of her tongue, but she swallowed them back. What's with the hesitation? That's not like you. Never mind, it's nothing. In truth, Lu Shuio desperately wanted to ask if Zhang Yuan was married, but she was terrified of hearing an answer she didn't want. She decided not to ask and would find out gradually later. With that weight off her mind, they resumed their conversation. Lu Zui's laughter like silver bells could be heard even outside the stall. After eating for a while, Lu Shuio remembered something and said, It's been so long. Mind if I take a photo with you? Of course not. Go ahead. Lu Shuio looked around and realized her bag was still in the car. They'll go grab my phone from the car. Meanwhile, Ning Yue and Xie Qian had also arrived at the food street. Wow, a 4.0T Panamera. With all the options, this car must have cost nearly 3 million. From a distance, Xie Qian spotted Lu Zui's Panamera and gasped, covering her mouth. Ning Yue was unimpressed. Really? I don't know much about cars. I just know it looks expensive. Xie Qian immediately launched into a lecture, chattering endlessly. You don't understand. With the same Panamera, different configurations can mean a price difference of more than double. Most people just buy the standard model for a bit over $1 million just to keep up appearances. People who buy the top-of-the-line model are loaded. Who knows how many supercars they have at home? Come on, let's go take a look. Take a nice picture of me later. I want to post it on my moments. I'm scared of you. It's not your car. Is this okay? What if the owner sees us? They'll probably laugh at us behind our backs. Don't worry. Rich people like this don't eat at places like this. They probably just parked here to pick up girls at our school. Find just one picture. Ning Yue couldn't argue with Xie Qian and reluctantly agreed. Just as they approached the car, the Panamera's lights suddenly flashed. Lu Shuio walked out of the food stall with a bright smile, coming face to face with Ning Yue and the other girl. What a beautiful sister, is this your car? Xie Qian, with her usual outgoing manner, struck up a conversation with Lu Shuiyo. Lu Shuiyo also studied the two girls and almost involuntarily said, "It's my boyfriend's." She didn't know why she responded that way. Once someone takes residence in your heart, you unconsciously elevate them in every matter, and Zhang Yuan would never know anyway. Then your boyfriend must be very handsome. He is quite handsome and very dependable. Lu Shuiyo asked, "Are you two students from the University of Finance?" "Yes, could you be an alumna here too?" Xie Qian knew she had guessed correctly from Lu Zuyu's expression and grew even more enthusiastic. "So you're our senior. Senior, could I sit in your car for a bit and take a few photos?" "Of course, feel free to take as many as you like." With permission granted, Xie Qian gleefully slipped into the driver's seat and pulled out her phone. She couldn't help but call out, "Wei Wei, aren't you coming up?" Ning Yue felt like rolling her eyes. This roommate of hers always put on an icy front in front of boys. She navigated through many suitors without ever suffering a loss. Yet in a different setting, she transformed completely. Seriously, it was just embarrassing. Ning Yue wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Xie Qian finished taking photos and stepped out. "Thank you, senior. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Lu Shuiyo watched the two juniors leave with a smile, then retrieved a small bag from the car and returned to the food stall. "What took you so long? The car is right at the door." After returning to her seat, Zhang Yuan asked with confusion. "I ran into two interesting juniors and chatted for a bit. You know, the girls at our alma mater are quite attractive. Those two were rare beauties." Zhang Yuan nodded, the image of Ning Yue flashing through his mind. "They are quite pretty." This casual reply, however, sparked many thoughts in Lu Zuyu's mind. It seemed this old classmate had visited the University of Finance recently. Perhaps he even knew one of those juniors. Lu Shuiyo didn't press further. She sat beside Zhang Yuan and pulled out her camera. "Come on, let's take a photo together. I don't get why you girls love taking pictures so much. You don't have to get it, just cooperate, all right? Move closer." Under the tree outside the food stall, Xie Qian pulled Ning Yue along to watch from afar. "Why are we still here? Aren't we going to eat? I'm just curious what the sugar daddy who can afford a top-tier Panamera looks like. Maybe he's some bald, greasy old man keeping a mistress." Ning Yue was exasperated. "How can you be so malicious in your guesses? You just borrowed his car to take pictures. You can't lump everything together. With that senior's looks, she's definitely found a wealthy backer." "Here they come." Xie Qian hushed. "Huh. So young, and his figure seems pretty good. Too bad I can only see his back. I don't know if he's handsome." Ning Yue wasn't interested at first, but Xie Qian's words drew her gaze. That single glance froze her in place as if struck by lightning. That back. Why does it look so much like senior? Though she had only met Zhang Yuan once, the silhouette of him sitting in the cafe was deeply etched in Ning Yue's mind. "It's him, I'm sure of it." At that moment, she wanted to rush into the food stall to confirm. Yet, her remaining reason held her back. Even if it was him, what then? He was clearly wealthy, yet he borrowed 10,000 yuan from her. He owned a luxury car, yet he pretended to be a poor boy in front of her. Should she call him a liar? Or accuse him of being unfaithful? What right did she have to judge him when they had no real connection? Did I trust him wrongly? Ning Yue's heart was in turmoil. 2 clear tears streamed down her cheeks as she swayed, barely able to stand. Xie Qian quickly steadied her, asking with concern, "Yue, what's wrong?" "I'm fine, just suddenly feeling unwell. Go eat by yourself, though I'm heading back." With her sharp wit, Xie Qian had already pieced together the gist from Ning Yue's reaction. She said nothing more, only letting out a long sigh. "He'll go back with you." Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan, busy taking photos, was completely oblivious to what was happening outside. An hour later, Zhang Yuan had eaten his fill, spending a total of 158 yuan. Lu Shuiyo was tactful enough not to fight for the bill. There was no need to embarrass Zhang Yuan over such a small amount. Zhang Yuan called up the system panel again. Total consumption for the opposite sex, 160 yuan, 100 yuan. Activation conditions not met. Then he confirmed one thing. As long as a woman was present, the system counted the total bill regardless of how much she actually ate. To activate the system, it seemed he could no longer dine alone. He'd need a woman by his side for everything. For fun, for meals, even for checking into a hotel. But then, who would check into a hotel without a woman anyway? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but complain about these harsh activation conditions. Are you even a proper system? After leaving the food stall, as Zhang Yuan and Lu Shuiyo were about to get into the car, a black SUV pulled up and stopped behind the Panamera. Through the car window, Zhang Yuan's body trembled involuntarily when he saw the figure in the passenger seat. It was his ex-girlfriend Zhao Xiaolin. A heated argument was raging inside the car. 20,000 yuan is enough for an abortion. Use the rest to buy some supplements. The middle-aged man pulled out 2 stacks of cash and stuffed them into Zhao Xiaolin's bag. "You think you can brush me off with so little? Do I look like a beggar? I advise you not to be too greedy, but won't end well for anyone. Are you threatening me?" Zhao Xiaolin angrily opened the car door and said coldly, "If you're ruthless, don't blame me for being heartless. I dare you to let your wife find out." Zhao Xiaolin, what exactly do you want? Simple, give me an apartment. You lost your mind? Get out of my car. Zhao Xiaolin slammed the door shut and issued her ultimatum. We'll see about that. The middle-aged man, unwilling to argue further, started the engine and sped off. Only then did Zhao Xiaolin turn her gaze forward. When she saw Zhang Yuan, her expression was noticeably awkward. If he had been alone, she might not have cared. He was just a backup option, of being caught in such a situation wouldn't embarrass her. But beside Zhang Yuan stood a woman, one who far surpassed her in both figure and looks. Judging by their demeanor, they seemed quite intimate. This deeply unsettled her. It had only been 2 or 3 days since their breakup, and he had already found a new girlfriend. What right did a poor guy like Zhang Yuan have to do that? She suddenly felt as if a cherished toy had been snatched away. This feeling ignited a blazing fury within her. How dare a fish from my pond betray me? This was utterly unforgivable. But then Zhao Xiaolin forced herself to calm down. Maybe Zhang Yuan and this woman were just casual acquaintances. She might be overthinking it. On the other side, Lu Shuiyo could easily deduce from their expressions that something was up. This old classmate and the woman before her had a complicated history. A whimsical phrase suddenly popped into her mind: there's another contender. Lu Shuiyo made a bold decision. She stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on Zhang Yuan's cheek. Then, linking her arm through his, she said in a tender voice, "Honey, stop staring. Let's go." Zhang Yuan was stunned. He didn't even know how Lu Shuiyo had pulled him into the car, and he only snapped back to reality when the vehicle sped along the wide road. In truth, the reason for his initial daze wasn't lingering affection. His heart had long been shattered that day at the cafe. But Zhao Xiaolin was, after all, a woman he had once deeply loved. Suddenly witnessing that scene gave him a feeling of things changing with the passage of time. Forget it. Women like Zhao Xiaolin weren't worth any sympathy at all. It was all her own fault. This scene only strengthened Zhang Yuan's resolve in one thing: he had to become wealthy. Extremely, immensely wealthy. He wanted to live a life of such freedom and splendor that everyone would envy him. Just now, I didn't mean to take advantage of you. I just couldn't stand that woman and wanted to spite her. Lu Shuiyo drove cautiously, testing the waters. You won't blame me for meddling, will you? I'm furious. Before Lu Shuiyo could respond, Zhang Yuan continued. My mom said a boy should know how to protect himself when out and about. It seems she was right. Zhang Yuan, don't be so smug. What do you want then? Zhang Yuan leaned his head closer and grinned. Unless you let me kiss you back. Go to hell. See, there you go again. Can't take a joke. The car sped towards the financial district. Lu Shuiyo didn't ask about the relationship between Zhang Yuan and Zhao Xiaolin, knowing the time wasn't right yet. Where are we going? Lu Shuiyo shot him a glance. Aren't you looking for a margin financing company? That's where we're headed. Almost forgot the main thing. Let's go. Half an hour later, the car parked in the underground garage of a building near the financial district. Zhang Yuan followed Lu Shuiyo into the elevator and went up to the 21st floor. When the elevator doors opened, what came into view was Shanghai City Huitong Venture Capital Co. Ltd. Why are we at your company? Lu Shuiyo led Zhang Yuan inside as she spoke. Didn't you know our company also does margin financing? A venture capital firm doing off-market margin lending. Your company sure has some bold moves. Of course. We do whatever makes money. The commission for stock margin financing is pretty high and the risk is low, so why not? That statement wasn't wrong. Off-market margin financing differed from a securities company's margin trading business. The account used for stock trading was provided by the margin financing company. One's own principal had to be transferred to the other party's account using their account to conduct trades. The margin financing company had absolute control over the account and would set a forced liquidation line based on the leverage ratio. Once the purchased stock fell to a certain level, if no additional funds were added, all the stocks would be sold off. In the end, it was one's own principal that took the loss while the funds they lent out remained unaffected. Entering the company and stepping into an office, Lu Shuiyo turned on the computer on the desk and asked, "Do you trade short-term or long-term?" "Short-term. 10 to 20 days will do." "How much margin do you need?" "I have about 2 million on hand now. Give me 10 times leverage." This time it was Lu Zui's turn to be surprised. She looked at Zhang Yuan. "You're full of surprises with so much capital. Don't joke. 2 million can't even buy a decent house in the city center. How is that a lot?" "It's quite a bit." Lu Shuiyo had initially thought Zhang Yuan was just playing around with a small amount, maybe 30 or 50,000 at most. After all, she knew a thing or two about his family situation. A young man without parental support, having worked for only 2 or 3 years, how much could he have saved? So a 20 million margin shouldn't be a problem for your company, right? "No problem," Lu Shuiyo cautioned. "You know the risks of using 10 times leverage to trade stocks, right? If the stock drops more than 5, you'll need to add funds. It's easy to lose everything." "I know. High rewards come with high risks." I have a handle on it. All right, I'll go prepare the contract. Have a seat here. With that, Lu Shuiyo walked out and gently closed the door behind her. Zhang Yuan surveyed the office environment. It was a single-person office about 50 or 60 square meters facing south. One side facing the road was a panoramic glass window offering excellent natural light. Several potted plants sat on the floor by the windowsill, and a small photo frame rested on the solid wood desk. Zhang Yuan picked up the frame. It was a solo photo of Lu Shuiyo. In the picture, she wore a down jacket with her hair tied in a high ponytail, her lively eyes seeming to speak. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but touch his cheek, the spot where Lu Shuiyo had kissed him earlier. An unconscious smile spread across his face. After leaving, Lu Shuiyo didn't go to find someone to draft a contract. Instead, she took out her phone and dialed a number. The phone was answered after just one ring. Dad, send me your stock account login and password. What's wrong, sweetie? Why do you need that? Are you going to trade stocks? Oh, don't worry about it. Just send it to my phone. I have my uses. Lu Shuiyo thought for a moment and then asked, by the way, Dad, is there any money left in the account? There's no cash in there. It's all tied up in stocks. Then I'll just sell some randomly and buy them back later. Lu Shuiyo didn't stand on ceremony with her father. Although the share market followed T1 rules, the funds from selling stocks that day could be used to buy other stocks even if they couldn't be withdrawn. Hey, what exactly are you up to? Don't mess around. Lu Zhoyun on the other end of the line said earnestly. You came back to the country and didn't come to the group headquarters. You insisted on being a little clerk at the Shanghai City subsidiary. It's been half a year and you haven't closed a single deal. If everyone in the company coasted along like you, it would go bankrupt sooner or later. Lu Shuiyo mumbled, all right, stop nagging. I've heard it all 1,000 times. Either deposit 30 million into the account or you'll sell the stocks. Your choice. Lu Shuiyo felt it was better to be upfront with her father and said, I've recently spotted a stock with a very good trend and want to give it a try. If you don't agree, I'll go find an off-market margin institution and borrow 30 million from them. No, sweetie. None of those margin institutions are legitimate nowadays. They're all shell companies. Lu Shuiyo cooed, Dad, you'll support me, right? Lu Zhoyun was utterly helpless against his precious daughter and said resignedly, don't sell the Matai stock. You can do what you want with the rest. Thanks, Dad. Love you. Remember to send me the account info. I need it urgently. After the call ended, Lu Shuiyo saw the account and password sent via WeChat and smiled sweetly. On the other end, Lu Zhoyun put away his phone and instructed his female secretary, go find out what Miss has been up to lately and who she's been seeing. Make sure she doesn't find out. Yes, Chairman. The secretary had just stepped out but soon returned with a graceful stride. There's less than an hour before the flight. Shall I arrange the car now? Go ahead and arrange it. Lu Zui's phone call lasted merely a minute or two. When she returned to the office, she saw Zhang Yuan still admiring the photo frame, oblivious to her entrance. Is it pretty? Zhang Yuan blurted without turning around. Quite nice, just not revealing enough. I have more revealing photos here. Schoolgirl outfits, stockings, even some with nothing on. Want to see? Bring them on, but let me clarify, I am not looking to ogle, merely appreciating art. Lu Shuiyo shot him a glance and said leisurely, if you want to see, there's plenty online. Don't tell me you didn't have such resources on your computer back in school. Even I know how to download them. Lu Shuiyo, do you have to know so much? Maintain your sweet persona, got it. With you bombarding me with dirty jokes every few days, that persona has long crumbled. After a few jokes, Zhang Yuan turned serious, so no issues with the margin financing. With me on it, it's a done deal. What about the contract? Let's sign it quickly, we need to start building positions once the funds arrive. No rush, focus on the operations first. We can sign the contract later. Zhang Yuan then sat on the sofa across, waiting idly. Since this was his first time seeking margin financing, even his first time buying stocks, he had no clue about the specific procedures. He assumed this was standard practice. But one thing he was sure of, Lu Shuiyo would never deceive him. Lu Shuiyo sat at the computer and opened the securities trading software. Which stock should I cash out? Since she said not to sell Matai, I'll sell this one. After some thought, Lu Shuiyo moved the cursor to the stock Huitong Group. She murmured to herself, selling a few tens of millions of her own family stock wouldn't make much difference anyway. The Huitong Group stock had a decent trend with multiple large buy orders on the trading interface. As Lu Zui's nimble fingers clicked away, she placed large sell orders one after another, which were promptly snapped up. Yet an hour passed, and she had only cashed out over 20 million. Zhang Yuan grew impatient and urged, are you done yet? It's almost 2 p.m. and I still need time to operate. Don't rush, almost there. Lu Shuiyo inwardly panicked, noticing the market was struggling to absorb her orders. Moreover, the share price of Huitong Group plummeted sharply. After over 10 minutes, she stopped and finally scraped together 30 million. Strictly speaking, with 10 times leverage, she only needed to cash out 22.05 million. But fearing the stock Zhang Yuan mentioned might perform uncertainly, she kept extra funds in reserve. Come transfer the principal into this account. Lu Shuiyo let out a long sigh looking at Zhang Yuan. What about the contract? Time is tight, finish this first. Zhang Yuan didn't dwell on it. He sat at the computer and following Lu Zui's instructions transferred his entire fortune. But when he saw the long string of digits in the balance, he was utterly stunned. 300 million and 45 million. Unaware that Lu Shuiyo had made a mistake, he marveled. I didn't realize your company had such deep pockets, leaving 300 million in cash just sitting in the account. Hearing this, Lu Zui's heart skipped a beat. She quickly asked, what 300 million? The 300 million in the account, what else? Lu Shuiyo leaned in for a look and gasped, covering her mouth. I missed a zero. Oh no, I'm in trouble. Zhang Yuan's expression turned grim. What happened? Lu Shuiyo had no choice but to confess everything. She hadn't revealed her identity to Zhang Yuan earlier to avoid putting pressure on him. She had only wanted to secretly help raise the funds, never expecting anything in return. What do we do, Zhang Yuan? My dad will kill me. Lu Shuiyo said pitifully, can we buy back the stocks before the market closes? Zhang Yuan shook his head. No, that would leave you with a massive loss. Then what? Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow, staring at the astronomical figure in the account, a terrifying idea suddenly striking him. Before, he had no choice, scraping together a mere 2 million by selling everything. Now with 300 million before him, what if? He dragged Lu Shuiyo into a bigger gamble. Money from the stock market was free for the taking. Once such a thought took root, it clung like a demon, gnawing away at his remaining reason. Zhang Yuan unconsciously grasped Lu Zui's delicate hand and asked solemnly, do you trust me? Flustered Lu Shuiyo didn't even notice her hand being firmly held. Driven by instinctive trust in Zhang Yuan, she couldn't muster the will to refuse. Lu Shuiyo nodded softly. All right, let me handle this capital. He'll double it. Zhang Yuan quickly opened the stock interface for Hongyun Technology Group. The stock had already dropped 9 points and was nearing the daily limit. Zhang Yuan was not one to hesitate. Once he made a decision, he executed it without looking back. With time still available to trade, he swept up all the sell orders without even checking the prices. The recent performance of Hongyun Technology Group had been abysmal. As a result, there were hardly any buy orders for the stock, while countless sellers were cutting their losses. Unlike Huitong Group, Hongyun Technology Group was a large-cap stock with a market value exceeding 100 billion. Zhang Yuan's 300 million, though substantial, couldn't sway the overall trend. This made his buying spree unusually smooth. According to the system's prediction, Hongyun Technology Group would hit the daily limit down today. Clearly, Zhang Yuan's capital injection could only delay the process, not alter the outcome. This is the stock you're betting on. Do you even know what a good trend looks like? Lu Shuiyo teased from the side. This is the perfect time to buy the dip. Don't talk, you're distracting me. Lu Shuiyo pouted and said indignantly, it's your own slow hands, and you blame me. Nonsense, my hand speed is faster than Kato Kiyomasa's. Lu Shuiyo couldn't handle every joke. This one clearly went over her head. At 2:55 p.m., Zhang Yuan finally completed his operations just before the market closed. He stepped away from the seat and let out a long sigh. He had spent every last cent in the account, and Hongyun Technology Group ended up hitting the daily limit, down, halting trading. Over 300 million in capital. After 17 trading days, it can turn into 1.5 billion. Even robbing a bank wouldn't be this lucrative. All right, mission accomplished. We can pop the champagne now. Lu Shuiyo muttered. How can you be so sure this stock will surge? Based on my years of experience, I can't go wrong. When the time comes, you can use a sack to carry the money. What if it loses, eh? It won't lose a cent. If it does, I'll give myself to you, work like a horse or an ox for you. Lu Shuiyo murmured softly. Who wants you as a horse or an ox? Strangely, she found herself hoping the stock would lose. After all, it was just a couple 100 million. Even if it lost a bit, her father could earn it back. At this moment, Lu Zhoyun, who was on the airplane, was still unaware that he had been completely sold out by Xiao Mianao and outsiders. After Zhang Yuan had some free time, Lu Shuiyo asked, where are you going later? Do you want to wait for me to finish work and go eat something? Maybe next time. I ran around all day today and am a bit tired. I think I'll head back now. All right then. Lu Shuiyo felt a hint of disappointment, but didn't show it. He'll come back tomorrow morning. Really? Are you coming back tomorrow? Of course, I've put over 2 million inside. What if I don't come to keep an eye on it and you sell it off? That's what you said. If I'm a minute late, he'll sell everything without leaving a single share. At least one share will remain. What do you mean? With a puzzled look in her eyes, Lu Shuiyo watched as Zhang Yuan glanced at her lower body and gestured with his hand, forming an outline with his mouth. To spank you. Lu Shuiyo stuck out her tongue and made a face. So that's what he meant by share. As Zhang Yuan was about to leave, Lu Shuiyo picked up a small photo frame from the table and handed it over. Wait, this is for you. What for? Didn't you say it looks good? Then take it home and look at it slowly. Aren't you afraid he'll use it for something else? A dress so thick there's nothing to see, so it seems I can't do much either. Just behave, and next time give me a few cooler photos. Zhang Yuan pretended to be disgusted, but his hands were quick to pack it away. Lu Shuiao clenched her little fist and said fiercely, You pervert. By the way, it's really inconvenient to get a taxi around Financial Street. It's probably over 40 degrees outside now. Lu Shuiao handed the Porsche keys back to Zhang Yuan. You gave me the car, how are you getting back after work? I live in a small apartment nearby, it's just a few steps away. Besides, I rarely drive, I hardly start it once a month. It's just gathering dust there. Just consider it helping me out, just keep the car warm when you have nothing to do. Alright then. Zhang Yuan didn't decline and took the car keys. As he was about to leave, Zhang Yuan said earnestly, Thank you for your trust, little rich girl. He went to the basement and found Lu Zui's Panamera. With its sleek black body and smooth lines, the 21-inch wheels matched with bright yellow calipers. Though not a supercar, it still exuded a sporty vibe. Zhang Yuan sat in the driver's seat and started the vehicle. The roar of the 4.0 TV8 twin-turbo engine fulfilled Zhang Yuan's expectations, making his blood boil. He slowly drove out of the basement and onto the wide road before daring to slam the accelerator. Suddenly, a powerful push from behind surged through him, and the Panamera shot forward like an arrow. It's all about having money. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel. The driving experience of the Panamera was far superior to his parents' Passat. However, it won't be long before he will have all of this as well. Zhang Yuan glanced at the fuel gauge, saw it was full, and sighed in relief. Although he would become a billionaire in just over half a month, right now his pockets were emptier than his face. After investing $45 million in the stock market, he was left with only 200 yuan, enough to get gas. As for borrowing money, Zhang Yuan knew that if he asked Lu Shuiao, she would definitely lend it to him. Moreover, she would lend a substantial amount without asking any questions. But he wouldn't do that. He could borrow money from Ning Yue, whom he met for the first time, but he wouldn't borrow from this old classmate. This mindset could only be blamed on a strangely stubborn pride. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Zhang Yuan arrived at his rented place. Just as he was about to get out of the car, he realized something. It would take over half a month for the stocks to be liquidated. What would he eat in these 20 days? He could go to Lu Zui's company for a free work meal at noon, but what about the evening? If only he had saved 1,000 for living expenses. Zhang Yuan shook his head. It was useless to regret now. He restarted the vehicle and headed towards the nearby convenience store. Boss, he'll take 2 boxes of instant noodles and a pack of soft white cigarettes. That'll be 196 yuan. Please pay over here. After scanning the code, Zhang Yuan looked at the remaining 4 yuan in his bank card and fell into deep thought. The convenience store clerk looked at the man who was carrying 2 boxes of instant noodles and tossing them into the back seat of that brand new Porsche with a strange expression. He couldn't understand why someone so wealthy would still eat instant noodles and smoke such cheap cigarettes. The world of the rich was truly incomprehensible. Back in the car, Zhang Yuan didn't head straight back, but drove to a Starbucks cafe. It wasn't that he wanted to show off, he simply wanted to see that kind-hearted little junior. The stocks had been bought as expected, and he needed to inform her to put her mind at ease. Calculating the time, Ning Yue should be at work now. Welcome. Please scan here to place your order. Upon entering, Zhang Yuan ignored the staff's words and scanned the cafe. However, he didn't see that familiar figure. Sir, are you looking for someone? The staff asked again. May I ask if Ning Yue is not coming to work today? Hearing this, the staff member took off her mask, revealing a surprised expression. Sir, you know her? That's great. The thing is, she hasn't come to work today for some reason, and she hasn't answered her phone. I'm so worried. The staff member was none other than Zhang Jie, the person Ning Yue had mentioned. Because Zhang Jie had been busy in the background that night, she hadn't recognized Zhang Yuan. She might be in her school dormitory. They'll go check on her later. Who are you? I'm her friend. I came specifically to see her. Seeing that Zhang Yuan was young and dressed neatly and could accurately say Ning Yue's address, Zhang Jie let her guard down. At this hour, the cafe had few customers, so she stepped out from behind the counter to talk to Zhang Yuan. Beep. Beep. Sorry, the subscriber you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Along the way, Zhang Yuan dialed Ning Yue's number multiple times, but it never went through. He wondered to himself. He had chatted with Ning Yue for quite a while last night and hadn't noticed anything off about her state. Subconsciously, he accelerated, rushing to the school as fast as possible. A few minutes later, he arrived at the gate of the University of Finance. Hey, vehicles without a pass are not allowed in. The old security guard emerged from his booth, spittle flying as he spoke. You young folks, I don't even need to ask to know what you're here for. Scram, don't block the way. Zhang Yuan lowered his window, handed over a cigarette, and smiled. Brother Wang, it's only been a few years, and you don't recognize me. You are. The old security guard slapped his forehead, finally remembering. Zhang Yuan, it's you, kid. Yeah, Brother Wang has a good memory. Before his parents' accident, Zhang Yuan had been quite sociable. He often went out for late-night snacks with classmates and frequently handed out cigarettes to these security guards. Over time, he had become a familiar face. "What brings you here today, kid?" "Doing pretty well for yourself." Old Wong eyed the Porsche Panamera and clicked his tongue in admiration. "I'm just here to find someone who'll be out in a bit. Please cut me some slack." The campus of the University of Finance was quite large. Walking from the gate to the dormitory area would take about 10 to 20 minutes. It was summer break, and there wasn't even a shuttle bus. In a hurry, Zhang Yuan could only pray that Old Wong would turn a blind eye. "All right, make it quick." Old Wong lit his cigarette and couldn't help mumbling, still as stingy as ever, couldn't even spring for a decent cigarette. "Thanks." After being allowed through, Zhang Yuan headed straight for the female dormitory area. From their earlier conversation, he knew Ning Yue lived in room 508 of dormitory 3. The campus during summer break was truly deserted. In the evening, when couples were once everywhere, he didn't spot a single pair along the way. Zhang Yuan parked the car outside the dormitory building. Seizing the moment when the dorm matron was looking down at her phone, he crouched low and crept inside, trying not to make a sound. Only after rounding a corner and completely escaping the matron's line of sight did he straighten up and sprint upstairs. Climbing all the way to the 5th floor, he stood panting outside room 508. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Yuan gently tapped on the door, but there was no response for a long time. After knocking a few more times, he pressed his ear to the door to listen for any sound inside, but heard nothing. Hey, anyone in there? Ning Yue, are you there? If you don't open up, I'm going to break the door down." Ning Yue had actually been in the dormitory the whole time and had heard the knocking. But the dormitory door didn't have a peephole, so she wasn't sure who was there. Besides, she wasn't around as she was all alone. Even though it wasn't fully dark, yet she didn't dare to open the door recklessly. Until she heard that familiar voice. When the door opened, Zhang Yuan saw Ning Yue's slightly haggard face. This strong, innocent, and kind-hearted girl deeply touched his heart. He knew all too well how difficult life was without parental support. While peers were enjoying themselves, she was thinking about where to find work to afford the next day's meals. When other classmates bought new clothes and designer bags, she wore and washed the same clothes over and over again. Yet she never complained, remaining as optimistic as ever. Moreover, she had unhesitatingly offered up all her savings. This unreserved trust alone was something Zhang Yuan felt was worth repaying for the rest of his life. "Senior Yu, why are you here?" Ning Yue's instinctive reaction upon seeing Zhang Yuan was surprise, but then she seemed to think of something and forcibly turned her head away, refusing to look at him. "So you were in the dormitory. You scared me to death. I must have called you a dozen times, but it never went through. I thought something had happened to me. Yeah, I wanted to thank you in person at the cafe this afternoon, but Sister Zhang said you hadn't been there all day and were unreachable. Later she told me a lot about your living situation, and I was worried you might do something rash." Ning Yue subconsciously took out her phone and glanced at it. The screen was filled with missed calls. Among them, Zhang Yuan had called the most, continuously dialing from a few minutes ago. The first call was made just 5 minutes ago, meaning he had rushed here in that short time after learning of her situation. Seeing the fine beads of sweat on his forehead and his heavy panting, the softest part of Ning Yue's heart seemed to be subtly stirred. Since her father passed away when she was 10, she hadn't felt this cared for in a long time. She had to admit she was developing a faint fondness for this young man before her. Zhang Yuan might not be well off materially, but he truly clicked with her. Last night, they had chatted on WeChat for nearly 2 hours, talking endlessly from Jay Cho's concert to their favorite cities. They only reluctantly hung up when her roommate returned. Perhaps she didn't even realize it herself, but this was a sign that she was starting to fall for him. Zhang Yuan saw her haggard, yet somewhat stubborn expression and suddenly felt he had to do something. He rarely met such a wonderful girl and shouldn't let her slip away. Plucking up his courage, he stepped forward and pulled Ning Yue into his arms, refusing to let go no matter how she struggled. "What are you doing? Let me go." Ning Yue's strength was no match for Zhang Yuan's. There was no way she could break free. She pushed against his arms several times, but they were as unyielding as iron. Ning Yue turned her head away. "Let go. If you don't, I'll scream." Zhang Yuan remained unmoved, still holding her tightly. Ning Yue didn't shout loudly, and her struggles grew weaker. Gradually, as if resigned to her fate, she stopped resisting and simply stood there quietly in Zhang Yuan's embrace. This was her first intimate contact with a male, as she could feel the warmth of Zhang Yuan's breath from his nose on her cheek, leaving her mind momentarily blank. After a few minutes, her voice carried a hint of tears as she whispered, Have you hugged enough? Not enough, not for a lifetime." Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Yue, be my girlfriend." He spoke these words with a tone of certainty. Wealth could indeed change a person's character in a short time. A few days ago, he would never have dreamed of being so bold. In the past, he had been subservient to Zhao Xiaolin, who was far inferior to Ning Yue in every way. He wouldn't even hold her hand without her permission. He had always been cautious, watching Zhao Xiaolan's reactions, afraid of displeasing her. He was as humble as dust in the air. Now he was unrestrained. Since he had set his sights on Ning Yue, he would never let go. Money gave him confidence. Timidity often stemmed from a lack of firepower, and coincidentally Zhang Yuan would soon have an abundance of it. Hearing these somewhat domineering words, Ning Yue turned her head away again. No, don't come looking for me anymore. Why, oi? From their previous chats, Zhang Yuan could sense that this girl had a certain liking for him. She shouldn't have rejected him so bluntly. But Ning Yue, recalling what she had seen at noon, felt her emotions become incredibly complicated. She averted her gaze again, her eyes gradually reddening as she sobbed softly. You? If you really don't want to be my girlfriend, that's fine. Zhang Yuan tentatively probed. Just stop crying, okay? Ning Yue didn't respond, letting the tears flow freely. Hey, if you keep crying, I'm going to come over and kiss you. This move proved effective as Ning Yue lifted her head. You're nothing but a liar, a big liar. How did I deceive you? Is it about borrowing money? Yes. And no. Then what exactly is the reason? Zhang Yuan patted his chest and vowed solemnly. I swear I never lied to you. They'll definitely repay the money I borrowed and even double it. You're such a silly girl. Even though you're struggling yourself, you lent me all your savings, leaving yourself unable to afford meals. Ning Yue shook her head, pursing her lips. It's not that. Zhang Yuan was utterly perplexed and said helplessly, then what is it? I really can't guess. The emotions Ning Yue had suppressed for so long finally burst forth as she demanded loudly, why would you come to deceive me when you're so wealthy? Why flirt with me when you already have a girlfriend? Is it because you think I'm lonely and easy to bully? Zhang Yuan was thoroughly confused by her words. Wealthy? That was in the future. Right now he didn't have a cent to his name. No, I'm not. Say, Yue, have you misunderstood something? Ning Yue lifted her gaze and stared coldly at him. All right, let me ask you. Where were you at noon today, oi? At this, Zhang Yuan suddenly understood. Earlier, Lu Shuyo had mentioned meeting 2 junior schoolmates. Could one of them be her? It was the only plausible explanation. Zhang Yuan immediately explained, at noon, I was having lunch with an old classmate I hadn't seen in years. We ran into each other by chance on Financial Street. Coincidentally, she's the one I need to help with that investment deal I mentioned. During the meal, she said she wanted to take a commemorative photo. I agreed without a second thought. If you don't believe me, you can check my phone. We hadn't contacted each other beforehand. Zhang Yuan unlocked his phone and handed it over. Ning Yue turned her head away and muttered, I'm not your someone. Why would I look at your phone? Sensing that her tone had softened considerably, Zhang Yuan continued. As for your claim about me being wealthy, that's utterly ridiculous. Right now, all the money I have on me adds up to a single digit. To be precise, it's 4 yuan. I've invested all my funds and won't be able to access them for at least half a month. Look, we're both in the same boat, now suffering together. As the saying goes, those who share adversity are kindred spirits. When she heard the words 4 yuan, Ning Yue couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. She retorted softly, who's in the same boat with you? I still have over 1,000 yuan, okay? And besides, that's not how the poem is supposed to be used. It's just the general idea, don't be so picky. After the misunderstanding was cleared, Ning Yue said sheepishly, then senior, I suppose I misjudged you. Though she believed Zhang Yuan's explanation, many doubts lingered in her heart. Why, if they were just old classmates, did that senior schoolgirl claim Zhang Yuan was her boyfriend? Yet she didn't voice these questions. Zhang Yuan joked, it's fine. Anyone would think they'd been deceived seeing that scene. You didn't call the cops on the spot, which is already good. By the way, about what I mentioned earlier, do you agree? Ning Yue feigned ignorance. About what? Being my girlfriend. No, it's too soon. Ning Yue's pretty face flushed as she stammered, this is only our second meeting. Then how many meetings do you need? I can come over tomorrow and the day after, no problem. You're being unreasonable. Exactly. It takes boldness, care, and thick skin to win a girl's heart. My mom told me that. Zhang Yuan shamelessly sat down beside Ning Yue. Yue, do you believe in love at first sight? I fell for you the moment I laid eyes on you. No, I don't. Ning Yue rolled her eyes and said, back at the cafe when you were urging me to leave, you didn't even give me a proper look. Though she said that deep down she believed it wholeheartedly. It had been 2 years since she came to Financial University and countless suitors had pursued her. Among them were wealthy, handsome men who drove sports cars and stood outside her dormitory every day holding bouquets and declaring their love. Yet she had never responded to any of them. Perhaps Zhang Yuan was the first person to ask her for money, or maybe there was another reason. In any case, this man wasn't like the others, clearly drawn only to her beauty. You're wronging me there. You were wearing the cafe's hat and a big mask back then. Who would bother to look closely? Zhang Yuan tentatively took Ning Yue's hand and held it in his own. Yue, trust me. It'll give you the best life in the future. Ning Yue didn't respond, nor did she pull her hand away. If you stay silent, I'll take it as a yes. This is the first time a girl has taken advantage of me. He'll just settle for losing out a bit. You can have me as compensation. Nonsense. When did I take advantage of you? You were the one who forcefully hugged me. I don't know where you got so much strength. I couldn't push you away. Then how about I compensate you with myself? What do you say? Faced with a good-looking and shameless man like Zhang Yuan, Ning Yue was utterly defeated. Agreeing to be your girlfriend isn't out of the question, but it's only temporary. I need to test you out first. Then give me a kiss. No, don't. MMPH. This time Ning Yue didn't resist and cooperated, fully indulging in the joy that love brought. A few minutes later, Zhang Yuan's phone rang. I am so convinced that behind me, supporting me, is you, always walking side by side with me, looking up, waiting for the sun to rise, hearing the sound of birds returning. Zhang Yuan pulled out his phone and saw the screen displaying. Shui Luo Yuan Fong invites you to a voice call. He hesitated. Should he answer or not? But then he thought his relationship with Lu Shuiyo was perfectly innocent. At worst, he had made a few flirtatious remarks. Ning Yue also saw the content on the screen and stood up to leave, but Zhang Yuan pulled her back down. When he answered the call, Lu's Zui's melodious voice came through the receiver. Zhang Yuan, my dad just called and gave me a thorough scolding. He wants me to sell all the stocks at the opening tomorrow. He said that although Hanyun Technology Group isn't an ST stock, it's very likely to face delisting. Zhang Yuan's expression turned serious. By normal logic, no one would buy a stock that hits the daily limit down every few days. Lu's father's request was reasonable. After all, 300 million yuan was no small sum. Zhang Yuan asked, what do you plan to do? Lu Shuiyo gave a mischievous laugh. I changed the password. Now even my dad can't log in. He's busy on a business trip to Yanjing and won't have time to retrieve the password anytime soon. That way I'm the one who decides whether to sell the stocks or not. Zhang Yuan was speechless and silently marveled. You truly are a little genius. After hanging up the phone, Ning Yue asked with concern, Senior, is something wrong? Zhang Yuan cupped her delicate face and kissed her again. Nothing's wrong, everything's fine. Ning Yue wiped the saliva from her face with a look of disgust and inquired, is that Shui Luo Yuan Fong the senior sister from Noon? Yes, if we make a fortune this time, ITLL, all be thanks to her help. Zhang Yuan spoke the truth. Without Lu Shuiyo, his 2 million in funds would have yielded at most 20 million in this big market move. This was only achievable if he successfully secured securities financing. 20 million was no small sum. Frugally spent, it could last a lifetime. But that was merely the price of a top-tier supercar. There was still an immense distance to the upper echelons of society. Outside, the sky was darkening, and Zhang Yuan had been inside for an hour or two. Haven't you had lunch yet? Ning Yue nodded, seeing you like that at noon. How could I have any appetite? She touched her stomach. She was indeed hungry. The afternoon had been so agonizing that she hadn't even drunk any water. Senior, let's go to the cafeteria for a quick bite. It's not great, but at least it fills you up. Ning Yue changed her shoes and glanced at the time. It seems the cafeteria is already closed. Let me check if there's anything to eat in the dorm. As she spoke, she opened a storage cabinet nearby. My roommate loves snacks. Huh, why is it all empty? Ning Yue took Zhang Yuan's hand and suggested, let's go to the night snack street off campus. I promised I'd treat you last time. Zhang Yuan shook his head. Forget it, save your money. Let's just have instant noodles. I brought some. He planned to fetch the noodles from the car, but then realized it might be inconvenient for a man to enter the girls' dorm again, so he handed Ning Yue the keys to the Panamera. Yue, go get the instant noodles from the car. I'm afraid the dorm aunt will see me and not let me back in. Oh, and my old classmate lent me her car. It's parked downstairs. Ning Yue took the keys and complied without much thought. After going downstairs, she immediately spotted the Porsche parked beside the dorm, unlocked it, and opened the door. 2 boxes of instant noodles sat on the back seat. She opened one, took out 2 cups, and was about to close the door when she noticed a small photo frame on the passenger seat. Since it was face down, she couldn't see the contents. Overcome by curiosity, she picked it up and looked. It was Lu Zui's solo photo. Ning Yue muttered to herself, strange, why would such a personal item be taken back by the senior? She thought about Lu Zui's address to Zhang Yuan, the group photo, the car loan, and a series of events. Even her WeChat name was Shui Luo Yuan Fong. Such an obvious implication made Ning Yue seem to understand something. Her face suddenly turned deathly pale. She knew that senior sister came from a very wealthy family. She could help the senior with business matters. They were college classmates with endless topics to discuss, while she herself had nothing. Even her once proud beauty couldn't outshine that senior sister. Her only advantage was being a few years younger. But that woman wasn't old either. She was in the prime of her youth. At this moment, a profound sense of powerlessness washed over her. Zhang Yuan was the first man to enter her heart. Though they hadn't known each other long, after these hours of interaction and intimate contact, she couldn't bear to part if possible. Ning Yue had never been one to run from problems. On the contrary, she had been very independent since childhood. She made a silent decision deep within. After calming herself, Ning Yue returned to room 508 with the instant noodles. Senior, why did you buy so many noodles? It'll be another 10 to 20 days before I can cash out. I can't live on air during that time, so I'm relying on these. I have a little left. Ning Yue pulled a stack of cash from under her pillow and placed it in Zhang Yuan's hands. It was the 1,000 yuan Xie Qian had given her yesterday. She kept only a few dozen for herself. Silly girl, what will you eat? Zhang Yuan stuffed the money back into her hands. Ning Yue blushed and said, I still have a meal card in the cafeteria, so I won't go hungry. Besides, the cafe will pay me in a couple of days. Mentioning the cafe reminded Zhang Yuan of what Sister Zhang had said. Has the owner of that place been making advances on you? Ning Yue panicked and stammered. How do you know? Never mind how I know. Just don't go back there even if you lose any unpaid wages. They'll listen to you. But how will I earn my tuition if I don't work? Leave that to me. Zhang Yuan gently stroked Ning Yue's cheek and said solemnly, Don't worry, no one will bother you anymore. He'll give you the best life. Since I'm your boyfriend, it's my responsibility. He'll fulfill all the wishes you've never realized and make up for any regrets you've had. Just enjoy your college years happily. If you want to pursue graduate studies, do it. If you want to take it easy, that's fine too. At least materially, I can provide for you. If anyone bullies you, just tell me and he'll stand up for you. Ning Yue's eyes reddened and she fought back tears. Having lacked paternal love since childhood, she now felt a father-like care. At that moment, she seemed to understand what Xie Qian had been doing all along. So this is what it felt like to be cherished by a boyfriend. It was truly wonderful. After a moment, she suddenly laughed. A man with only $4 in his pocket wants to keep me. Zhang Yuan jumped up. Hey, don't dig at my shortcomings. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't look down on a young man poor. You're 26, not a young man anymore, uncle. Come here, dear niece, let your uncle give you a kiss. After finishing the noodles, they chatted for a while, and before they knew it, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Ning Yue pushed Zhang Yuan reluctantly. You should go back. My roommate will be back soon. There are 4 beds in the dorm. Surely there's room for one more. You wish? Do you really think you can spend the night here? Let me tell you, my roommate has a sharp tongue. If you're not afraid of being scolded out, then stay. Well, is your roommate pretty? Yes. Ning Yue pinched the soft flesh at Zhang Yuan's waist and threatened. What does it matter if she's pretty? Don't tell me you're thinking of hitting on her. But even if you tried, it wouldn't work. She has very high standards and hardly looks at anyone. I think I might be that 1 in 10,000. I'll stop pinching. They'll go all right. At the moment of parting, it was Ning Yue who felt reluctant seeing Zhang Yuan off to the ground floor. Zhang Yuan stroked her silky hair and said, It's not like him never coming back. This campus is as familiar to you as it is to me. Ooh, I could find your dormitory blindfolded. Annoying, why put it so crudely? All right, go back and rest now. Remember what I said. Don't take on any part-time jobs. From now on, I'll take care of you. Will head up then. Zhang Yuan watched her retreating figure and let out a long sigh. Comparisons can be odious. Some things are simply better left uncompared. He truly couldn't fathom his past judgment. It wasn't as if he had never been with women before. Yet he had wasted an entire year fawning over that bitch Xiao Xiaolin. Through rain and shine, he hadn't even managed a single kiss. What a wasted life it had been. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but mock himself. He had given up an entire forest for a crooked tree. Whether it was Ning Yue or Lu Shuiyo weren't they both infinitely superior to Xiao Xiaolin. In truth, this reflected a shift in Zhang Yuan's subconscious. With his former mindset, even if he encountered a girl like Ning Yue, he wouldn't dare to entertain any thoughts, let alone steal a second glance. His cowardly and self-abasing nature would only convince him that he was unworthy of such a girl. He would never have committed the absurd act of a forced kiss. Gazing at the single photo on the passenger seat, Zhang Yuan sank back into contemplation. What did Lu Shuiyo mean by all this? He could sense that she was extraordinarily kind to him. So kind that it bordered on abnormal. Her trust in him even surpassed that of Ning Yue, far exceeding the bounds of a normal classmate relationship. Could it be that she had feelings for him too? Zhang Yuan shook his head, dispelling the absurd notion. She wasn't blind. How could a wealthy heiress like her possibly fancy him? Besides, over 4 years of university, she had never given any indication. Had it not been for this chance encounter, they might never have crossed paths again. Forget it, let's focus on securing the money first. Only money in hand is real. Then Zhang Yuan started the car and drove toward his rental apartment. Even Ning Yue could discern Lu Zui's intentions, yet Zhang Yuan remained oblivious. The reason was simple. Lu Shuiyo, the most dazzling pearl of the finance university, the goddess every man dreamed of tasting, could not possibly fall for an old classmate without reason. His ingrained thought patterns were deeply rooted, making it hard to consider other possibilities in such a short time. 20 minutes later, Zhang Yuan returned to his rental. Just then, an unfamiliar call came through on his phone. The number was strikingly auspicious, ending in a string of 8s. Lu Zhouyun. You're Zhang Yuan, right? The voice on the other end cut straight to the point without any pleasantries. Who are you? I don't know any Lu Zhouyan. If not for the caller accurately stating his name, Zhang Yuan would have hung up. I'm Lu Zui's father. Do you know who I am now? Oh, it's you, uncle. Hello, uncle. I'm Zhang Yuan. What can I do for you? Zhang Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow, knowing this was a confrontation. He suspected Lu Zhouyan had already discovered that he had urged Lu Shuiyo to sell their family stocks in favor of junk shares. It was highly likely that his entire background had been thoroughly investigated down to the color of his underwear. The Huitong Group, with its tens of billions in market value, was a behemoth to Zhang Yuan at present. Zhang Yuan, 26 years old, graduated from Finance University from Anzhou County, parents deceased, currently unemployed. Lu Ziyun's deep voice continued, "Am I correct?" Zhang Yuan answered honestly, "Yes. I don't care what your intentions are for approaching Shuiyo, but from now on stay away from my daughter. 3 billion is a considerable sum, but it's nothing extraordinary. Do you understand? For my daughter's sake, I wouldn't hesitate to lose that money." Though Lu Zhouyan spoke in a calm tone, Zhang Yuan felt deeply uncomfortable. He had merely borrowed the Huitong Group's funds to make a profit. But his intention was to help Lu Shuiyo earn a substantial return. He would only take his rightful share, leaving the other 10+ billion untouched. Now, with Lu Zhouyan confronting him so bluntly, the feeling of being wronged was truly suffocating. At the same time, Zhang Yuan understood that if he were in Lu Ziyun's shoes, seeing his daughter approached by an idle man who urged her to act against the company's interests, he too would be angry and demand answers. That Lu Zhouyan hadn't immediately cursed him out showed considerable restraint, but understanding that didn't make swallowing this indignity any easier. Out of respect for Lu Shuiyo, he didn't want to strain the relationship further. After calming himself, he spoke. "Uncle Lu, the stock I had Shuiyo buy will definitely rise, and significantly so. I can't disclose the reason, but you'll see the results tomorrow. And if I'm not mistaken, tonight, or at the latest by noon tomorrow, Hanyun Technology Group will announce major positive news. You might want to keep an eye on it. That's all I have to say. Goodbye." After saying this, Zhang Yuan hung up without waiting for a response. In a presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in Yinjing, Lu Zhouyan stared at the blank phone screen, stunned. How did he know that Hanyun Technology Group would announce major positive news? And with such certainty. These weren't the words of a shiftless drifter. His composed demeanor and unassuming tone. Could the investigation results be flawed? However, if he discovered that Zhang Yuan was approaching Shuiyo with ulterior motives, he would show no mercy. Back in the rental apartment, Zhang Yuan had just ended the call with Lu Zhouyan when Lu Shuiyo called. "Zhang Yuan, did my father call you?" "Yes," he just hung up. Did he say anything harsh?" Lu Zui's voice carried a hint of tears. "I'm sorry, I apologize. I never expected this. Please don't take it to heart, okay? It's fine, Shuiyo. Trust me, tomorrow your father will realize his judgment was wrong, terribly wrong." "Of course I believe you." Lu Shuiyo tentatively asked, "Will you come to the company tomorrow?" "Of course. Who would turn down money? They'll wait for you. Rest early, good night." Lying in bed, Zhang Yuan clenched his fist tightly. Time would prove everything. In the early hours of August 10th, a significant disclosure detonated across the entire Chinese stock market circle late at night. Hanyun Technology Group, after 5 years of effort and billions in research funding, achieved a breakthrough in solid-state battery technology. This new type of battery boasts numerous advantages, such as high capacity, low cost, and superior safety, making it the preferred choice for new energy vehicles. Mass production and delivery are expected within a year. With the announcement of this major positive news, many found themselves sleepless that night. Stockholders who had fully invested in Hanyun Technology Group danced with joy. Meanwhile, those who had cut their losses and sold off earlier could only pinch their thighs in regret. Anyone could foresee that Hanyun Technology Group's stock was bound to surge. Now the question on their minds was whether they could buy back in before others caught on. But in reality, it was nearly impossible. With such news backing it, no fool would sell their shares, making them impossible to purchase. However, none of this concerned Zhang Yuan. He had already bought in, fully waiting only to reap the final rewards. He didn't even know what Hanyun Technology Group specifically did, nor did he intend to find out. His earlier remarks to Lu Zhouyan were also based on speculation. No stock rises without reason. Hanyun Technology Group's 17 consecutive daily limit-ups must have been driven by some positive news. Otherwise, it was inexplicable. And indeed, that was the case. At that moment, Lu Zhouyan stared at the information on his phone, lost in deep thought. Even he, the chairman of a listed company, had received no advance tip about Hanyun Technology Group. How could Zhang Yuan, a man with no connections, know and be so certain? At 8 in the morning, Zhang Yuan arrived at Huitong Venture Capital. The receptionist, upon seeing him, warmly led him inside. "Mr. Zhang, Miss Lu is waiting for you in her office. Please follow me." After a few steps, a middle-aged man approached, extending his hand from afar. "Hello, I'm Sun Ziyuan, General Manager of Huitong Venture Capital. Zhang Yuan extended his right hand for a brief shake. Hello, President Sun. What can I do for you? Just happened to run into you and wanted to say hello. Nothing more. Sun Yuan said without any airs. Well, I won't keep you. We'll catch up another time. All right, see you. Zhang Yuan understood that President Sun was trying to build a good rapport perhaps because of his closeness to Lu Shuiao. No wonder Lu Shuiao, a mere investment advisor, had such a private office. She hadn't hidden her identity from the company's staff. In fact, Huitong Venture Capital was quite sizable in Shanghai City, ranking among the top 3 in the industry. General Manager Sun Yuan was a capable man. But that's all relative. As the daughter of the group's chairman, Lu Zui's status was extraordinarily high. They dared not assign her tasks, only hoped she wouldn't cause trouble. Treating her like a mascot was best. Pushing open the office door, Lu Shuiao sat at her desk touching up her makeup in a small mirror. Seeing Zhang Yuan approach, she quickly covered her face embarrassed. Why are you here so early? I haven't even finished my makeup. Should I leave then? Just sit on the sofa for a few minutes, okay? Lu Shuiao whispered from behind her monitor. Are you getting married today? Why the shyness? Oh, just sit down. He'll be done soon. Zhang Yuan chuckled. Let me know if you need help. I'm great at plastering. No matter how bumpy the surface, I'll smooth it out in no time. Lu Shuiao gritted her teeth. Can you not drive me crazy? 20 minutes later, she finally put down the mirror and peeked out, glancing at Zhang Yuan, who was playing on his phone. A fragrant breeze wafted over. Zhang Yuan first caught sight of a pair of delicate black leather shoes. Then his gaze traveled upward to straight, slender calves and a dark, pleated miniskirt that barely reached her thighs. Damn, how was he supposed to keep playing on his phone? He tossed it aside and let his eyes wander further up. Lu Shuiao wore a light blue short-sleeved blouse with one button at the hem left undone, revealing a glimpse of her smooth midriff. The fitted blouse accentuated her stunning curves flawlessly. Her lotus root-like arms seemed at a loss, fingers intertwined tightly behind her back. Perhaps from nervousness, her already fair skin now bore a lovely blush. The light makeup, like a delicate embellishment, made her perfect features even more exquisite. Seeing Zhang Yuan staring without blinking, Lu Shuiao stammered, Is it good looking? What dress like that for a blind date? Lu Zui's small fist landed on Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Blind date, my foot. You're 25, not getting any younger. In a few years, even the dogs won't want you. None of your business. Despite his teasing, Zhang Yuan was genuinely captivated by her appearance. After all, she had been the campus belle for 4 consecutive years. Her foundation was extraordinary. Just looking at her was refreshing. Then Lu Shuiao pulled out a thermos from under her desk and handed it to him. You haven't had breakfast, have you? I brought you some. Zhang Yuan opened it to find millet porridge. It didn't look particularly appetizing, but it would fill him up. He was genuinely hungry, had only had instant noodles the night before over 10 hours ago. Under Lu Zui's expectant gaze, he downed the entire bowl, leaving not a drop. Did you make this yourself? No, the housekeeper made it. I just brought some for you. No wonder it's so delicious. The heat control, the ingredient proportions. Master level. Really? Lu Zui's face lit up, but seeing his teasing expression, she realized she had been fooled. Damn it, making fun of me again. Besides porridge, I can only make instant noodles. That's it. Oh, I didn't know you had so many skills. Quite proud, aren't you? Zhang Yuan. Say that again, and it'll make you spit it out. They'll never bring you anything again. No, spitting it out wouldn't be pretty. Zhang Yuan teased her as usual, but he was genuinely touched by her kindness. A young lady who never lifted a finger in the kitchen had made breakfast for him. Life has 3 great illusions. The door is unlocked, I can fight back, and she likes me. Zhang Yuan felt he was falling for the third one. Life has 3 great illusions. The door is unlocked, I can fight back, and she likes me. Zhang Yuan felt he was falling for the third one. Life has 3 great illusions. The door is unlocked, I can fight back, and she likes me. Zhang Yuan felt he was falling for the third one. But he dared not confirm it. What if he brought the matter to light only to find it was wishful thinking on his part? How awkward would that be? They might not even remain friends. After some joking around, the time came to 9 in the morning. With half an hour left before the market opened, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. He never paid attention to current affairs, so he was unaware that Hunyun Technology Group had released major positive news last night. He only knew that he had invested his entire fortune, and if the system's prediction proved inaccurate, everything would be lost. At 9:15, the call auction began. Zhang Yuan stared intently at the display screen, his palms sweating. Time ticked by second until the market opened at 9:30. Upon seeing the result displayed, Zhang Yuan let out a long breath and could only utter, "System, you're incredible." The stock of Hunyun Technology Group had no suspense whatsoever, hitting the daily limit straight up. So I didn't lie to you, did I? Lu Shuiao walked over. She was indifferent to whether the stock rose or fell. In fact, she would have preferred it to drop a bit. But seeing Zhang Yuan's exhilarated expression, she couldn't help being drawn in. Really? She leaned her head over to the monitor, astonished by the limit up. Zhang Yuan, how did you know this stock's movement? It was all in the red before. I told you last time it's based on years of experience. You didn't believe me then. When did I ever not believe you? I've always trusted you completely. When it came to trust, Zhang Yuan had no rebuttal. Lu Zuyi's faith in him was truly unreserved. Let me calculate today's floating profit. I've made over 30 million. And this is just from one day. If tomorrow is the same, the gain will be around 33 million. See how astonishing that is. Lu Shuiyo pursed her lips and asked, so how long do you plan to hold? We'll see how the trend goes. Based on today's situation, it's likely to surge in the near future, possibly multiplying several times. This time you can report to your father with confidence. I don't need to report to him. As for you, I never expected your judgment to be so sharp. As she said these words, Lu Zuyi's gaze was somewhat complicated. Deep down, she didn't really want Zhang Yuan to be too outstanding. In her view, since Zhang Yuan's judgment was so precise, even without her help with the leveraged capital, he could thrive in the stock market. A capable person shines wherever they go. Lu Shuiyo would have preferred Zhang Yuan to be a penniless poor boy, someone she could support for life if needed. At 11 in the morning, Zhang Yuan idly scrolled through his phone and teased Lu Shuiyo, making the time pass quickly. Do you have anything else to do today? Lu Shuiyo asked expectantly. Since you made so much money today, how about I treat you to a meal? I'm fine with it. The stock is locked at the limit, so there's no need to watch it. Where do you want to go? Zhang Yuan had planned to grab a free company lunch, but since Lu Shuiyo offered, he had no reason to refuse. The question of where to eat stumped Lu Shuiyo. The place she most wanted to go was already visited yesterday, and she had little interest in other restaurants. You decide. They'll just pay. Zhang Yuan glanced at the thermos that had held the porridge earlier, thought for a moment, and said, how about we go to your place? They'll cook for you so you can taste my skills. My cooking is nothing like that of some spoiled young lady. I guarantee it's delicious and beautifully presented. Lu Shuiyo cheered with delight. Great, great. Let's go. After settling the plan, the two left the venture capital firm directly. As for company rules and regulations, they clearly didn't apply to Lu Shuiyo. Lu Shuiyo lived in a nearby apartment building just a few minutes walk away. When she opened the door, 2 pairs of slippers, one large, one small, were neatly arranged on the shoe rack. Lu Shuiyo blushed and quickly explained, my father occasionally comes over, so. Zhang Yuan glanced at the men's slippers still sealed in their packaging. She really was a girl who couldn't tell a lie properly. And this cigarette, did your father leave it too? Zhang Yuan pointed to a pack of He Tianxia on the shoe cabinet. It was the highest-end cigarette available in ordinary convenience stores. Lu Shuiyo braced herself and said, yes, but my dad hasn't been here in a long time. I'm afraid the cigarette will get damp, so you might as well smoke it. It'd be a shame to waste it. Zhang Yuan didn't stand on ceremony and opened the pack. You don't mind if I smoke inside, do you? No, it's fine. Make yourself at home. Zhang Yuan didn't light up though. The air conditioning was on, so he had to be considerate. As for whom the slippers and cigarettes were really for, he had his suspicions. The illusion that she likes me grew stronger. Entering further, Zhang Yuan looked around the apartment. To his surprise, it was a loft with only about 30 square meters on the ground floor. The decor was simple, a modern style dominated by gray and white tones. Though small, the apartment was neatly arranged with the gray floor tiles spotlessly clean. Zhang Yuan teased, I didn't expect you to live in such a small place. I also have an 800 square meter penthouse at Riverside Garden, but it's too big. I get scared staying there at night. Lu Shuiyo looked at her small apartment and said, here it's so tiny that from the sofa downstairs you can see the entire interior at a glance. Hearing this humble brag, Zhang Yuan regretted speaking. Luxurious mansions. She might not live in one, but she certainly owned one. Unlike him, who could only huddle in a rented room. Lu Shuiyo pulled Zhang Yuan upstairs and gave him a detailed tour. Seeing the pink bedding and bed canopy, Zhang Yuan chuckled. A girly heart, huh? Lu Shuiyo pouted. If you laugh again, I'll ignore you. If you love pink so much, why did you buy a black car? Black paint doesn't cost extra, and it's bold and durable. You're talking nonsense. No one would believe that. Believe it or not. That Panamera was bought when Lu Shuiyo returned from abroad. The reason she chose that color was simply because Zhang Yuan had once said he liked black cars. A casual remark from the past seemed etched into her very being, causing her to choose that color without a second thought when buying the car. Back downstairs, Lu Shuiyo opened the fridge. Pick whatever ingredients you want to cook. I really have no clue. Zhang Yuan looked at the fridge fully stocked with vegetables, meat, and eggs, and asked in surprise, don't tell me you prepared all this. Of course not. I don't even know where the nearest market is. My father hired 2 Andes, one to cook and one to shop. They prepared everything. Indeed, the life of the wealthy remained so unpretentiously extravagant. Should he hire a personal team to take care of her? Money truly could solve 99 of worries, and as for the remaining one, having more money would solve that too. Zhang Yuan took a piece of beef brisket and 2 potatoes from the fridge and headed into the kitchen. Cooking was a life skill he had honed to perfection over the past few years. Amid the clattering sounds, an exquisite dish soon emerged from the pan. Lu Shuiyo watched him the entire time, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Braised beef brisket with potatoes, give it a try. Zhang Yuan set the dish on the table and handed over a pair of chopsticks. Lu Shuiyo, who had been drooling with anticipation, quickly picked up a piece of beef and put it into her mouth. Slow down, careful, it's hot. It's delicious, Zhang Yuan, you're amazing, much better than what Annie cooks. Whether it was flattery or not, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of comfort wash over him. At the same time, a certain figure emerged in his mind. Last year, when he first brought Zhao Xiaolin to his rental apartment, he had made the same dish. Zhang Yuan had waited eagerly for Zhao Xiaolin's verdict. Yet her response was icy. It's far worse than what restaurants serve. How can anyone stomach this garbage? Back then, he genuinely believed it was his fault. Only now, watching Lu Shuiyo devour the food ravenously, did he understand. It wasn't that his cooking was inferior to restaurant fare. It was simply that his place in her heart was inferior. Zhang Yuan, how do you make it so delicious? Midway through the meal, Lu Shuiyo suddenly asked. Want to learn? I can teach you. Practice for 2.5 years and you'll master it. Great, great. Can you come over every day from now on? I need Annie to cook then. They'll come when I have time, but I can't promise. Zhang Yuan spoke reluctantly. After all, he had a girlfriend. Hanging around Lu Zuiya's place every day didn't seem right. Yet seeing the longing in Lu Zuiya's eyes, he couldn't bear to refuse. Mum will study hard. In the afternoon, they sat on the sofa watching TV. Television was something Zhang Yuan hadn't watched in years. Occasionally, it was entertaining. But how much of that entertainment was due to the person beside him, he couldn't tell. An hour or two later, Lu Shuiyo grew drowsy, and without realizing it, rested her head on Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair, his mind wandered, thoughts drifting far away. Now he was almost certain of one thing. She likes me, was no illusion. Setting aside past events, just today, her makeup, her change into pretty clothes, bringing him home, showing him her private bedroom. A girl would never act this way with a normal old classmate. A woman adorns herself for one who delights in her. And then there were the men's slippers and cigarettes that appeared so conveniently. All these things linked together made the answer obvious. It would be a lie to say Zhang Yuan felt nothing for Lu Shuiyo. After all, she had once been his dream girl. It was impossible not to be tempted by her. Besides, Lu Shuiyo was simply too beautiful. So beautiful it was hard to resist. Gazing at her delicate face, so close, Zhang Yuan felt an urge to kiss her. Despite her privileged background, Lu Shuiyo had none of the airs of a spoiled rich girl. Being with her brought no pressure at all. But Ning Yue was no less remarkable. Just yesterday, he had earnestly discussed future plans with her. To turn around and pursue another woman. Zhang Yuan wasn't heartless enough for that. For a fleeting moment, he entertained the idea of having both so no one would be left wanting. Yet he quickly dismissed the thought. Both Ning Yue and Lu Shuiyo were treasures one could only dream of. Having either was incredibly rare, having both was impossible. Unless he kept secrets from both, becoming a master of time management. But wouldn't that make him a scumbag? What a dilemma. Zhang Yuan carefully helped Lu Shuiyo lie down, draping a thin blanket over her. Whether she could hear him or not, he whispered, "I'll go now. See you tomorrow." Then he tiptoed out of the apartment. After hearing the door click shut, Lu Shuiyo opened her eyes, staring blankly in the direction Zhang Yuan had left. Around 6 p.m., Zhang Yuan drove to the University of Finance. "You're here again. Don't you ever get tired of it?" "Let me tell you." When Uncle Wong saw the 2 packs of Harmony cigarettes suddenly appearing in his hand, his tone shifted instantly. "Let me tell you. My nephew works in logistics. In a couple of days, he'll get you a pass, and you can come in any time." Zhang Yuan smiled. "Thanks, Uncle." Arriving at Building 3's dormitory, he dialed a number. "Yue, what are you up to?" "Reading in the dorm." "What about you, senior?" Ning Yue's voice carried a hint of excitement. "You haven't had dinner yet, have you?" "No, it's too hot. I don't feel like eating." "Come down, I'll take you to eat." Senior, are you at school?" "Come down and see for yourself." In less than a minute, Ning Yue came running down, breathless, with fine beads of sweat on her forehead. "Why run? I'm not going anywhere." Ning Yue replied shyly. "I didn't want to keep you waiting, senior." Zhang Yuan took out a tissue, wiped the sweat from her face, and opened the passenger door. Seeing the sleek new coupe, Ning Yue hesitated briefly before getting in. "Where are we going?" "Wherever you want to eat, well, go." After a moment's thought, Ning Yue said, "How about the Honda night market? My classmates say it's lively at night. I've wanted to check it out for a while." "Sure, let's go there." The evening rush hour in Shanghai City was notoriously congested. A distance of less than 10 kilometers took over half an hour. It perfectly illustrated the saying on city roads, all are equal. Even the finest cars could only crawl along. At the night market, parking proved another challenge. The parking spots on one side of the road were all taken with no space to be found. However, near a Malatang stall at the market entrance, there seemed to be an empty spot. Zhang Yuan drove over slowly. As they got closer, Ning Yue muttered, "Who parked that car? So inconsiderate." A Mercedes-Benz C-Class was parked diagonally in the space, taking up more than 2 spots. Unable to find another spot, Zhang Yuan parked behind the Mercedes. He didn't block it completely, leaving enough width for a car to pass. A competent driver could still easily back the Mercedes out. After locking the car, he led Ning Yue into the night market. It was past 7 p.m., and the sky was darkening. The market was ablaze with colorful lights and vendors' speakers blared upbeat songs. The market was bustling with people. Zhang Yuan took her hand. "Hold on tight. If I get kidnapped by some bad guy, you'll be responsible." Ning Yue chuckled. "Got it. I won't let you get kidnapped." When they finally arrived at the night market, Zhang Yuan found himself at a loss for what to eat amidst the dazzling array of snacks. Ning Yue, equally indecisive, let him lead her around. For her, just strolling with Zhang Yuan was enough, but what they ate mattered little. This feeling of weaving through the crowd hand in hand reminded her of a poetic verse, "Hold your hand and grow old with you." Just as Ning Yue was immersed in this blissful moment, Zhang Yuan broke the spell with a crass question, "Did you bring any money? You know I can't even afford a 6 yuan bowl of spicy hot pot right now." I brought it all." Ning Yue clearly hadn't heard of the 6 yuan spicy hot pot meme. However, she caught the word spicy hot pot and suggested, "Senior, how about we go for some spicy hot pot? I've heard it's tasty and cheap." Hearing her say that, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. Even the humble spicy hot pot was something she had only heard of. How frugal her life must be. She had probably never tried most of the things college students commonly ate. "All right, let's go." They turned back and headed to a spicy hot pot stall near where they had parked. After picking out a few simple ingredients, they sat down. "Yue, where are you from?" "Nanzhou County, a small place, you wouldn't know it." "How could I not? It's about 1,000 kilometers west. It's a bit far, but with today's convenient transportation, it's not so bad." Ning Yue's expression dimmed. "Transportation is convenient, but I haven't been back in over 2 years. Do you want to go back?" Ning Yue nodded, then quickly shook her head. "No. Whenever you want to go back, just let me know. They'll go with you." That day from Sister Zhang at the cafe, Zhang Yuan had learned about Ning Yue's family situation. Her father had passed away, and her mother showed no concern for her. Yet even when talking about it, he saw no resentment in her eyes. Ning Yue had started school early, as she was only 19 this year. What blossoming young girl wouldn't miss home? Perhaps the high cost of tickets was another reason she hadn't returned. "Thank you, Senior. I'm your boyfriend, it's only right." Soon after, the owner brought 2 bowls of spicy hot pot to the table. "I don't like meat, Senior, you should eat more. Don't let it go to waste." Ning Yue picked out the meat from her bowl and gave it to Zhang Yuan, eating only the greens and noodles. "Senior will get us some water." She took 2 disposable cups and walked away. On her way back, she accidentally bumped into a passerby, spilling a bit of water on their clothes. "Watch where you're going. Are you blind? Do you know how expensive this outfit is?" Ning Yue apologized repeatedly. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." The person she bumped into, upon seeing Ning Yue's face, sneered sarcastically, "Oh, if it isn't our school's Ning Yue. What brings you out to eat today? Tell me, how much are you planning to pay?" Zhang Yuan turned around and saw a heavily made-up woman berating Ning Yue. The woman was clinging to the arm of a burly man, her attitude arrogant and overbearing. "Ching Ching Ching, what do you want?" "It was just a little splash of water. There's no need to be so relentless." The woman named Ching 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 rambled on. "What do you mean relentless? It was your own carelessness. Do you think an apology is enough? Is this your boyfriend? I didn't expect you'd go for a pretty boy. He's quite good looking. If you don't have money, get your boyfriend to pay. But looking at this pretty boy, he probably can't scrape together much. Taking his girlfriend out for a few yuan bowl of spicy hot pot. How pitiful. If you're broke, why bother going out? Wouldn't it be better to just stay in your rented room?" Ning Yue said coldly, "Don't go too far." "Too far? Where? Isn't everything I said the truth?" Cheng Qingqing spat her face, full of disdain. "Putting on airs of purity, but in the end you still need a man. Who are you trying to fool?" At that moment, Zhang Yuan, who had remained silent, put down his chopsticks. He slowly stood up, stepped in front of Ning Yue, and stared coldly at Cheng Qingqing. "Even if it was intentional, so what? Say that again and see what happens." Zhang Yuan was a full 1.8 meters tall. Though not extremely muscular, the pressure he exuded when standing was still formidable. His stern demeanor and sharp gaze momentarily intimidated Cheng Qingqing, and she dared not say more. But she refused to back down so easily. Being scared off by Ning Yue's boyfriend would be a loss of face if it got back to school. She turned to the man beside her and said, "Lu Yang, have you lost your tongue?" Lu Yang wasn't tall, only about 1.75 meters, but he was all muscle, a physique Zhang Yuan couldn't match. Hearing Cheng Qingqing's words, he stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Zhang Yuan. "Kid, watch your mouth, or he'll teach you a lesson. My boyfriend is on the city sports team. He could take down 2 or 3 pretty boys like you without breaking a sweat," Cheng Qingqing said arrogantly. "Come over here and apologize, and we'll call it even." Not making you pay for the clothes is generous enough. At this point, Ning Yue gently tugged at Zhang Yuan's sleeve and whispered, "Senior, forget it. Don't stoop to their level." The owner of the spicy hot pot stall also rushed over. "Everyone, please talk this out. Don't let things get heated. You're all young. There's no conflict that can't be resolved. In my opinion, this is all a small matter, just a small matter." The owner then turned to Zhang Yuan and advised, "Young man, take my advice. A moment of patience can save you a lot of trouble." That's how the night market was. A tiny incident would instantly draw a crowd of onlookers. Within a minute, the stall was surrounded by curious spectators. They buzzed with chatter. "What's going on? Looks like a fight is about to break out. That skinny guy is probably in for it. Those two are clearly not in the same league. I doubt it'll come to blows. A wise man knows when to back down." These words reached Zhang Yuan's ears. In the past, he might have swallowed his pride and backed down. His life couldn't afford any turmoil. But things were different now. With Tongzi backing him, how could he let himself be bullied? The other party was being unreasonable over a trivial matter, yet they expected him to yield and make peace. How could that be? At worst, he'd have to pay for any injuries. He was confident that throwing money at the problem would get them to sign a settlement. Even if he had to cash out some stocks early, he was determined to get even today. Zhang Yuan said to the owner, "I'll pay for anything that gets broken." Hearing this, Cheng Qingqing grew bolder, her tone even more provocative. "Oh, pretty boy, you actually dare to throw a punch. Go on, hit me. I dare you." Slap. A resounding slap landed squarely on her face. Cheng Qingqing was stunned, letting out a piercing scream. Slap. A resounding slap landed squarely on her face. Cheng Qingqing was stunned, letting out a piercing scream. "How dare you hit me? I'll kill you." Cheng Qingqing lunged at Zhang Yuan like a shrew-clawed bear. Slap. Another resounding slap sent her reeling into stunned silence. Two blows negligible in harm, yet immense in humiliation. Under the gaze of the crowd, Cheng Qingqing, feeling utterly disgraced, crouched down, covering her face. Lu Yang, still in shock, couldn't believe Zhang Yuan had actually struck. Snapping back to reality, he glared at Zhang Yuan, grinding his teeth. "You're asking for death." Zhang Yuan grabbed a beer bottle from the table, pointing it at his head. "Make a move, and I'll crack your skull open." Zhang Yuan had never been a docile man, had been in plenty of fights during high school and college. He knew there was only one way to deal with a ruthless person. Be even more ruthless. He wouldn't strike unless provoked, but once he did, he'd beat his opponent until they questioned their existence, until they were chilled to the bone. Now, if Lu Yang dared to step forward, the bottle in Zhang Yuan's hand would smash down without hesitation. Meeting Zhang Yuan's terrifying gaze, Lu Yang was petrified. This man was a true hard case. He dared not even move, let alone fight back, fearful that the bottle would land on his own head. Though physically strong, Lu Yang was a coward at heart. He could bully the weak using his status on the sports team, but he instantly crumbled when facing someone who meant business. He raised his hands, his words faltering. "Let's talk this out calmly." Cheng Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're scared? Lu Yang, are you even a man?" He helped her up, whispering in her ear. "This guy's a thug. No point in locking horns with him. If we push him too far, he might pull a knife. He's a penniless loser with nothing to lose. He'd do anything. This kind of thing happens. I think we should just swallow this for now and plan our next move." Cheng Qingqing gradually calmed down, shooting Zhang Yuan a resentful glare, but offering no further retort. Though she had been slapped twice, it was trivial compared to risking her life. "Then, should we call the police?" "What for? You started this, and you didn't suffer any real harm, just lost a bit of face. Even if the cops come, they'll just mediate. How embarrassing would that be? So I just take these 2 slaps?" "Absolutely not. Don't worry, I'll get some guys I know to teach him a lesson." After Lu Yang's words, Cheng Qingqing felt a bit better. Zhang Yuan, having listened to their bickering, said coldly, "If you don't have the guts to fight, then get lost. You're an eyesore. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Just wait." After throwing out his threat, Lu Yang pulled her away. Once they were a safe distance back in the crowd, Cheng Qingqing still couldn't let it go. She stopped again and said, "Ning Yue, I can't believe you ended up with a penniless thug. How pathetic. When school starts, I'll make sure everyone knows. See if you can still show your face there." Having said that, she felt she'd regained some ground. Hooking her arm through Lu Yang's, she swayed away. But moments later, her voice rang out again. "Who the hell parked like this? They've blocked my boyfriend's Mercedes in." She deliberately emphasized the word Mercedes, ensuring the onlookers heard. In her eyes, having a man who drove a Mercedes elevated her status, while Ning Yue's boyfriend was just a low-life thug. The comparison was stark. With this one thing, she felt she had reclaimed all her lost face. "Whose car is this? Didn't even leave a number. So inconsiderate." Someone finally spoke up. "Can't you just back out? It's not completely blocked. Yeah, there's plenty of space behind. You won't hit anything. Here'll guide you. You can get out in one go." Hearing this, Cheng Qingqing bristled again, hands on her hips. "Do you know how expensive my boyfriend's Mercedes is, eh?" Will you pay if it gets scratched? The bystander just gave an awkward smile and said nothing more. It was clear to anyone that the Mercedes had taken up 2 spaces. Though the Porsche wasn't perfectly parked, it hadn't intentionally blocked her in. A kindness repaid with ingratitude. Why bother meddling? Hey, whose car is this? Is the owner here? If not, I'll smash it. Cheng Qingqing recognized the Porsche emblem, but not the specific model or its trim level, assuming it was similar in price to Liu Yang's Mercedes C-Class. A sharp-eyed onlooker cast a contemptuous glance and scoffed. That car you want to smash is worth nearly $3 million. You're driving an entry-level car worth $200,000 or $300,000. Are you sure you can afford to pay for the damage? Why do you care? Maybe she's got the money to pay for it. Exactly. I've never seen such an expensive car get smashed before. The onlookers who had witnessed the entire conflict felt no sympathy for Cheng Qingqing, even though she had been slapped twice. She had made a mountain out of a molehill and refused to let go. Flaunting her petty wealth, she deserved the beating. So the crowd mocked her without mercy. They were just there for the drama. Hearing everyone say the same thing, Cheng Qingqing's aggressive demeanor about smashing the car instantly changed. A 3 million yuan car. Even a minor scratch was beyond her means to fix. Just how wealthy must the owner of such a car be? Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan had finished paying the bill and walked over with Ning Yue. Hearing Cheng Qingqing's earlier rant, he said impassively, "Don't just talk. Go ahead and smash it. Why are you back? They'll get even for those 2 slaps sooner or later. Don't get too cocky." Though slightly intimidated by Zhang Yuan, Cheng Qingqing wouldn't lose face. She muttered, "It's not even your car. What's it to you? A clueless bumpkin showing off in someone else's ride. Look at you, you poor thing. Do you even know what car this is?" Zhang Yuan finally understood this woman was brainless. A mad dog that would bite anyone. He couldn't be bothered to waste another word. He walked over and patted Liu Yang on the shoulder. Liu Yang, who was peering through the Porsche's window for a phone number, instinctively stepped back when he saw Zhang Yuan approach. "Well, what? What else do you want? I'm telling you I'm not scared of you. Buddy, move aside. I need to get in my car." Liu Yang stood frozen, not understanding. Zhang Yuan pulled out his car key and pressed the unlock button. Click. As the Porsche's lights flashed a few times, the doors unlocked. It was not until Zhang Yuan and Ning Yue sped away in the Porsche that Cheng Qingqing finally came to her senses. So from the very beginning, the clown was none other than herself. Ning Yue's boyfriend was hardly the destitute ruffian she had imagined. To be able to afford such an expensive car, his wealth must be immeasurable, far beyond her reach. As for revenge, she had already dismissed the thought. With someone so wealthy, she would be grateful if he didn't come after her instead. Yet a deep sense of resentment lingered. Why could Ning Yue, who came from the countryside, find such an exceptional boyfriend? She herself was not unattractive, yet she could only end up with a coward who dared not even lift a finger. Compared to this, Liu Yang, who was once full of merits, now seemed utterly displeasing in every way. "Qingqing, let's go back." Liu Yang opened the car door and asked cautiously. Cheng Qingqing's brows shot up, and she said coldly, "Go back yourself if you want. Then where are you going?" "From now on, we're through." In the Porsche, Ning Yue said apologetically, "Senior, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I shouldn't have come here." Ning Yue knew that Cheng Qingqing was targeting her. If it had been anyone else, nothing might have happened. Why apologize to me? That crazy woman deserved a lesson. Besides, I didn't come out worse off. Zhang Yuan drove with one hand while placing the other on her leg. "By the way, she hasn't bullied you before, has she?" "No, I used to go out with my roommate. When it comes to sharp tongues, that roommate of mine is formidable. She never loses." Ning Yue sighed. "I never provoked her, so why does she always have to make things difficult for me?" "Silly girl, it's because you're too beautiful and overly innocent. She's not only jealous of you, but also takes advantage of your honesty." Zhang Yuan held her hand and continued, "Remember, if you ever encounter someone like that, curse them back. If words fail, use force. Grab whatever weapon is handy. Don't be afraid of hurting them. They'll cover you no matter what happens. Just don't let yourself be wronged. When you're hurt, it's me who feels the pain." "Senior, why didn't you appear sooner?" "If I had appeared sooner, I might not have met you. It's not too late now." Ning Yue blushed and whispered, "Then, Senior, can you focus on driving? You'll get distracted." "All right, I got lost in the conversation. Sorry." After wandering aimlessly around the city for a while, Zhang Yuan spotted an empty parking spot by the roadside. He parked the car and took Ning Yue for a stroll. "Yue, you're not in a hurry to go back, are you? Want to look around a bit more?" Ning Yue glanced at the time. "I'm free. I'd just be alone at home anyway. So what do you want to do? Go shopping or find a place to sit? Let's go see a movie." Ning Yue took Zhang Yuan's hand and said eagerly, "I've never been to a cinema before. I never had the time." "Sure." She happily opened a group buying app to find the nearest cinema. "Senior, why are some tickets so expensive while others are so cheap?" Zhang Yuan looked over and saw a listing for a place called Hui2 Private Cinema. The price was astonishingly high, 398 yuan per session. Zhang Yuan smiled knowingly, already familiar with the tricks. What are you laughing at? It's just a small cinema. What kind of movie could cost so much? Isn't that robbery? Haha, didn't you see it offers companion viewing services? They play cheap movies, but it's the companion girls that cost so much. Ning Yue still didn't understand. That doesn't make sense. Why charge 400 for just an hour or two of chatting with a girl? What if the companion offers other services? What other services could a cinema provide? Suddenly realizing something, Ning Yue covered her mouth and gasped, could it be? Looks like you're not completely clueless. Think about it. These private cinema owners come up with all sorts of tricks to attract business. Ning Yue still found it hard to accept. Isn't that just? How can a proper cinema do this? In this era, poverty is scorned while wealth is celebrated no matter how it's earned. There are countless gray market industries you don't know about. Ning Yue squinted at Zhang Yuan. Senior, you know so much. Have you tried it? What are you saying? I'm an upright person. I'd never go to such places. Zhang Yuan spoke with righteous conviction, and indeed he had never been to such establishments. He knew about these things only from hearing former colleagues talk. How about we go check it out? Generally, private cinemas have a much better environment and stronger privacy than regular ones. Senior, you. Zhang Yuan tapped her head. Where are your thoughts wandering? I'm taking you to a legitimate private cinema. Ning Yue realized she had overthought it, and even her ears turned red. They then found a private cinema on the app with a normal price, 78 yuan per session. It wasn't far, just a few hundred meters away. The cinema was on the second floor of a street front shop covering only about 100 or 200 square meters divided into several small rooms. Good evening, you two. Welcome to Enjoy Private Cinema. The owner, a woman in her 30s, greeted them warmly as they entered. After a brief chat, she led them into a small room. If you need anything, just press the button by the seat. He'll leave you to it. Enjoy the movie. After they chose a film, the woman retreated with a slightly suggestive smile. The small room was only about 7 or 8 square meters. A massive screen hung on one wall, and a double sofa sat in the middle. There was nothing else in the room. As for the film, private cinemas don't have the latest releases. They chose an old movie from years ago, My Deskmate. As the movie was about to start, the lights went out. The room plunged into darkness, and soon the projector cast a faint glow onto the screen. This brought a sliver of light to the pitch-black room. Before long, Ning Yue felt her hand being firmly held. Her heartbeat quickened. Listening to the heavy breathing beside her, she couldn't focus on the movie at all. Then Zhang Yuan wrapped his arms around her slender waist. The warmth of his touch made her body tremble involuntarily. Senior, can we watch a movie? Ning Yue pleaded softly. You just watch yours, we won't bother each other. Having come all this way, it would be a waste to just watch a movie. Although Zhang Yuan had never experienced the suggestive services of a private cinema, it wasn't too much to ask for some intimate gestures with his girlfriend while watching a film. Then he leaned in to kiss her again, the slightly messy ends of her hair brushing against his face, tickling him. Senior, Though Ning Yue was also enjoying it, now was clearly not the right time. The last shreds of reason made her voice intermittent as she tried to refuse. Don't worry, I won't force you. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, Zhang Yuan turned sideways, his left arm passing behind her neck to pull her into a tight embrace. His slightly rough palm caressed Ning Yue's delicate cheek. Yue, I love you. In this dim environment, unlike the bright school dormitory, her affection and dependence on Zhang Yuan were magnified. Hearing Zhang Yuan's deep voice, she couldn't muster the slightest will to resist. Those 3 words, I love you, struck the deepest part of her soul. The sound from the speakers in the small room was loud, yet she couldn't hear a single word. As they kissed, the scene from the night market street where Zhang Yuan had shielded her flashed through her mind. That back wasn't broad, but the sense of security it provided was unmatched by anyone. When she was 10, her father had fallen gravely ill and passed away, leaving her mother and her brother to depend on one another. The children of the same age in the village bullied her, calling her an orphan without a father. Her mother considered her a burden and even blamed her for causing her father's death. Under the influence of their mother, her younger brother also treated her poorly. She was ostracized and insulted. Sometimes she couldn't even get a meal all day. Even after she managed to get into university, she couldn't escape the bullying. She was simply too beautiful, and the school was never short of jealous women. Seeing that she had no background, they always found ways to step on her. In the past, she had to swallow her grievances silently, until Zhang Yuan appeared. She remembered every word Zhang Yuan had said that day without fail. Since I became your boyfriend, it's my responsibility. All the wishes you haven't fulfilled, I will make them come true for you. Whatever regrets you had before, I will make up for them. As she thought about it, 2 streams of tears uncontrollably flowed from the corners of her eyes. Zhang Yuan lifted his head in panic and said, Yue, if you don't like it, I won't kiss you anymore. Don't cry. Ning Yue didn't respond. Instead, she tightly hugged Zhang Yuan's neck. She pressed her lips against his. With the girl taking the initiative for once, Zhang Yuan completely let go of his restraints and responded with passion. After just a short while, Ning Yue's voice carried a hint of panic. Senior, no, not here. Then where can we go? A hotel. Zhang Yuan intended to tease her to ease her nervousness. However, Ning Yue nodded and said in an almost inaudible voice, okay. Hearing that okay, if Zhang Yuan still didn't understand the girl's intentions, he would have lived his life in vain. And he was no saint. He couldn't bring himself to put on an act of rejection when the girl was willing. That kind of eunuch-like behavior was beneath him. It wasn't that he had no interest in Zhao Xiaolin before, but she had never given him even a single opportunity. Let's stop watching. Let's go. Then Ning Yue got up to straighten her disheveled clothes and followed Zhang Yuan out of the private cinema. They found a nearby chain hotel. The room rate wasn't high, just over 200 for a standard double room. By the way, did you bring your ID? Ning Yue stammered. Yes, I did. Then go check in. The room was on the 8th floor, and they took the elevator up. With a ding, the elevator doors opened, and Zhang Yuan led Ning Yue by the hand toward room 8110. Senior, now that the moment had come, Ning Yue couldn't help but feel nervous again. Her decision in the private cinema had been made in the heat of the moment. After stepping outside, the cool breeze cleared her mind. For once, Zhang Yuan didn't joke. He said in a serious tone, Yue, if you don't want to, we don't have to stay. But Ning Yue only hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Nervous as she was, she had no regrets. Since she had decided on Zhang Yuan, this day was bound to come sooner or later. What difference did a day earlier or later make? After entering the room and locking the door, the noise from outside was completely blocked out. Ning Yue could even hear Zhang Yuan's rapid breathing. Senior. Ning Yue had just started to speak when Zhang Yuan pulled her into his arms. Her mind went completely blank. Opening her autumn water-like eyes, she said tenderly, Senior, I love you too. An hour later, Ning Yue gazed at Zhang Yuan with eyes as soft as water, her cherry lips parting slightly. Senior, I am yours from now on. What are you already claiming me? Let me tell you, you have to take responsibility for me. A delicate fist landed on Zhang Yuan's chest as Ning Yue pouted in protest. It's you who should take responsibility for me. Zhang Yuan held her tightly and said seriously, Silly girl, what I said before still stands. I will make you the happiest person in the world. Ning Yue nodded gently, her eyes full of tenderness. Just then the ringtone of a phone on the bedside table sounded. I am so convinced that behind me, supporting me, is you, always walking side by side with me, looking up, waiting for the sun to rise, hearing the sound of the flock of birds returning. Zhang Yuan inexplicably tensed up. There were only a few people who would call him, and Lu Xueyo was one of them. Yet it was Ning Yue who picked up the phone and answered. Xie Qian, why are you calling so late? What's the matter? From the earpiece, Xie Qian's voice came through. Wei Wei, I won't be returning to the dormitory tonight. Make sure you lock the doors and windows and stay safe. Ning Yue asked with concern, did something happen? Has anyone bullied you? No, just a small family matter. I went home this morning and will be back tomorrow. Oh, that's good. I thought. Thought what? That I got picked up by some rich guy. Xie Qian said triumphantly. The one who can conquer me hasn't appeared yet. As for you, oh, never mind. Get some rest early. After hanging up, Ning Yue's face flushed crimson. Now lying in Zhang Yuan's embrace, she felt ashamed that her best friend had to worry about her. Zhang Yuan chuckled. Your roommate genuinely cares about you. She's the kindest person to me besides you, Senior. He'll introduce you to later, though she might have some misunderstandings about you. Zhang Yuan, now in a state of post-coital clarity, had little interest in other women. We'll talk about it later. By the way, why did you change your ringtone to this? You don't like it, Senior? He'll change it then. No, of course I like it. All right, let's sleep. Ning Yue buried her head in Zhang Yuan's chest. Even now, she felt a sense of disbelief. She had only known Zhang Yuan for a few days and met him only a handful of times. Why had she so readily given herself to him? She was not a promiscuous woman. The next morning after washing up, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Yue, I need to run some errands. Will you stay here or go back to school? Though reluctant to part, Ning Yue understood that his career was more important. He'll go back to school. All right, I'll take you back first. They checked out, and he drove her to the university. Along the way, Ning Yue specially bought him breakfast, urging him not to forget to eat. Watching the considerate Ning Yue, Zhang Yuan felt truly blessed. At present, he had neither power nor wealth. He was essentially destitute. Even the hotel bill was paid by Ning Yue. Yet she didn't mind in the least, doing everything she could to care for him. Half an hour later, they arrived at the University of Finance. When Old Wang saw the Porsche, he didn't even ask this time and directly raised the barrier to let them in. The car stopped outside dormitory building 3. Yue, since you're not feeling well, should I ask the matron to let me help you upstairs? It's fine, a few steps won't hurt. He'll take it slow. Ning Yue urged. Senior, you have things to do, go ahead. All right, call me if you miss me. Just as he was about to get into the car, she tightly embraced him. Senior, promise me one thing. No matter what happens, you will never abandon me, okay? All right, I promise. You're so beautiful, only a fool would leave you. After a long hug, Ning Yue looked back repeatedly as she walked to the dormitory. Zhang Yuan checked the time and hurried to the financial district. At 10 in the morning, he arrived at Huifeng Venture Capital. Pushing open the door, he saw Lu Shuiyo pouting behind her computer. I was late today. How are the stock prices? I didn't check. Since you don't care, why should I? Lu Shuiyo said angrily. Big sister, I only have 2 million. You have 300 million. That's none of my business. Lu Shuiyo was still fuming, and it was understandable. Yesterday, Zhang Yuan had arrived before 8, so she expected the same today. She had gotten up early and reached the company at 7. After waiting 3 hours for him, a little temper was inevitable. All right, it's my fault. He'll kowtow to you. Humph. Zhang Yuan smiled. How about this at noon? He'll go to your place and teach you how to cook. Lu Zui's anger finally turned to joy. You said it. No backing out. Absolutely not. Zhang Yuan didn't understand why he acted this way. He knew full well that Lu Shuiyo had feelings for him, yet he couldn't resist getting close. After all, he had just been intimate with Ning Yue, so he should keep his distance. But the moment Lu Shuiyo pouted, he couldn't hold out. By the way, you haven't had breakfast, have you? I brought some congee. It's been sitting here. I don't know if it's still warm. Meeting Lu Zui's expectant gaze, Zhang Yuan opened the thermos and down it all in one go. The hardest thing to bear is a woman's kindness. Even if he was stuffed, he had to force it down. Can I take a look at the stocks now, eh? As if I was stopping you. Lu Shuiyo stood up and gave him her seat. Actually, I already checked. It's about the same as yesterday. Hit the daily limit right after opening. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I wasn't going to tell you. Serves you right for being so late. Zhang Yuan looked closely. Hongyan Technology Group had indeed hit the limit. Based on this trend, the system's prediction was extremely accurate. From now on, he didn't need to watch it daily. He only had to figure out how to spend that 100 million. He couldn't wait to see what kind of surprise activating the system would bring. After all, with such demanding activation conditions, it couldn't just brush him off with something trivial. Seeing Zhang Yuan idling in the office, Lu Shuiyo suggested, why don't you go back and teach me how to cook? Now, it's not even 11 o'clock yet. It's almost time. The trip back will take a while, and besides, if what I make is terrible, you'll have to cook something else anyway. That made a lot of sense. Although Zhang Yuan had no appetite at all, he nodded in agreement. Back in the small apartment, Lu Shuiyo tied an apron around her waist and pulled her hair up, looking quite the part. But when it came to actual cooking, Zhang Yuan was at his wit's end. She couldn't pick vegetables, couldn't cut them, and didn't even recognize what they were. Ingredients meant to be sliced ended up as chunky cubes. Truly a young lady who had never lifted a finger in the kitchen. Can't you cut them thinner? Keep the knife close together. Look at these potato slices. You could knock someone's head off with them. Are you playing baseball? I am afraid of cutting my fingers. Can't you be gentler? Lu Shuiyo replied pitifully. How about you hold my hand and show me? All right, I give up. Zhang Yuan moved behind Lu Shuiyo, resting his head on her fragrant shoulder, wrapping his arms around hers from behind. Press the side of the knife with the knuckle of your left middle finger. Don't lift the blade too high and cut slowly. That way you'll never cut yourself. Lu Shuiyo nodded, seemingly listening, but her thoughts had wandered far away. Noticing her absent-mindedness, Zhang Yuan said with annoyance, what haven't you eaten? I'm doing all the work here. Move on your own. Oh, the strong masculine scent brushed against her cheek, sending a tingling sensation through her whole body. Lu Shuiyo had no mind left for cooking. Just holding the knife was already beyond her usual capability. Gradually, Zhang Yuan also sensed something amiss. This extremely intimate posture, holding her soft, jade-like figure in his arms. In summer they wore little, and through the thin fabric he could feel her delicate skin. Accompanied by the faint fragrance emanating from her, he felt his blood race. Zhang Yuan quickly stepped back, trying to calm himself. All right, just do as I said. Got it. No. Lu Shuiyo was unapologetic. It's my first time cooking. How can I get it right immediately? True practice makes perfect. Let's try stir-frying next. And so a dish of stir-fried potato slices with meat was finally ready. Looking at the chunky potatoes and the blackened meat, Zhang Yuan shook his head inwardly. Even a dog wouldn't eat this. But when he saw Lu Zui's eager eyes, he had to pick up a piece of potato and put it in his mouth. After a few chews, his jaw ached. Damn, it was raw inside. Lu Shuiyo looked at him expectantly and asked, how is it? Is it good? Zhang Yuan didn't want to discourage this pampered young lady on her first attempt at cooking. Not bad, not bad. It's pretty good for a first try. Keep it up. Really? Then eat more. Even my dad has never tasted my cooking. Elated by the praise, Lu Shuiyo kept piling food onto his plate. Zhang Yuan ate the entire plate of stir-fried potato and meat with a blank expression, feeling as though all hope in life was lost. After the meal, they sat on the sofa watching TV. Lu Shuiyo suddenly asked, have you seen the messages in the group? No, I mute most groups. The group just sent a message. There's a class reunion next month. Are you going? Zhang Yuan was slow to react. Which class group? Lu Shuiyo rolled her eyes at him. The one we're both in. What other class group could it be? No, I'm not interested in that kind of gathering, especially if it's organized by Lu Qingji. In fact, the college reunion was held every year at the start of the new semester. The year after graduation, Zhang Yuan attended with great enthusiasm. But the experience left a bad taste in his mouth. All those classmates from college seemed to have changed completely. They either showed off their jobs, their incomes, or even bragged about their girlfriends. What was supposed to be a pleasant gathering turned into a contest of one-upmanship. For Zhang Yuan, stuck at the bottom of society, it was deeply disappointing. So for the 2 reunions after that, he pretended not to know and never attended. Lu Shuiyo quietly moved closer and nudged him with her elbow. What do you want to go? Lu Shuiyo nodded. I was abroad for the previous gatherings and couldn't come even if I wanted to. You have no idea how much I envied you all being able to meet and chat with old classmates. Now that I finally have the chance, I really want to go. Will you come with me? Zhang Yuan didn't want to dampen her spirits by telling her the truth about the reunions. But then he thought a girl as beautiful and well-off as Lu Shuiyo would surely be the center of attention, the brightest star among them. Go by yourself. You know them too. Lu Shuiyo grabbed his arm and gently shook it. Please come with me. It won't take much time. Without you, it won't be as fun. Zhang Yuan could never resist a girl's coaxing. Her soft pleas made his bones melt. All right, well, see then. Lu Shuiyo beamed with joy. They'll call you that day. If it gets boring, we can just leave after a quick look. They continued watching TV, but Lu Shuiyo couldn't focus on what was on. The thought of attending the reunion with Zhang Yuan filled her with excitement. If only she could confirm their relationship before then. At the same time, she couldn't help but wonder. She had hinted so clearly. Why didn't he react at all? Was he really already married? But from their interactions over the past few days, he didn't seem like a married man. Zhang Yuan, let me ask you something. Just as Lu Shuiyo was about to ask, Zhang Yuan's phone rang. I need to take this. Seeing that it was Ning Yue calling, he instinctively walked into the kitchen before answering. This scene gave Lu Shuiyo some inkling of suspicion. Senior, have you had lunch? Just ate. What about you? What did you have for lunch? Fearing that Ning Yue would press him about where he ate, and with whom, Zhang Yuan quickly changed the subject. He really didn't want to lie to this innocent girl. Xie Qian is back. She brought me a ton of food. I'm almost sick of eating. Ning Yue was in high spirits, chattering on, Senior, you don't know, I haven't told her about what happened yesterday. To keep her from noticing I'm having trouble moving, I didn't dare get out of bed all morning. I only sneaked this call to you while she was in the bathroom. Senior, I miss you. Zhang Yuan finally got it. The last part, I miss you, was the real point. If she knew he was now flirting with another woman, she'd be heartbroken. A wave of guilt washed over him. Zhang Yuan knew he couldn't go on like this. Since he'd made his choice, it was time to let one go. Then he'll come find you later. Ning Yue replied shyly, but I don't know if my roommate will be out by then. When you come, she might scold you. Zhang Yuan chuckled. What does our relationship have to do with her? Let her scold, Bill kiss you. If she can't stand it, she'll leave on her own. Senior, you're still so mischievous. Just wait for me. After hanging up, Zhang Yuan saw Lu Shuiyo on the sofa staring blankly at him. Bracing himself, he said, Shuiyo, something urgent just came up, so I'll head out now. You rest at home. Lu Shuiyo bit her lip then. Will you come back tomorrow? Not sure. It doesn't matter if I watch the stocks or not. They'll come when I have time. Take care of yourself. In that instant, Zhang Yuan's heart softened again, but today, no matter what, he had to make things clear. Actually, I do have a girlfriend. She's that junior you met outside the food stall the other day. I'm sorry, Shuiyo. I can't let her down. I know. When your phone rang, just now I saw the photo on it. She's a very pretty girl. Lu Shuiyo forced a bitter smile and asked, if you hadn't met her, would you have liked me? Yes. Zhang Yuan answered without hesitation. He didn't want to deceive himself. Even now, he still liked Lu Shuiyo. Hearing the affirmative answer, Lu Shuiyo beamed. All right, go on now. Don't keep her waiting. Then I'll return the car to you. Zhang Yuan handed over the Porsche keys, but Lu Shuiyo didn't take them. Even if you have a girlfriend, can't we still see each other? Anyway, I don't need the car. You keep driving it for now. Seeing that Lu Shuiyo didn't seem too upset, Zhang Yuan felt a little relieved. All right, Shuiyo, it's fine, just go. Zhang Yuan hesitated, then let out a soft sigh before leaving the apartment. At 2 p.m., he returned to the University of Finance and repeated his trick to get to the 5th floor. This time, he nearly got caught by the dorm matron, but managed to escape by running fast. Zhang Yuan resolved that as soon as he cashed out, the first thing he'd do was buy Ning Yue a house. It would make things convenient for him and count toward his cumulative spending to unlock conditions sooner. He gently pushed open the door to room 508. Ning Yue was sitting on the bed, absorbed in a book. Senior, you're here already. Seeing Zhang Yuan arrive, Ning Yue exclaimed with joy. Zhang Yuan sat down on the edge of the bed and naturally took her hand. Because I missed you too, so I rushed over as fast as I could. Ning Yue was too easily moved by such flirtation. A single sentence filled her with emotion. She threw herself into Zhang Yuan's arms. By the way, where's your roommate? Out again. Yes, she left half an hour ago. Said she had a date and wouldn't be back until evening. Ning Yue put it mildly. In Xie Qian's own words, she was out to hook a rich guy. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan got up and locked the dorm door, a mischievous grin on his face. Then let's have our own date. Perfect, right here in the dorm, even the bed's ready. No, let's just chat and read. We can read later. Let's take a nap first. Without another word, Zhang Yuan slipped into Ning Yue's bed. Yue, come here. I want to hold you while we sleep. Okay. Ning Yue wanted to refuse, but the thought of falling asleep in her lover's arms in the dorm stirred a strange sense of anticipation. Then Zhang Yuan pulled her down onto the bed with him. Dorm beds were narrow, barely a meter wide, so lying side by side was quite cramped. Ning Yue curled up on the inside, trying to give Zhang Yuan enough space. But every time she moved back, he edged closer until her back was against the wall with nowhere to go. Zhang Yuan held his beloved in his arms, breathing in her delicate fragrance, all within the unique setting of a girl's dormitory. Back in his school days, had often fantasized about spending a night in one. Though it was only midday, this fulfilled a long-cherished wish. His warm breath brushed against Ning Yue's tender face, and after a moment he whispered, "Yue, do you like me?" Ning Yue was overcome with shyness, nodding gently, "Yes, I do." Half an hour later, she had drifted into a deep sleep. Zhang Yuan felt refreshed and held her with a clear mind. Gazing at her exquisite, flawless face, he couldn't help but think if he were truly a fraud, Ning Yue would have lost not just her money, but her heart as well. They slept until dusk, around 6 in the evening, before stirring awake. "Oh, it's already this late. So what? We've got nothing urgent anyway." Zhang Yuan mumbled drowsily without even opening his eyes. The dorms at the University of Finance were air-conditioned, despite the heat outside. The room was pleasant, making it hard to wake up from a nap. Especially with Ning Yue in his arms, the feeling was truly blissful. "Senior, get up. Let's grab something to eat before the cafeteria closes." "All right." After tidying up, the two went downstairs and headed toward the cafeteria. During summer break, only one of the 6 cafeterias was open. That one was by the school gate, a fair distance from Ning Yue's dorm. "Let's not drive. Well, walk. It's not hot anymore." "Sure, whatever you say." Zhang Yuan had no reason to refuse such a small request, and besides, it had been a long time since had strolled through the campus. Along the way, Zhang Yuan walked ahead, while Ning Yue followed meekly behind like a shy bride. He held out his arm. "Come on, hold my hand. I don't even know the way." "Senior, you could find my dorm with your eyes closed." "How could you not know?" Ning Yue wanted to take his hand, but felt a bit shy. No matter how close they were in private, this was still on campus. What if a classmate saw them? How embarrassing that would be. She glanced around and noticed only a few students walking about, none paying them any attention. Summoning her courage, she hooked her arm through Zhang Yuan's. The afterglow of the setting sun cast their silhouettes upon the ground, stretching 2 long shadows behind them. Once upon a time, Zhang Yuan had also envied those classmates who could stroll hand in hand across the campus with their girlfriends, flaunting their affection in public, while he could only swallow mouthfuls of bitter dog food. Now he had become one of them. Catching the envious and resentful gazes of a few junior students, his sense of satisfaction was utterly complete. After walking for a few minutes, Ning Yue gradually grew accustomed to it. She tugged at Zhang Yuan's arm, excitedly pointing and chattering about amusing anecdotes from school. As they passed an artificial lake, Zhang Yuan said, "When you pass by Xiuyu Lake at night, have you ever heard strange noises coming from the nearby woods?" "No, what kind of strange noises?" "Maybe not during summer break, but once school starts, if you come around 11 or 12 at night, I guarantee you'll hear those kinds of moaning sounds." "What do you mean?" Ning Yue was puzzled. After a moment, she finally caught on. "Senior, are you saying there are couples in the woods?" Zhang Yuan nodded. "At least when I was studying, I encountered quite a few. Just run to the lakeside and shout, 'The dean is coming for inspection,' and you'll immediately see a few couples scrambling out half-dressed." Ning Yue felt her worldview shaken. She shook her head, saying, "But it's so dirty in there and full of mosquitoes. How could they? Students, don't they all crave that thrill? It's not strange." Zhang Yuan flashed a mischievous grin. "How about we give it a try sometime?" "No way." 20 minutes later, the two finally arrived at the first cafeteria. Just as Ning Yue was about to get her meal, a voice called out to her. "Yue, haven't eaten yet." A girl in a short-sleeved shirt and jeans with a short ponytail greeted her with a smile. Noticing Zhang Yuan beside her, she asked, "This big brother looks unfamiliar. Yue, aren't you going to introduce us?" Caught off guard by an acquaintance, Ning Yue blushed and stammered, "This is my boyfriend, Zhang Yuan." When Su Yin heard the word boyfriend, she exclaimed in disbelief, "Wow, you actually have a boyfriend? Has the sun started rising in the west?" "Don't tease me. Senior and I met by chance." "All right, I won't joke anymore." Su Yin turned to Zhang Yuan, extended her right hand, and smiled, "Hello, senior brother. I'm Su Yin, your junior." Zhang Yuan reached out and gave her hand a light shake. "Hello." Su Yin didn't stay long. After a brief chat with Ning Yue, she left. Soon their meals arrived, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. It was quite generous and the price wasn't high. less than 20 yuan in total. After taking a bite, Zhang Yuan sighed, just as I thought it's still as terrible as before. It's good enough to have something to eat, senior. Don't be so picky. Ning Yue said softly, I used to go hungry often. Zhang Yuan said nothing. Fate had owed this girl far too much, he could only make it up to her in the future. Yue, can you cook? Yes, I can. Great, I'll look forward to tasting your cooking someday. Sure, senior. I learned to cook when I was just a few years old. It definitely won't taste bad. Zhang Yuan knew she was being modest, her cooking might even be better than his own. But the dormitory didn't have a kitchen, so there was no way to cook. However, once he sold the stocks in a while, he could buy a house. After dinner, they wandered aimlessly around the school for a while longer. Only when the sky was completely dark did they head back to the dormitory. Arriving at the dorm building, Ning Yue saw the light on in room 508 and said, Senior, I can't let you stay in the dorm today. How about coming over next time when Xie Qian isn't back for the night? Okay, I'm not unreasonable. They'll listen to you. You're so nice, Senior. As she spoke, the girl named Su Yun, whom they had met in the cafeteria, walked over gracefully. Yue, are you going back to the dorm? Let's go up together. Zhang Yuan said, I'll be off then. See you tomorrow. Su Yun said playfully, Senior brother, aren't you coming up for a visit? Let me tell you, Yue has quite a few admirers at school. You'd better keep a close eye on her. Of course. All right, you two go on up. Get some rest. Senior, take care. Message me when you get home. Watching the two girls turn away, Zhang Yuan pressed the car key to unlock it. The flashing amber light immediately caught Su Yun's attention as she was about to enter the hallway. She glanced back, but said nothing, accompanying Ning Yue upstairs. Zhang Yuan started the engine, turned the car around, and was about to leave. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly someone tapped on the window. He turned to see Su Yun standing by the car. Rolling down the window, Su Yun extended her slender hand. Senior brother, let's get to know each other again. Su Yun. Zhang Yuan instinctively reached out and shook her hand. I know. Is there something you need? Nothing. I'm going up to keep Yue company. Senior brother, you go ahead. Get in touch when you're free. She made a phone gesture with her hand, then turned and ran upstairs. Zhang Yuan was baffled by her actions. Had Su Yun rushed over just to exchange a few pointless words with him? Then he opened his palm and found a small note. On the note was a string of phone numbers. So that was it. Zhang Yuan immediately understood the meaning. He couldn't help muttering, interesting. Are all the junior girls at this school playing such games now? Ning Yue, do you know your classmate is trying to steal your boyfriend? Yet thinking of Su Yun's youthful and attractive figure, a strange feeling stirred within him. He knew that if he dialed that number, he would have a girl to warm his bed tonight. This was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine before, not even in his wildest dreams. Just because he drove a nice car, they threw themselves at him without hesitation. How realistic they all were. But he hadn't even figured out what to do with Lu Xueyo, and another one showing up was absolutely more than he could handle. Still, he didn't throw the note away. Instead, he instinctively placed it in the center console. Xie Qian, why are you back so early today? Ning Yue couldn't help asking after entering the dorm. Don't even mention it. I ran into some creep. He kept dropping hints during the meal, trying to drag me to a hotel. Xie Qian said angrily. He should take a look at himself. Ugly as sin and broke to boot. I keep feeling this isn't right. It's almost like you're scamming them. Why can't you just find a boyfriend who genuinely cares for you? Can caring fill your stomach? Let me tell you, it's not that I don't want to. If I ever meet someone handsome and filthy rich, I'd gladly be a kept woman. Xie Qian sighed, but a high-quality man with both those qualities is rarer than a giant panda. She seemed to recall something and asked suspiciously, by the way, whose Panamera is that downstairs? Ning Yue stammered nervously, I don't know. Oh please, I know you better than your own mother. You always stutter when you lie. Are you seeing that guy again? Xie Qian continued, I might not remember the plate number, but there are only a handful of fully loaded Panameras in all of Shanghai City. What are the odds of running into another one? Xie Qian, All right. I'm not going to lecture you. As long as he treats you well and spends money on you, there's nothing wrong with dating him. But you have to keep your wits about you. Don't let him trick you into bed so easily. Men never cherish what they've already tasted. Ning Yue pouted and said nothing more. Meanwhile, Su Yun had just returned to her own dorm, staring blankly at her phone, her heart unable to calm down for a long time. It was the first time she had ever handed a note to a man face to face. And that man was her classmate's boyfriend. But she wondered if that senior understood her intentions. She couldn't help thinking that the man who managed to win over the campus belle of the finance university must have quite a few tricks up his sleeve. Good looks and wealth were both indispensable. Once an opportunity slipped away, it might never come again. Having encountered such an ideal match, she was determined to go all out. After a moment of deliberation, Su Yun decided to go to room 508 to test the waters. At the very least, she needed to get on Ning Yue's good side. She then walked to room 508 and knocked on the door. Xie Qian saw who it was and said coldly, What are you doing here? What is this dorm, your private property? Why can't I come? I'm here to chat with Yue. Oh, since when did you get so chummy with Yue? I wasn't aware. There's plenty you don't know. Move aside. Without waiting for Xie Qian's response, Su Yun squeezed past her and sat down next to Ning Yue. Xie Qian and Su Yun were natural-born rivals. Every time they met, it was a barrage of sarcastic remarks. Su Yun couldn't stand Xie Qian's habit of fishing for rich men, while Xie Qian despised Su Yun's pretentiousness, acting pure on the surface while being anything but inside. Ning Yue, on the other hand, got along reasonably well with both of them. Su Yun pulled out her phone and asked for Ning Yue's opinion. Yue, take a look at these two outfits. Which one looks better? Yue, don't bother with her. No matter what she wears, it's like embroidering a burlap sack. Poor foundation. Xie Qian's insults were exceptionally sharp. In reality, Su Yun was quite attractive. If looks could be scored, she would easily pass the 90-point mark. It was precisely because of her confidence in her appearance that she had dared to slip a note to Zhang Yuan. Xie Qian continued, I think she'd look best wearing nothing at all. That would definitely catch men's attention. Guaranteed 100 stares. Su Yun retaliated without mercy. Did I ask you? Mind your own business. You're the one who dolls yourself up all seductively every day. Who are you trying to lure? Ning Yue, caught in the middle, felt her head spinning. In her heart, she was naturally closer to Xie Qian, but since Su Yun had come to her with a smile, she couldn't just coldly turn her away. Still, she couldn't help wondering why Su Yun, who usually didn't talk much with her, was being so unusually warm today. Over the next few days, Zhang Yuan occasionally dropped by the venture capital company. Lu Shuiyo behaved as usual with no obvious signs of anything amiss. But he spent most of his time at school, inseparable from Ning Yue. They'd occasionally go shopping or grab some street food. Today was the last day predicted by the system. If everything went smoothly, he would have hundreds of millions in capital. A little after 9 in the morning, Zhang Yuan arrived at Huitong Venture Capital. As soon as he entered the office, Lu Shuiyo handed him a thermos. I brought you breakfast. Eat it while it's hot. You really don't have to do this getting up so early every day. Who says I made it just for you? Can't I have some myself? This is just an extra portion. Lu Shuiyo muttered, eat it, or he'll throw it away. All right, elite. Zhang Yuan took the thermos and downed all the millet porridge. A smile finally appeared on Lu Zuya's face. The Hanyun Technology Group has been on a strong upward trend. How much longer are you planning to hold on to it? I'm selling it all today. All of it. The momentum suggests there's still plenty of room for growth. Lu Shuiyo couldn't keep up with Zhang Yuan's thinking. If it were up to her, she definitely wouldn't choose to liquidate at this point. Trust me, my choice won't be wrong. When it came to stock predictions, Zhang Yuan trusted no one but the system. Even if the gods themselves came today, he would sell every single share. If the Hanyun Technology Group dropped a bombshell tonight, and the stock got trapped, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. And that was highly likely, otherwise there was no reason for the system's prediction to end today. Lu Shuiyo nodded. Whatever decision you make, I trust you. You've always known that. Hearing her slightly plaintive words, Zhang Yuan didn't dare meet her eyes. What she wanted from him was something he simply couldn't give. He then turned on the computer and stared at the screen. Hanyun Technology Group opened with a slight uptick. Over the next few hours, although it occasionally dipped, the upward trend remained clear. By 2 p.m., Hanyun Technology Group had risen by over 9, nearing the daily limit. The stock would peak before market close, so the time to sell was now. Selling half an hour early would mean sacrificing a tiny bit of profit, but compared to the total floating gains over these days, it was less than a drop in the ocean. As for whether Hanyun Technology Group would rise or fall tomorrow once he cleared his position, it was none of Zhang Yuan's concern. It was time to reap the rewards of victory. Having made his decision, Zhang Yuan immediately began to operate. With each click of the mouse, sell orders were placed one after another, and the funds in his account grew. Staring at the long string of numbers, Zhang Yuan felt as if he were dreaming. With over 300 million in capital, it had multiplied more than 5 times in just 17 trading days. When the very last share was sold, the total stood at 152637250 yuan. Over 1.5 billion. Zhang Yuan rubbed his eyes. He had never seen so much money, not even in Monopoly. Trading stocks incurs no personal income tax, only brokerage fees and the national stamp duty apply. The cost is minimal. For a sum of 1.5 billion, it amounts to merely over 100,000. Lu Shuiyo covered her small mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, Zhang Yuan, is this the profit from this period? It's too much. Though she was not sensitive to money, it was her first time seeing such a long string of digits. I told you I wouldn't let you lose, and I meant it, Zhang Yuan declared solemnly. Besides, without your help, I wouldn't have earned this money, especially given the immense pressure you endured to assist me. Lu Shuiyo blushed at his words, murmuring, it's nothing, just a small favor. Here, I'll give you a card number. After the withdrawal tomorrow, transfer 1 billion to me, and the rest is yours. Hearing this, Lu Zuya's face instantly fell. What do you mean? Nothing, I'm just taking what I deserve, 1 billion, and leaving the rest to you. What do you mean by what you deserve? In my opinion, aside from my father's 300 million principal, everything else is yours. Lu Zui's eyes reddened. I helped you not for money. What do you take me for? With that, she stormed out of the office, leaving Zhang Yuan rooted to the spot. He had seen arguments over uneven splits, but never one caused by giving too much. When he chased after her, she was nowhere to be found. Her phone was still in the office, making it impossible to call. Zhang Yuan figured she could only have returned to the apartment, so he grabbed the phone and headed downstairs. Minutes later, Zhang Yuan arrived at the small apartment and found the door unlocked. Inside, Lu Shuiyo sat on the sofa, hugging her knees and sobbing softly. Why are you here? She asked, looking up with a grumpy tone. Zhang Yuan sat beside her. You left your phone behind, so I brought it. None of your business. If you don't want me here, I'll leave. As Zhang Yuan stood, his waist was suddenly embraced tightly by slender yet forceful arms. Don't go. Zhang Yuan patted her hand. All right, let go first. I want leave. You're squeezing the breath out of me. He gently pried her arms apart and sank onto the sofa. Lu Shuiyo turned to face him, gazing into his eyes. I want to ask you something, and you must answer truthfully. Go ahead. All right, tell me, do you like me? Hurry and answer, no lying. Yes. Zhang Yuan answered without hesitation. But I have. No buts. Before he could finish, Lu Shuiyo swung herself onto his lap and pressed her crimson lips against his, kissing him fiercely. He was being kissed forcibly. That was his thought at the moment. He caught the faint fragrance of her hair and gazed at her stunning face, so close. After all, she was the dream girl he had yearned for throughout 4 years of college. Zhang Yuan knew his resolve was too weak to resist, and he couldn't bring himself to push her away. Though uncertain about the future, Zhang Yuan now only wanted to savor her kiss. As it turned out, no normal man could withstand such a test. Reason and logic were cast aside. Zhang Yuan's hands, initially on her back, gradually slid down to her slender waist. Suddenly, Lu Shuiyo snapped awake and sprang up like a startled deer. My period came. Zhang Yuan also came to his senses, feeling a pang of regret and self-reproach. How could he lose control like that? Shuiyo, I think we need to have a serious talk. Lu Shuiyo sat beside him obediently. What do you want to say? I have a girlfriend. I know, but you kissed me. I won't betray her. I know, but you kissed me. Lu Shuiyo clenched her fists. Are you planning to take advantage and then deny it? I'm not planning to deny it. Can I ask why you've chosen me? With your looks and figure, you could have any man. No reason. I just like you. Even if you were married, I wouldn't give up. Zhang Yuan didn't know how to respond. He had always had feelings for Lu Shuiyo and couldn't bring himself to refuse harshly. The kiss only left him more conflicted. Listen, I'm not breaking up with Ningyue. If you can accept that. He trailed off, unable to utter such a callous statement. Yet Lu Shuiyo gave her answer. I can accept it. Zhang Yuan touched her forehead. Are you not feverish? You agree to such an absurd demand. Lu Shuiyo sighed. What's so strange about it? I've seen plenty of cases like this. Even my father. Zhang Yuan, though I wish I could have you all to myself, I know it's impossible. You're so good at making money and so outstanding, countless women will flock to you. I try not to think about you, but I couldn't help it. You're a jerk. Why did you have to show off back in college? Since I can't let go, I have to force myself to accept it. From now on, I don't care how many women are around you, but you must keep a place for me in your heart. With words so heartfelt, refusal would be mere pretension. Zhang Yuan pulled her into his arms and held her quietly. In truth, every man dreams of having multiple partners. The key lies in handling the ensuing complications. Don't worry, he'll treat you well. Lu Shuiyo moved closer again, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him fiercely. Yet after 2 minutes, she fled in panic once more. Zhang Yuan shook his head helplessly. You just start the fire without putting it out. Lu Shuiyo giggled. Who says I don't know how to put it out? Well, she was certainly more worldly wise. Much easier to communicate with than Ningyue. Seeing his expression, Lu Shuiyo couldn't help but smile. Zhang Yuan, now embarrassed and indignant, said with feigned righteousness, I was reluctant from the start. Dinner was simple fare personally prepared by Zhang Yuan. Now that their relationship had crossed this threshold, Lu Zui's enthusiasm for learning to cook had waned considerably. Her earlier eagerness to learn was merely a pretext for spending more time together. Zhang Yuan had no objections to this. After all, her family was wealthy enough that she would never want for food or drink across several lifetimes. At the dining table, Lu Shuiyo was still insisting on giving Zhang Yuan the money she had earned from the stock market. Let's do this. He'll take at most 200 million. You can give the rest to your father or keep it yourself, but I absolutely won't accept any more than that. Lu Shuiyo nodded. All right, I'll keep it for now. When you run out of money, I'll give it to you. Oh, and I'm giving you that car too as a small token of gratitude. Even though you're not short on cash, I just want to see you driving the car I gave you. Does that mean I can never buy another car from now on? Of course not. Whether you drive this car or not, it must remain in your possession. Lu Shuiyo suddenly realized something and added, you can't give it to another woman. At most, you can let her sit in it. All right. Lu Shuiyo smiled playfully. That way I can go buy another car. Zhang Yuan was stunned by her logic. If she wanted to buy a car, she could just do it. There was no rule that a person could only own one vehicle. After a long moment, Lu Shuiyo sighed. Zhang Yuan, I actually wish you had nothing that you weren't so outstanding. Then I could keep you firmly in my grasp. Zhang Yuan smiled. Only someone as naive as Lu Shuiyo could entertain such a thought. If he had no skills, let alone being with her, he might not even be able to keep his own life safe. If he forced his way into her world, he might mysteriously disappear one day. With Lu Ziyun's power, achieving that would be effortless. Having made over 1 billion yuan from the stock market in just over half a month, Zhang Yuan was certainly on Lu Ziyun's radar. That was why Lu Zhouyan hadn't called him again. Regardless of Zhang Yuan's character, at least when it came to making money, he had undoubtedly earned Lu Ziyun's approval. At 9 in the evening, they sat on the sofa watching television. Lu Shuiyo asked timidly, can you not go home tonight? Stay here with me. Zhang Yuan felt that leaving so soon after they had just solidified their relationship wouldn't be right. Besides, he didn't want to leave. Ning Yue had her roommate to keep her company, and even if he went back, it would only be to the rental apartment. Why not enjoy the company of a delicate beauty? Let me call Yue then. I haven't contacted her all day. Though it stung a little, Lu Shuiyo said nothing. Since she had chosen Zhang Yuan, she had already anticipated such situations. Just as Zhang Yuan pulled out his phone, it rang. Senior, where are you? Ning Yue's voice carried a hint of tension. Can you come pick me up? What's wrong? What happened? I'm at the cafe. That boss Lu seems to be targeting me. I'm afraid to go out. Wait for me. He'll be right there. After hanging up, Lu Shuiyo asked anxiously, do you need my help? No, I can handle it myself. Shuiyo, I might not be able to stay with you tonight. Rest well at home. Lu Shuiyo was sensible and naturally wouldn't make a fuss. She nodded gently. Take care of yourself. Call me if anything comes up. Okay. With that, Zhang Yuan hurriedly left the apartment and headed straight for the Starbucks cafe. After calling Zhang Yuan, Ning Yue felt much more at ease. In her eyes, no matter how big the problem, as long as her senior arrived, it would be effortlessly resolved. She had come to this cafe because she received a call to collect her wages. She had worked for over half a month earlier, but her salary had never been settled. But when she was about to return to school, she saw the cafe owner Lu Wei waiting outside the shop. It looked like he was determined to wait until she came out. Helpless, she could only turn to Zhang Yuan for help. Although there were few customers in the cafe, at least the lighting was bright, and there were surveillance cameras everywhere, so Lu Wei wouldn't dare to do anything in his own shop. Sister Zhang, could you check outside and see if he's gone? Sister Zhang stood at the door and looked out. After returning, she said, he's sitting in his car. Yue, maybe you should call the police. Calling the police now would be baseless. Everything is still just speculation. Ning Yue shook her head. It's okay. My boyfriend will be here soon. Once he arrives, everything will be fine. Sister Zhang sighed. All right, as long as you stay inside the shop, it should be fine. But no one expected that 20 minutes later, a woman in her 40s with curly chestnut hair rushed into the cafe. As soon as she entered, the woman shouted, who is Ning Yue? Ning Yue was certain she had never seen this woman before and had no idea why she was being called out by name. Confused, she responded, I am. So you're the vixen seducing my husband, are you? Hearing the answer, the woman went berserk. She rushed up to Ning Yue and raised her hand to slap her. A sharp slap echoed through the shop, plunging it into silence. The blow was delivered with brutal force, and a bloody red mark instantly appeared on Ning Yue's cheek. Unsatisfied with just one slap, the woman continued her tirade. Vixen, I'm warning you. If you ever dare to seduce my husband again, I'll slash your face. And you call yourself a college student? Is there no shame in such behavior? Instead of studying, you learn to be a mistress. I'll report this to your school authorities and have them expel scum like you. Ning Yue didn't recognize the woman, but Sister Zhang did. It was the shop's owner, Li Chunhua. She stepped in front of Ning Yue and shouted, what right do you have to hit people? Are you crazy? Don't you know what kind of man your husband is? I don't care what kind of person he is. A vixen deserves to be hit. Is it right to openly destroy someone else's family? This is utterly unreasonable. Ning Yue has never paid any attention to your husband. He's outside in the car. Call him in here to clarify. Li Chunhua sneered. I'm still defending this slut. Do you think I would have come here without some information? Then she turned and walked to the door, shouting, Lu Wei, get your ass over here. Lu Wei, who had been about to slip away, knew he couldn't escape. He hung his head and walked into the shop. Honey, calm down. Don't make a scene here. A scene? I'm teaching a slut a lesson. Is that making a scene? Seeing her husband come in only made Li Chunhua angrier. This vixen is already pregnant. If I hadn't come now, she might have even given birth. I have to beat this slut to death. You've got it wrong. It's not her. Let's go home and talk about this, okay? Impossible. I can't be wrong. Seeing Lu Wei's anxious expression, Li Chunhua suddenly understood. She sneered, oh, I see. You're trying to bluff your way out. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? You're still protecting this vixen even now. Today I'm going to teach her a lesson she won't forget. Ning Yue covered her cheek and demanded angrily, who are you calling a vixen? What right do you have to slander me? How dare you talk back? You slut, you're just asking for it. Today I'll show you what I'm capable of. In her rage, Li Chunhua had lost all reason and refused to listen to any explanation. Driven by preconceived notions, she had already decided that Ning Yue was the other woman. She stepped forward, grabbed Ning Yue's long hair with a death grip, and even pushed Sister Zhang, who was trying to protect her, to the ground. Ning Yue, overwhelmed by pain, couldn't muster any strength. Lu Wei wanted to intervene, but shrank back after a glare from Li Chunhua. Sister Zhang, however, came to her senses and immediately called the police. But the police couldn't arrive on demand. At that moment, the only one who could get there in time was Zhang Yuan. Just as Li Chunhua, her face twisted with rage, raised her fist to strike Ning Yue's abdomen, a blinding beam of light shot in from outside. The light approached rapidly, reaching them in an instant. Then a speeding car crashed directly into the cafe's glass window. With a loud crash and the sound of shattering glass, the floor-to-ceiling window broke apart, scattering tiny shards everywhere. The front half of a Porsche Panamera had burst into the cafe. This collision left everyone in the shop dumbfounded. The car body almost grazed Li Chunhua's body, and the gust of wind it stirred nearly knocked her to the ground. Even after the car had come to a complete stop, she was still shaken. Only then did she subconsciously let go and stand frozen in place. Ning Yue, seeing Zhang Yuan arrive at the critical moment, let out the tears she had held back for so long. She ran over and hugged him tightly, murmuring, "Senior, you're finally here." Zhang Yuan gently patted her back and said, "Go sit in the car. Leave the rest to me." Looking at the bright red handprint on her cheek, a murderous impulse surged within Zhang Yuan. If he had been a second late, letting that solid punch land, the consequences for Ning Yue would have been unimaginable. He slowly walked over to Li Chunhua, his pupils blazing with fury like two pools of molten lava about to erupt. What are you going to do?" Li Chunhua instinctively stepped back a few paces, terrified. "I'm warning you, this is a society governed by law. Don't do anything rash. You're quite something. Bullying a female student makes you feel tough, doesn't it?" Faced with the menacing Zhang Yuan, Li Chunhua retreated in fear until her back hit the edge of a cafe table, leaving her nowhere to go. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong was her consistent nature. Faced with the gentle Ning Yue, she could scold and hit at will without restraint. But Zhang Yuan was clearly a tough nut to crack. After all, if that collision had been off by a few centimeters, it would have at least resulted in lifelong disability. "If you come any closer, I'll call the police. If you dare touch me." Zhang Yuan didn't give her a chance to finish. He lifted his foot and kicked Li Chunhua hard in the stomach. Then he grabbed her hair and slammed her head heavily onto the table. Li Chunhua saw stars from the impact. She pressed her hands hard on the tabletop, struggling to get up. But against the enraged Zhang Yuan, she couldn't easily break free. As she struggled, her long fingernails dug into Zhang Yuan's arm, leaving streaks of blood. This action only infuriated Zhang Yuan further. He grabbed a chair and swung it down viciously on Li Chunhua's forearm. The cafe chairs were solid wood, extremely heavy in hand. This blow was delivered without holding back. A crack was heard, as if the sound of bone breaking had emerged. The excruciating pain made Li Chunhua shriek loudly. After suffering successive heavy blows, she fell unconscious. Zhang Yuan, his eyes bloodshot, said fiercely, "Even if I end up in jail, I'll cripple this hand." Just then Ning Yue's cry rang out, "Senior, watch out behind you." She quickly opened the car door to stop him, but it was already too late. Lu Wei, holding a baseball bat from somewhere, swung it directly at Zhang Yuan's head. The bat struck his occiput with unerring precision. Zhang Yuan staggered from the blow, steadying himself on the table to keep from falling. A piercing pain in his head made him nearly convulse. "You are asking for it." Zhang Yuan turned and glared at the petrified Lu Wei. As for Lu Wei, his soul had nearly fled his body. He was inherently timid and cowardly. It was only because he saw his wife beaten and Zhang Yuan's back was turned that he gathered the courage to launch a sneak attack. Little did he expect that the man could still fight after such a heavy blow to the head. Watching Zhang Yuan approach step by step, his legs felt as heavy as lead as he stumbled toward the door. Don't come any closer." The more nervous he got, the more prone he was to mistakes. While retreating, he accidentally stepped on glass shards on the floor and fell hard. Ignoring the glass fragments all over the floor, he continued crawling toward the door. Sharp glass cut wounds on his hands and feet, but he felt no pain. He had only one thought now: to escape. If he could just reach the car, he would be safe. Fighting dizziness, Zhang Yuan slowly approached Lu Wei. When he got close enough to see his face, he recognized him. This was the man who had made Zhao Xiaolin get an abortion at Samao food stall last time. What a small world. He straddled Lu Wei, grabbed his collar, and rained blows down on his face like a hailstorm. Lu Wei, already scared out of his wits, couldn't muster the will to resist. He could only protect his face desperately. "So you had your eyes on my woman. You really have a death wish. Fight back. Weren't you good at sneak attacks?" A minute later, Zhang Yuan's fists were numb and specks of blood stained his knuckles. Old grudges and new scores settled together. He grew increasingly frenzied, even losing his sanity. Only one thought occupied his mind: to beat this man to death. Just as he picked up the baseball bat and was about to swing it viciously at Lu Wei's head, Ning Yue hugged him from behind and pleaded desperately, "Senior, no. If you really kill him, you'll die too." This call brought Zhang Yuan back to his senses instantly. But instead of lowering the bat in his raised hands, he redirected the blow to Lu Wei's calf. The alloy bat was clearly harder than human bone. In an instant, bones shattered. Cold sweat dripped from Lu Wei's face like rain, and his screams like a pig being slaughtered filled the cafe before he fell unconscious. Ning Yue carefully supported Zhang Yuan. Looking at the still bleeding back of his head, she pressed her hand firmly against it. "Senior, are you still in pain? Hang in there. They'll take you to the hospital right away. I told you not to come here. Why didn't you listen? How much could that unpaid salary be?" Scolded like this, Ning Yue couldn't stop her tears. She said aggrievedly, "Tomorrow. Tomorrow is your birthday. I wanted to buy you a gift, but I've spent all my money, so." The word birthday awakened a distant memory in Zhang Yuan. Since his parents passed away, he had almost forgotten when his birthday was. He had no friends, no colleagues. As for Zhao Xiaolin, she had no idea when his birthday was. But Ning Yue, after just a glance at his ID during their hotel stay, had firmly remembered it. The softness in Zhang Yuan's heart was touched again. "Forget it. I don't blame you." Ning Yue helped him sit down in a nearby chair and whispered, "I'm sorry. They'll be good from now on." Just then, police sirens blared outside, and a police car parked in the cafe's front lot. Zhang Yuan pulled out his phone and made a call. "Shuyo, I hit someone. Help me get a lawyer." As soon as he said this, a strong wave of dizziness hit him again. He had been holding on just to stay conscious, but now his vision went black and he collapsed into Ning Yue's arms. The voice on the other end anxiously said, "What? Where are you?" "I'm on my way." "Hello. Hello. Zhang Yuan, are you still there? Answer me." Ning Yue took the phone. "Senior, we're at the Starbucks on Xinhua Road. Please come and help him. If he's okay, he'll agree to any condition. Wait for me. He'll be right there." It was not until the following morning that Zhang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His head was wrapped in bandages, and sharp throbbing pain occasionally shot through the back of his skull. This was a private hospital room. Lu Shuyo sat on a chair beside him, her upper body leaning over his bed. Zhang Yuan's hand twitched, slightly startling her awake. "You're awake. Thank goodness. You have no idea how worried I was." Lu Shuyo reached out and waved her hand in front of his eyes. "Do you know who I am? Say my name quickly. Come on, Lu Shuyo, did I get hit on the head, or was it you? Can you talk normally? Seems like you're fine." Lu Shuyo patted her chest and said, "The doctor said you might lose your memory or have a concussion. Worst case, you'd become a vegetable and never wake up." Zhang Yuan chuckled. "It's not that serious. Back when I used to fight, I've taken worse hits than this and came out fine. And you're laughing. I was worried sick. You went all out for that junior of yours. A car crashed straight into the cafe like you're shooting a movie. I care about you too. Seeing you hurt makes my heart ache." As Lu Shuyo spoke, tears began to fall. "If you never woke up, what would I do? Did you ever think about me? You jerk." Zhang Yuan tightly grasped her small hand. "If you were the one being bullied, I'd do the same. You're terrible, making me cry again." Lu Shuyo had no doubt about the truth of his words. She had known for a long time that Zhang Yuan was that kind of person. Back when they were nothing to each other, he had stepped up for her knowing he was outmatched and ended up beaten black and blue. Let alone their current relationship, she believed he would even give up his life for her. "By the way, how was everything handled afterward?" Lu Shuyo recounted the details. "The police are waiting for you to wake up for your statement. But I've already hired a lawyer. He should be here soon. He'll tell you what to say. I've briefed lawyer Zhang on your situation. It shouldn't be a big problem. Luckily, you didn't kill anyone, or it would have been hard to resolve. Probably just a fine, and it'll be over. Can you please not be so impulsive next time?" Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly agreed. "All right, I'll listen to you from now on, okay?" Lu Shuyo nodded in satisfaction. "Where's Yue?" "She went downstairs to buy breakfast. That junior is a good person, as she was terrified for you and didn't sleep a wink all night." Lu Shuyo suddenly said, "Do you know what she told me yesterday?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuan realized a serious problem. His two women had already met. Lu Shuyo was fine as she had already known about his situation beforehand. But Ning Yue was completely in the dark. Zhang Yuan's heart tightened. "So, what did she say? Did you tell her about our relationship?" "I did. How could you? She's so innocent. How could she accept it all at once?" Lu Shuyo let out a light laugh. "Look at you, so nervous. Do you really think she didn't notice anything? She just held it in and didn't say a word. Yesterday, Yue came to me. She said that as long as you wouldn't have to go to jail, she would step aside and let me be your girlfriend. She was in tears, saying she would give up everything just to watch you be happy from afar. I could tell every word came from her heart. What can I even say about you? How could you go and provoke such a wonderful girl? After Lu Shuyo finished, Zhang Yuan was filled with guilt. Being a time management master wasn't easy. These days he spent a lot of time at Lu Zuya's place. Sometimes when she called, he would stammer, afraid of being exposed. Ning Yue was naive, but not stupid. All the signs pointed to an unusual relationship between Lu Shuyo and him. Yet she said nothing and continued to be utterly devoted to him. So what did you tell her? I said you have several girlfriends, or one more or less doesn't matter. As long as she doesn't mind, what's the big deal? Zhang Yuan panicked. Why are you slandering me? Besides her, you're my only girlfriend. Lu Shuyo grinned. What's the rush? Wasn't it good to test her feelings? Don't you want to know how your little junior replied? What did she say? If possible, Zhang Yuan really didn't want Ning Yue to be sad or hurt. But with Lu Shuyo, they had done everything except the last step. Unless he ruthlessly abandoned her, he would have to face this hurdle sooner or later. Zhang Yuan felt as if he was awaiting judgment, his heart pounding with anxiety. Lu Shuyo dropped her playful expression and said seriously, she said she could accept it. As for the reason, you'll have to ask her yourself later. Anyway, you're nothing but a shameless jerk. Hearing this answer, the heavy weight lifted from Zhang Yuan's heart. No matter what, as long as Ning Yue was willing to stay by his side, everything could be worked out. He had thought it would be an insurmountable problem, yet it had been resolved so smoothly. He had to admit Lu Shuyo had played a significant role. Shuyo, thank you. Lu Shuyo snorted. Don't thank me. It's my own fault for falling for a jerk like you. If we're talking about who came first in the latecomer. Luckily, your little junior is a decent person and not hard to get along with. All right, I've solved all your troubles. How are you going to thank me? Zhang Yuan chuckled. Whatever you want. I'd go through fire and water without a frown. Well, you and Ning Yue. Have you? Zhang Yuan immediately understood what she was asking. Why are you asking about that? I'm just curious. It's not like you can't tell me. We've done everything there is to do, all right. I can't believe I was too late. Lu Shuyo clenched her little fist. Then I wanted to. Zhang Yuan glanced down at her. Are you sure you're up for it? I don't care. By the time you're discharged, I'll be fine. Zhang Yuan had no reason to refuse such a request. He nodded. All right, let's check out now. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Come in. The visitor approached Lu Shuyo and introduced himself. Miss Lu, hello. I am Zhang Shan, the corporate attorney. Mr. Zhang's case has been assigned to me. Zhang Yuan took a look. This lawyer Zhang was very tall, nearly 1.9 meters. He wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and had a scholarly appearance, but it remained to be seen if he had the real skills. However, as the corporate attorney for Huitong Group, he must be quite capable. Let's get down to business. Zhang Shan said bluntly, I've reviewed the surveillance footage from the cafe. Please, Mr. Zhang, describe the incident in detail for me. After Zhang Yuan recounted everything meticulously, Zhang Shan fell into deep thought. Moments later, he said, I've also reviewed the hospital's diagnostic report. The involved party, Li Chuanhua, has a fractured right arm, and Lu Wei has a fractured lower leg along with multiple soft tissue injuries to the face. Both have undergone surgery and are recovering well. There shouldn't be any lasting impact. As for the forensic appraisal, injuries of this degree are generally classified as minor injuries. As for you, Mr. Zhang, the severe trauma to your head could be a serious matter. If you continue to experience symptoms like dizziness, unsteadiness, and the cause remains unclear, it could very well be classified as a severe injury. Zhang Yuan could easily grasp such a simple hint. He nodded in understanding. Zhang Shan continued, the entire conflict was initiated by Li Chunhua's physical assault, and she persistently attacked Miss Ning Yue. This is perfectly clear from the surveillance footage. Seeing your girlfriend being attacked, you panicked and mistook the accelerator for the brake, causing your vehicle to crash into the cafe. As for what happened afterward, those were necessary defensive actions taken because the Lu couple continued their assault. This is also corroborated by the fact that while you were restraining Li Chuanhua, her husband Lu Wei attacked you from behind, causing the severe head trauma. Zhang Shan finally concluded, therefore in this case you and Ms. Ning are the victims. All your actions were legitimate self-defense. It doesn't even qualify as mutual affray. Mr. Zhang, would you prefer to settle out of court, or do you wish to pursue criminal charges against them? After Zhang Shan finished his speech, not only was Zhang Yuan dumbfounded, but even Lu Shuyo, who was nearby, was at a loss for words. Lu Wei and Li Chunhua were beaten to the brink of death, barely clinging to life. Meanwhile, aside from a bandage wrapped around his head, Zhang Yuan was completely unscathed. And he could still pursue criminal charges against them. No wonder people say a lawyer can talk his way out of anything, turning black into white. This skill of glossing over the important and dwelling on the trivial was truly masterful. Seeing that Zhang Yuan hadn't answered, Zhang Shan continued, personally, I recommend settling out of court. This case has its controversies, and a thorough investigation might not yield favorable results besides dragging things out. The Huitong Group has some influence in Shanghai City. They can apply appropriate pressure to turn this from a criminal dispute into a simple civil one. After all, their injuries aren't severe. As long as they don't insist on appealing, the police station generally won't intervene forcefully. Although Mr. Zhang might not care about a few $100,000 in compensation, it's best not to blow this out of proportion. Zhang Shan looked at them and said slowly, "Do you both understand my point?" Before Zhang Yuan could respond, Lu Shuiyo answered, "Then well, follow your advice, Lawyer Zhang. But will they just comply, eh?" Zhang Shan showed a rare smile. The other party also hired a lawyer, but that man was once my student. Subsequently, police officers from the local station came to the hospital room to take statements. Following Lawyer Zhang's instructions, Zhang Yuan was meticulous about what to say and what not to say, answering flawlessly. After the officers left, Ning Yue arrived at the ward with breakfast. Seeing Zhang Yuan awake, she ignored Lu Zui's presence and threw herself into his arms. "Senior, I was so worried about you." Seeing this, Lu Shuiyo pursed her lips and stepped out to give them some privacy. "That Yue, I was wrong. I shouldn't have. Don't say it. Sister Shuiyo is a good person. I can. She couldn't finish the sentence, but Zhang Yuan understood what she meant. Ning Yue choked out. "In this life, they'll probably never meet another person like you who would risk everything for me. Even though I hate you for being unfaithful, for hiding other women from me. But I can't live without you. If you weren't here, my world would collapse. Senior, why are you so good to me?" Zhang Yuan simply held her tightly and let out a soft sigh. A moment later, Ning Yue picked up the millet porridge and tested its temperature. "Senior, are you hungry? Let me feed you breakfast." "I'm not hungry, just a bit thirsty." "Then I'll get you some water." As Ning Yue stood up, Zhang Yuan pulled her back down and pointed at her rosy lips. "This is what I want. Senior, you're in this state, and you still want. Isn't it my birthday today? I don't want any other gifts, just a kiss. Isn't that fair?" Ning Yue nodded gently, then leaned in and kissed him. Zhang Yuan savored the moment contentedly. Despite the fight, everything had turned out fine, and both women remained devoted to him. Could anything be more wonderful than this? Meanwhile, the atmosphere in another hospital room was far less amicable. Lu Wei's lower leg was in a cast, and much of his face was bandaged, making him look utterly wretched. His wife Li Chunhua was not much better. Her arm was also in a cast, and she could only lie flat on the bed. She couldn't even turn over, and any slight movement sent excruciating pain through her. "I swear I'll make him pay." "Lawyer Qian, what did the police say? Has that little bastard been locked up?" This Lawyer Qian was dressed in a sharp suit, flipping through a notebook. "I'm afraid this case won't turn out as optimistically as you two think. Please prepare yourselves." Before he could finish, Li Chunhua cut him off sharply. "Prepare for what? He nearly beat us both to death, and you're saying he can't be sentenced? And that bastard even drove his car into me. Are you all blind? If you can't handle this, get someone else. I refuse to believe that after being beaten like this, the culprit can't be brought to justice." Qian shot Li Chunhua a look of disgust. Had his mentor not assigned him this case, he would never have waded into this murky water. A person's character is clear from their first words. Someone like her deserved to be beaten. "Let me be clear, it's not you who will be suing Mr. Zhang for assault. You should be praying that he doesn't sue you. Please understand that." "What?" Lu Wei roared. "Why? Can't you see how badly I'm beaten? How can he possibly sue us?" Qian replied impassively. "While your injuries look severe, at worst, they are minor harm. But the blow you dealt Mr. Zhang left him unconscious until now. If he suffers from any hard-to-cure after effects, that constitutes grievous bodily harm enough for a prison sentence. Furthermore, according to the opposing counsel, you are also suspected of sexual harassment and attempting to kidnap Ms. Ning. They have witnesses to testify to this. If convicted on both counts, you're looking at several years behind bars." Lu Wei's face turned deathly pale. He knew very well how hard he had struck from behind. As for harassing Ning Yue, his intentions had never been hidden. Almost every employee at the cafe knew about it, and even chat records could serve as supporting evidence. Then Qian addressed Li Chunhua. "And you, Ms. Li, you were the one who started this conflict. Regardless of how things develop, you will bear primary responsibility. You could be looking at 3 to 5 years. If you two weren't injured, you'd be in a detention cell right now. Do you understand?" Li Chunhua fell silent, her earlier arrogance completely deflated. The word sentencing filled her with genuine fear. Seeing the terror on their faces, Qian allowed himself a faint, almost imperceptible smile. "And if either of you feels I'm not up to this defense, feel free to find someone else. But I doubt any law firm in Shanghai City would take on a case with zero chance of success." Neither of the couple had much education, so hearing Qian's grave words dispelled any lingering doubt. Such was the way of the world. The one who strikes first is always in the wrong. Zhang Yuan was now severely injured and unconscious, while they, despite looking battered, were essentially unharmed. Lu Wei even shuddered at the thought, if the man died, would he have to pay with his own life? Thus he trusted Qian's words implicitly. "No, Lawyer Qian, how could we doubt you? What we said earlier was just frustration. Please don't take it to heart." Li Chunhua chimed in. "Yes, your firm is the most renowned in Shanghai City, and your reputation is impeccable. Just tell us what we need to do to turn this around. Qianwen closed his notebook and said solemnly, very well, since that's the case, I'll speak plainly. Please go ahead. Whatever you ask, we'll comply without question. To avoid prosecution, the key is to secure Mr. Zhang's forgiveness. Otherwise, nothing else matters. But isn't he still unconscious? How do we get his forgiveness? If Mr. Zhang doesn't wake soon, we can seek forgiveness from his family first. Family. Li Chunhua was reluctant to apologize to that girl Ning Yue. In her subconscious, she felt that a high society lady like herself apologizing to a penniless student was a great loss of face. Even if she had struck the wrong person, she believed it wasn't her fault. There was no trace of remorse in her heart. Lu Wei, however, didn't overthink it. Gritting his teeth, he said, fine, I'll apologize in person. He'll do anything to avoid prison. Qianwen continued, also they will certainly demand compensation. The amount will depend on the injury assessment, but given the situation, it won't be a small sum. Of course, if they ask for an exorbitant amount, he'll argue on your behalf. Rest assured on that. Now I'll go speak with his attending physician to understand the situation. The couple forced smiles. Thank you, Lawyer Qian. Please keep us informed of any developments. After Qianwen left the room, they sighed, grateful for such a responsible attorney. Once outside, Qianwen turned a corner and went directly to Zhang Yuan's side. Seeing Zhang Shan, he bowed respectfully. Teacher, so with your skills you've handled things over there. Mission accomplished. The master and disciple exchanged a knowing smile, saying no more. When Qianwen returned to Lu Weiss ward, Zhang Yuan and Ning Yue followed behind him. You're fine. The moment Lu Wei saw Zhang Yuan, he instinctively shrank back under the covers. He was already traumatized. Though Zhang Yuan's awakening was good news, Lu Wei was still terrified. Qianwen said, since the parties are together, you can talk. He'll wait outside, call me if you need anything. Oh, and one reminder, Mr. Zhang suffered a head injury. The attending physician says his condition is far more serious than it appears. Do you understand? The couple nodded woodenly. Facing Zhang Yuan's grim expression, Li Chunhua forced a smile uglier than tears. Mr. Zhang, this was our fault. I apologize to you and Miss Ning. Lu Wei echoed. Yes, we're sorry. Our apologies to you both. Zhang Yuan paid no heed to their insincere apologies. If not for the fear of imprisonment, this couple would never have bowed their heads. Yue, she slapped you before. Now return the favor. Ning Yue hesitated, reluctant to step forward. But recalling how Li Chunhua had struck her without provocation the night before, her anger surged. If Zhang Yuan had arrived, even a moment later, what consequences might have followed. She sometimes wondered why, despite her humility and restraint, did people always bully her. Was it because they saw her as a helpless, vulnerable woman, easy to oppress? In the past, she could only swallow her pride and endure the injustice. But now, with Zhang Yuan backing her, she could finally release the pent-up emotions. Staring at that venomous face, she raised her hand high. Slap. The blow carried all of Ning Yue's suppressed resentment, landing with such force that her palm tingled from the impact. Li Chunhua's face instantly turned crimson. He'll kill you, you little. But remembering her goal of seeking forgiveness, she swallowed the words. Fine. I accept this slap. Can you forgive me now? Zhang Yuan replied coldly. Are you bargaining with me? No. You don't seem to understand the situation. You're in no position to negotiate. What else do you want? Yue's anger is settled. Zhang Yuan pointed to the bandages on his head. What about me? How do we settle this? Lu Wei couldn't help but mutter, weren't you fine? If it came to comparing misfortunes, their couple's situation was far more tragic. Both could only lie in bed, immobilized by thick plaster casts. In contrast, Zhang Yuan seemed unaffected. If it weren't for the bandages wrapped around his head, Lu Wei might have thought that yesterday's blow had simply missed. Severe concussion, do you think it's serious? Zhang Yuan pulled out a diagnosis certificate and tossed it in Lu Wei's face, speaking in a deep voice. This was just issued by the hospital. Take a look yourself. The couple exchanged a glance, their faces immediately turning ashen. Suspected severe concussion, advised for a re-examination. Qianwen had previously explained that in such a case, judicial identification would likely be classified as serious injury. However, both of them only had fractures which would heal after a few months. If Zhang Yuan truly pursued legal responsibility, their prison sentence would be inevitable, and serving 3 to 5 years would be normal. Lu Wei panicked immediately, repeatedly saying, Brother, let's talk this over. As long as you don't sue us, we're willing to do anything. Li Chunhua chimed in. Yes, we'll compensate, just tell us how much you want. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuan coldly smiled in his heart. The couple's education level was indeed concerning. They were easily intimidated. Can't they see the huge suspected written on the diagnosis report? Getting the hospital to issue a definitive diagnosis is quite difficult. No one dares to take on that responsibility. But getting the attending physician to give a suspected diagnosis is undoubtedly much simpler. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, All right, since you are willing to compensate, then we can discuss it. How much are you prepared to offer? After saying that, Zhang Yuan directly pulled up a chair and casually sat down, leisurely looking at his phone, while Lu Wei and his wife whispered among themselves. Honey, how much do you think is appropriate? They are seriously injured. Compensation is probably unavoidable. Li Chunhua frowned and said in a low voice, don't offer too much at first. Let's test the waters slowly. Then let's start with 10,000 and see how he reacts. If it doesn't work, we can add more later. All right. After coming to an agreement, Lu Wei called out, brother, this matter is our couple's fault. To show our sincerity, we've decided to offer you this amount. Oh, what do you think? After saying that, he pointed a finger at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan looked up and let out a scoff. Only 100,000. Are you trying to brush me off? I have a severe concussion, constantly enduring excruciating pain. I might not last another day. What can this amount do for me? The couple's expressions turned awkward. They swallowed the words that nearly slipped out. If they had mentioned only offering 10,000, he might explode on the spot. After all, with a damaged brain, anything could happen. If something unfortunate were to occur in this hospital room, the responsibility would be even greater. 100,000 is truly the most we can offer in sincerity, and we don't have much cash on hand. We have to scrape together money to borrow it. Is that so? But what does that have to do with me? I'm the victim here, understand? Lu Wei gritted his teeth and said resolutely, then tell me how much you would accept to let this go. Your coffee shop is not bad. Transferring it to me would count as a compromise. If it weren't for the plaster binding Lu Wei, he might have jumped up right then and there. What kind of compromise is that? Is this even a human thing to say? That shop was purchased with his hard-earned money, and including the cost of buying the storefront and joining the franchise, he had invested almost 3 million. This demand is simply too excessive. He shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum, saying repeatedly, no, that's not acceptable. I mortgaged my house and car to acquire that shop. It hasn't been in operation for long. Without it, I would have nothing left. Zhang Yuan laughed again coldly, saying, still the same, what you invested has nothing to do with me. I'm a reasonable person. If you really can't part with it, then I won't force you. We'll meet in court. After saying that, he opened the door and pulled Ning Yue, preparing to leave. The couple hurriedly shouted, wait. Zhang Yuan turned back and said, looks like you have changed your mind. Lu Wei's face was full of bitterness. Brother, can't we negotiate? That shop is extremely important to us. Without it, we have no income at all. There's nothing to negotiate. If it's okay, then it's okay. If not, then forget it. Don't waste my time. In reality, Zhang Yuan didn't necessarily want that coffee shop. Having already cashed out his stocks, he truly didn't lack money now. However, people like Lu Wei and Li Chunhua as scoundrels would continue to commit crimes if they were not given a severe lesson. Impulsiveness always comes with a price. Seeing Zhang Yuan's resolute attitude, Lu Wei's face showed a look of despair. If he didn't agree, he would definitely end up in the police station. Just the thought of this made him unconsciously tense. Forget it. After weighing it repeatedly, he decided to part with his money to avoid disaster. Money can be earned again, but how would he live if he got locked up? Even a day, and there would be torture. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan knew he had won and immediately walked toward the exit, his voice echoing in the air. My lawyer will come to sign the contract later. I hope you won't be ungrateful. A few minutes later, Zhang Shan entered the ward. Seeing the expressions on their faces, he silently shook his head. He had received Zhang Yuan's instructions before coming and naturally knew the outcome of the negotiation. This move is truly ruthless. Nowadays, compensating over 1 million for a death is common. Zhang Yuan not only emerged unscathed, but also forcefully acquired a coffee shop worth 3 million. Yet this couple had no way to deal with him. They truly paid the price for their ignorance. There's a saying that goes like this. When a person's intelligence quotient does not match their current wealth, the wealth will inevitably be redistributed in some form. This describes the current situation perfectly. At the same time, Zhang Shan secretly reminded himself that one could only be friends with someone like Zhang Yuan. They must never be enemies. Meanwhile, the Lu Wei couple had already become numb, hastily signing the transfer contract without even looking at it carefully. Thus, the coffee shop changed ownership. However, whether they looked or not was no longer important. No matter what Zhang Yuan required, they had no right to bargain. On the other side, Zhang Yuan placed the contract in Ning Yue's hands. Ning Yue glanced at it briefly and exclaimed, Senior, you must be mistaken. This is the transfer contract for the coffee shop. But why is my name written on it? That's right, it's for you. From now on, all the profits will belong to you. But this value, it's a bit too high. Zhang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. No matter what the value is, it's yours now, and besides, I didn't spend a single cent. He felt guilty toward this girl, so giving her this much was completely painless. Moreover, he would give even more in the future. Ning Yue whispered, but I don't know how to manage it. I will incur losses. You want to incur losses? That store already has a mature management model. Just follow the previous methods as before. After school starts, I won't have much time to go to the store anyway. Zhang Yuan laughed. Which store owner personally does the work? They all hire people to do it. How about this, promote Zhang Jie to manager and let her handle all the matters? If you really don't want to manage this cafe, you can sell it too. I still stand by what I said. You can do whatever you want in the future. You won't have to worry about money anymore. After Zhang Yuan said this, Ning Yue nodded. Then I will give it a try. To leap from a part-time worker to a store owner is not an ordinary transition. For a moment, she found it hard to accept. Zhang Yuan held her hand and said, Yue, I promise to give you a happy life. Although I am not a good person in terms of emotions, I will never let you lack anything materially. Zhang Yuan's head was still bandaged and his serious demeanor was somewhat comical. However, Ning Yue's eyes turned red. Simply because he was bullied, he resolutely took action. A man like this, even with flaws, is still tolerable. I am not as materialistic as you say. Even if you have nothing, I am still willing to follow you. She tightly hugged Zhang Yuan and murmured, Senior, you are too good to me. As long as you don't leave. At that moment, the door opened and Lu Shuiyo walked in. Oh, it seems I came at the wrong time. Ning Yue hurriedly released her hands and greeted softly, Senior sister. Zhang Yuan asked, So is everything okay? By the way, have lawyer Zhang and the others left? They have left. He said if there are any more troubles in the future, just call him directly, since you have added his contact information anyway. Lu Shuiyo exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. Is it too much? Not at all. Lu Shuiyo clenched her fists. Such scum should be treated this way. They need to be made to lose everything and become utterly destitute. Whether it's you or Yue, I can't guarantee anything else, but I will make sure that you two won't be bullied in the slightest. Both women nodded. Having a man like Zhang Yuan who isn't afraid of trouble behind them gave them a sense of security. I shouldn't have any issues, right? How long before I can be discharged? 2 or 3 days. The doctor said to observe for a while longer to be safe. All right then. After discussing the serious matters, the three of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Ning Yue hurriedly said, You guys continue chatting. I need to go to the bathroom. Lu Shuiyo looked at her back and laughed. She is quite shy. Do you think everyone is like you with such a thick skin? Can you be thicker than you? A scumbag who hugs multiple girls at once. Where's the scum in that? It's scum to flirt and then ditch, all right. Zhang Yuan laughed. A person like me who treats everyone sincerely and stays loyal is the rarest quality. Lu Shuiyo shot him a sideways glance. I'm begging you, have some self-respect, all right. Your face is thicker than a city wall. Is it? Then I want to see whose is thicker. Zhang Yuan reached out and gently pinched her pretty face. Lu Shuiyo pouted, seemingly waiting for something. Zhang Yuan immediately understood, holding her head and leaning in to kiss her lips. With both matters perfectly resolved, Zhang Yuan felt great at this moment. I want to be discharged now. You really are risking your life for lust, aren't you? What's that saying? To die under a peony is to be a ghost with style, right? Anyway, I'm not ready yet. Go find your elementary school junior. 3 days later, Zhang Yuan finally got discharged. The bandage on his head had also been removed, and if one did not look closely, there were no obvious scars. The Porsche was not heavily damaged. It merely had some paint scratched off in the front, and it has now been restored to its original condition. Inside dormitory room 508 at Shanghai Financial University. Zhang Yuan looked at the balance on his bank card and smiled. Just now, Lu Shuiyo transferred the money from liquidating the stocks. 200 million in cash resolved his urgent financial needs. 200 million, an ordinary person would never earn such wealth in a lifetime. It lay cold and still on the card. From here on, he could just enjoy life. Yue, what's your bank card number? Send it to me. Why are you asking this? Since I borrowed money from you, now that the investment has paid off, I'm returning it to you. Ning Yue repeatedly waved her hands. No, you've already given me a cafe. Why would I need to repay you? Besides our current relationship, the cafe won't earn much money for a while and school is about to start. Are you not going to pay your tuition? Zhang Yuan gently stroked her hair and said softly, I have plenty of money now. Oh, just listen and send me your card number. Ning Yue couldn't refuse him and had to comply. A few minutes later, she exclaimed in surprise, Senior, did you transfer the wrong amount? Why are you giving me 1 million? It's exactly 1 million. You can spend this money however you like. After paying your tuition, buy some clothes and cosmetics. Oh, just handle it as you see fit. It's not that Zhang Yuan didn't want to give more, but transfers didn't count towards expenses for the opposite sex. He had obtained the system for nearly a month, and the accumulated spending amount was still a pitiful 160 yuan. During this time, the eating and drinking had either been paid for by Ning Yue or Lu Shuiyo. Now it was finally time for him to make his move. Ning Yue still shook her head. Senior, this is too much. I can't accept it. I'll transfer it back to you. You know I can't be monogamous in relationships, so accept the money without refusing. Just receive it with peace of mind. But why do I feel like I'm being supported by you? Zhang Yuan laughed. You can treat it as being supported, but there is one difference. Although this sounds quite shameless, I still want to say I love you. All right, then I will accept it. Ning Yue, a blossoming young girl, wouldn't want to miss the chance to beautify herself. Previously, she refrained from buying clothes out of necessity. She could only bury those wishes deep in her heart. Now, with Zhang Yuan's support, these could be realized. Although it was contrary to her original intention, things had come to this, and it was impossible to expect Zhang Yuan to be wholeheartedly devoted. The most important point is that she had long been unable to part from Zhang Yuan. Looking at it from another angle, accepting what Zhang Yuan gave her was also quite good, otherwise he would be uneasy. Thank you, senior. Silly girl, why do you need to thank me? Once you spend this 1 million, I will give you more. Just don't save for me. Ning Yue chuckled, then I won't be polite. At that moment, the dormitory door was pushed open and 2 girls walked in, each dragging a suitcase. What, 1 million? Are you kidding me? The speaker was a girl walking ahead, not tall, barely 5 foot well. Her face was caked with heavy makeup, passable at a glance, but heaven knew what lurked beneath once it was washed off. Her attire was decent enough, suggesting a fairly comfortable family background. After entering, she continued to prattle. I say, Ning Yue, who is this person? Doesn't he know this is the girls' dormitory? The girl who entered behind her merely glanced at Zhang Yuan and said nothing. Wuna, this is my boyfriend. He'll just sit for a while and leave. So what if he's your boyfriend? How can you bring him into our dorm? Get him out of here now. Zhang Yuan couldn't be bothered to respond, but this woman's mouth was simply too vile. During the start of the semester, it was common for male students to help carry luggage to the girls' dorms. Even the dorm matrons usually turned a blind eye these days. Moreover, from what Ning Yue had gathered, this Wuna often brought her own boyfriend to the dorm, lingering for hours on end. They had never uttered a word of protest then. Zhang Yuan let out a cold snort. Is this dormitory yours alone? A look of disdain flickered across Wuna's face as she clamored. How can you be so unreasonable? This is a girls' dorm. Do I even need to spell out what you're scheming by refusing to leave? I have absolutely no interest in you. Take a good look in the mirror sometime and don't think so highly of yourself. You despicable, shameless man. Ning Yue knew Zhang Yuan's temper all too well. She feared he might resort to violence at the slightest provocation. The consequences of a fight on campus were far too severe. She hurriedly interjected, Senior, don't stoop to her level. Take me shopping instead. All right, as you wish. Where would you like to go? Ning Yue pondered for a moment before replying. Let's go to Shanghai IFS. I've always wanted to see it, and today we have the time. After Wu Na's entrance, Zhang Yuan had long since lost any desire to remain. Arguing with a woman whether he won or lost was a disgrace. Ning Yue's suggestion suited his mood perfectly. He too had been eager to explore the place. It was a chance to splurge a little, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But Wu Na, lacking any discernment, mistook his departure for cowardice and taunted, oh, so even Ning Yue knows about IFS. Everything in there is imported luxury. Can you even afford a single item? Speaking of which, I heard someone bragging about giving 1 million just as we came in. What a load of hot air. Zhang Yuan offered a contemptuous smile and walked out with Ning Yue. Seeing that the man completely disregarded her, Wu Na grew even more incensed. She turned to the girl who had entered later and said, Qian, let's go check out IFS too. Zhou Qian looked up. You're not planning to chase after them just to rub it in, are you? Is that really necessary? Not at all. I had my eye on a watch last semester. Over 8,000. I never had the money, but now I do. Just come with me, and he'll treat you to coffee deal. Then, as if struck by a thought, Wu Na sneered. And if we happen to run into Ning Yue and her loser boyfriend, we can have a good laugh. How amusing would that be? They'll go with you for the watch, but let's skip the mockery. Let's go. The two headed out and happened to run into Su Yun in the hallway. Where are you off to? Is Yue inside? She went out with her boyfriend, Wu Na replied offhandedly. By the way, want to come to IFS? You might run into them. At the mention of Ning Yue's boyfriend, Su Yun's mind instantly conjured up that young handsome face. Though she wondered why Zhang Yuan hadn't contacted her in the past few weeks. She hadn't given up. In her view, such a wealthy young man might easily forget. Confident in her own looks, she saw an opportunity to show her face and leave a deeper impression. The 3 of them hailed a rideshare and headed to Shanghai IFS. On the way, Wu Na remarked, Su Yun, let me tell you a joke. Ning Yue's boyfriend claimed he gave her 1 million and said he'd give more if she needed it. Is that supposed to be real Chinese currency? How ridiculous. If money were that easy to come by, there wouldn't be so many paupers in the world. Su Yun, however, couldn't muster a laugh. A pang of bitterness swelled in her heart. She firmly believed it was true. Someone who could afford a top-tier Panamera wouldn't joke about such things. At the same time, a surge of envy inexplicably rose within her. If only I were Zhang Yuan's girlfriend. Shanghai IFS wasn't far from the University of Finance, just a 20-minute drive. After parking the car in the underground garage, Zhang Yuan led Ning Yue upstairs. They wandered into the clothing section and casually picked a store. The sales assistant Zhou Yin promptly approached them. Welcome to Prada. In truth, luxury stores like this usually required queuing to enter. One sales assistant couldn't serve multiple customers simultaneously, supposedly to enhance the shopping experience, though whether it was just a gimmick remained unclear. Since Zhang Yuan and Ning Yue arrived early, and the store was nearly empty, they skipped that formality. Let's look at women's wear. Zhang Yuan gestured toward Ning Yue. Please style her. Zhou Yin showed no impatience at Ning Yue's plain attire. She said warmly, certainly. Please follow me, miss. With your fair complexion and slender figure, I'd recommend a fitted top paired with a long skirt to accentuate your waistline and create a more flattering silhouette. She picked out a dark long skirt and a short-sleeve blouse, handing them to Ning Yue. Try these on. I think they'll look wonderful on you. It was Ning Yue's first time in a luxury boutique, and she appeared somewhat nervous. It took Zhang Yuan nudging her into the fitting room before she agreed to try them on. After a long while, the fitting room door creaked open. She stepped out, her cheeks slightly flushed. The sight nearly made Zhang Yuan's eyes pop out. He couldn't tear his gaze away. Ning Yue's figure was naturally tall and slender, and this ensemble accentuated her proportions exquisitely. The low-cut blouse offered a tantalizing glimpse of her décolletage, while her slender waist and the flowing skirt sculpted her silhouette to perfection. A pair of high heels would have completed the look flawlessly. Senior, do I look good? Absolutely stunning. Well, take it. But I feel like this doesn't suit a student. Isn't it too mature? No worries. Wear this when you go out, and well, buy a few more sets for everyday wear at school. Ning Yue had never worn anything like this before. Her wardrobe consisted of the most ordinary clothes. In her memory, only the most fashion-conscious classmates dressed this way. Though she genuinely loved the outfit, she shook her head. Senior, let's try something else. This is too expensive. But do you like it, eh? I do, but... Zhang Yuan smiled and called the sales assistant. How much is this set? Zhou Yin ventured cautiously, Mr. Zhang, these are both new arrivals from Prada this year. The long skirt is 16800 yuan, and the blouse is 9800 yuan. The price is a bit steep, but it's absolutely worth it. Look at how stunning your girlfriend looks in it. I'm quite envious myself. Zhang Yuan cut her off directly. All right, well, take this set. Pick out a few more pieces and recommend a pair of high heels too. Zhou Yin finally realized that this young man, surnamed Zhang, was actually a wealthy second-generation heir. As a sales assistant in a luxury store, she had seen too many customers who fled upon hearing the price. There were also those bosses who looked affluent but were stingy in reality. They would nitpick despite the items being exquisite, refusing to buy no matter how persuasively she spoke. Yet Zhang Yuan made his decision without even batting an eye. The total of over 20,000 yuan for the clothes was no small sum. He was truly a hidden dragon. Seeing that he wanted to match other items, Zhou Yin became even more enthusiastic, afraid of losing this big client. All right, Mr. Zhang will take your girlfriend to pick out shoes. Please have a seat over here. Ning Yue found it exceedingly extravagant, but she never refused anything Zhang Yuan decided. Subsequently, she tried on several more outfits of different styles, and Zhang Yuan nodded in approval repeatedly. Indeed, a beautiful person looks good in anything. Zhang Yuan didn't waste words, not even bothering to ask the price, and simply told the sales assistant to pack them up. In the end, they bought 4 or 5 outfits and 2 pairs of high heels, spending around 200,000 yuan in total. Watching the cumulative consumption value on the system panel, which had stagnated for nearly a month, surge, he felt equally at ease. But even spending money like it was nothing, the amount was still far from the 100 million mark. Ning Yue whispered, Senior, that's really enough. I can't carry any more. Although she loved the clothes, she still felt sorry for Zhang Yuan. 200,000 yuan. She had never spent that much in her entire life, not even half of it, and it was gone in less than half an hour. All right, then let's go see something else. Really, no need. I know you care about me, Senior. Don't waste your money. This isn't waste. Look how beautiful you are in these. As my woman, all you have to do is dress up nicely every day. Leave everything else to me. Zhang Yuan took her hand. Come on, let's go look at a handbag. Zhou Yin stepped forward and said, Mr. Zhang, Prada also sells bags with all kinds of trendy styles. Would you like to take a look? As an experienced sales assistant, hearing that such a high-quality client still had purchasing intent, how could she let the opportunity slip? Bags weren't like clothes. They often cost tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, and the commission was substantial. Zhang Yuan shook his head. No, I want LV bags. All right, LV is right next door. Turn left at the exit, and you'll see it. Have a pleasant shopping experience. Zhou Yin thought for a moment, and then said, Mr. Zhang, could you leave a contact? If any small gifts arrive at the store, I can set one aside for you. Forget it, too much trouble. When they reached the store entrance, he said, Leave these things here. They'll pick them up when I leave. Certainly you'll keep them safe for you. Welcome back anytime. After the two left, Zhou Yin took out her phone and snapped a photo of the pile of clothes. She sent it to her best friend Xiao Lily, a sales assistant at Vacheron Constantin. Lily, I just closed a huge deal. Sold 200,000 in half an hour. That rich second-generation heir didn't even ask the price. I've never seen anyone so lavish. Really? You're gonna make me die of envy. I haven't sold a single watch all day. Plenty of lookers, but not a single one willing to pay. By the way, did this client of yours mention buying a watch? No, even if he wanted one, he wouldn't take my brand recommendation. All right, pour me. JPG. Then Zhang Yuan and Ning Yue arrived at the LV boutique, where he picked out a delicate little bag for her. The price was quite reasonable, only 158,000 yuan. It wasn't that Zhang Yuan particularly liked the LV brand, but he still vividly remembered the bag Zhao Xiaolan had shown at the cafe last time. In the past, facing a bag worth 28,000 yuan had filled him with a deep sense of helplessness. Now he could buy something even more expensive without a moment's hesitation. With a full 200 million yuan in his card, this amount was just a drop in the bucket. Staring at that long string of cold numbers, swiping felt utterly meaningless. Ning Yue cradled the little bag worth over 100,000 yuan carefully in her arms, afraid of scratching or bumping it. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan laughed. If you buy it, use it. If it breaks, buy another. What's the point of holding it like that? He then threw away the packaging and stuffed Ning Yue's phone, keys, and other items into the bag. Senior, I want to buy you some clothes too. Zhang Yuan didn't refuse, seeing that the girl was willing to reciprocate. With 1 million yuan in cash, Ning Yue was practically a little rich woman herself. Next, they went to Versace and bought several men's outfits. Zhang Yuan had a good foundation, tall enough and well-proportioned. Dressed in expensive clothes, he looked even more handsome. The salesgirl at Versace couldn't take her eyes off him. But seeing Ning Yue by his side, she felt inferior and didn't even dare ask for his contact information. Senior, we've bought enough, right? Should we head back? Zhang Yuan glanced at her bare wrist and said, let's go buy a watch. An empty wrist doesn't look good. It's already enough, no need. Being disobedient again, are you? Ning Yue had no choice but to nod helplessly. As they passed by the product counter, the Sharpie Zhou Yin immediately spotted them and approached. Mr. Zhang, would you like me to help take your things to the underground parking? I'm going to look at watches. Leave these men's clothes here too. They'll pick them up later. All right, sure. Watching them head toward the watch section, Zhou Yin immediately pulled out her phone. She sent a message to Xiao Lily. Xiao Lily was currently attending to a few clients, but she was losing patience. Most of them were students. The other two were fine staying quiet after entering. But that girl named Wu Na kept examining an entry-level watch, hemming and hawing without paying. She kept asking for discounts. Was it up to a lowly sales assistant like her to decide on discounts? If not for her professional integrity, she would have snapped at them long ago. Ma'am, since this watch is excellent value for money, we only have one left in stock. If you like it, please make your decision soon. Every salesperson in every store says that. You clearly have plenty of stock, but you claim it's out. Isn't this just hunger marketing? I've seen through that trick long ago. Wu Na said disdainfully. If you don't believe me, I won't force you. Take your time to consider. How about this, rounded down to 8,000 and he'll take it. Surely you have the authority for such a small discount. I'm sorry, ma'am, but I don't have that authority. Wu Na fumed. It's just a little less commission. Will it kill you to earn a bit less? Watches are all the same anyway, but it's just that the boutique prices are inflated. Hearing this, Xiao Lily's patience wore thin. What kind of person was this speaking so harshly? She forcibly took the watch back from Wu Na and placed it back in the display case. Even though selling an entry-level watch would earn her some commission, she would rather forego the money than waste another word. What do you mean by that? Why are you putting it away? I didn't say I wouldn't buy it. Just then Xiao Lily's phone rang. Ignoring whether Wu Na would take offense, she checked the message. That rich second-generation heir, surnamed Zhang, is coming to buy a watch. He's heading your way. Greet him quickly. Thanks. He'll treat you to a meal if it works out. Putting down her phone, Xiao Lily quickly walked outside the store. She saw a handsome young man holding a woman's hand strolling over. She had already confirmed that this man was the wealthy scion her best friend had mentioned. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Xiao Lily, a sales consultant from Vacheron Constantine. Would you like to take a look at our newly arrived watches? You know me? Zhang Yuan exclaimed in surprise. The salesperson who served you at Prada just now is my friend, as she told me. Afraid of causing a misunderstanding, she quickly added, we absolutely mean no intrusion on your privacy. We just wanted to invite you in for a look. It's fine even if you don't buy anything. I'll do my best to serve you both. In truth, Zhang Yuan had originally intended to visit Patek Philippe as its brand recognition was somewhat superior to Vacheron Constantine. However, faced with such an enthusiastic salesperson, he found it hard to refuse outright. Still, Vacheron Constantine was a world-renowned brand, so it surely wouldn't be inferior. All right, let's go in. Xiao Lily felt as if she had won a great victory, her heart brimming with ecstasy. Clients who casually spent hundreds of thousands on clothes rarely left empty-handed once they entered the store. Just then Wu Na stormed over furiously and demanded, What's the matter with you? I was here first. Why are you attending to other customers? Call your manager. I want to file a complaint. Sorry, our manager isn't here. You can complain all you want when she returns. Right now I have to attend to an important guest. Please step aside. Xiao Lili turned back and said, Mr. Zhang, Miss Ning, please follow me. Over here are this year's new watch models. You. Just as Wu Na was about to lose her temper, she noticed Zhang Yuan and the woman behind her. She exclaimed in shock, It's you. Zhang Yuan couldn't be bothered to utter a single word to this woman. He followed Xiao Lili to the counter and began browsing on his own. Seeing that Zhang Yuan and his companion had bought nothing, Wu Na couldn't help but sneer. Been here so long and haven't bought a thing. They're probably just here to gawk. What a lousy salesperson, calling them an honored guest. No sense of judgment at all. At that moment, Su Yun, who had arrived with Wu Na, also spotted Zhang Yuan. After a moment's hesitation, she mustered her courage and walked over. Feigning surprise, she looked at Zhang Yuan, extended her hand, and said, Senior brother, we meet again. Do you remember me? Zhang Yuan shook her hand and smiled. You're Su Yun, right? Senior brother has such a good memory. Then she noticed the handbag in Ning Yue's hands and exclaimed, Wow, the latest LV bag. Yue, did you just buy it? Yes, senior brother bought it for me. This bag isn't cheap. We went to the LV boutique earlier too. It seems to cost over 100,000. Yue, can I touch it? Of course. Ning Yue handed the bag over, and Su Yun played with it lovingly. Zhang Yuan looked at this young woman with a meaningful gaze. During their handshake, she had even taken the opportunity to gently stroke his palm with her finger. To dare such a thing right in front of Ning Yue, her audacity was growing. Just then a discordant voice rang out again. Wu Na stared contemptuously at the LV bag and said, It's just a knockoff. Anyone can see it's a cheap street stall item worth a few hundred. This bag costs 158,000 at the boutique. Do they look like people who can afford that? Flaunting something like that to save face. Shameless. Su Yun retorted angrily. How can you say that? This is clearly authentic. You just don't know quality. Her relationship with Wu Na was merely superficial. They only greeted each other occasionally. This time they happened to come to Shanghai IFS together. Seeing Wu Na belittle Zhang Yuan, she directly fought back. Where am I wrong? This is obviously fake. How could I mistake it? First he talks about giving $1 million, then buys a counterfeit. Out shopping, and he won't spend a single cent. Hey Ning Yue, what kind of boyfriend did you find? Don't ever say you know us from now on. I'd be embarrassed. Even a clay figure has its temper. Just as Ning Yue was about to speak, Zhang Yuan held her back. He smiled and said, According to your logic, going out shopping and not buying anything is shameful. Then let me ask, what have you bought? Stung by this, Wu Na shouted at Xiao Lili. Who says I'm not buying? You there, wrap up that watch I was looking at. He'll take it. Buying a watch worth over 8,000 just like that? Can you do that? Being poor is one thing, but pretending is another. Although Xiao Lili didn't want to sell to Wu Na, she couldn't refuse a customer's request. Reluctantly, she took out the POS machine and said, Please swipe your card to pay. Having just made up her mind, Wu Na now hesitated, holding her card as if torn between swiping and not. Beep. The bank card swiped through the POS machine, and soon a receipt was printed. But the person who paid was Zhang Yuan. Wu Na wasn't so delusional as to think Zhang Yuan was paying for her. She demanded loudly, What do you mean by this? You like it, so buy it again. It's not like there's only one. Seeing this, Xiao Lili felt a surge of satisfaction. Beaming, she said, Sorry, but this model is indeed the only one left, and it now belongs to Mr. Zhang. Ms. Well, you can take a look at other styles. Wu Na was grinding her teeth in anger. This watch was the best-looking one under 10,000 yuan. She couldn't stand anything cheaper, and anything more expensive was beyond her means. You're bullying me. I had my eye on it first. I will definitely file a complaint. Ms. Will you jest? In shopping, it's first come first served when payment is made. You were hesitating when it came to swiping your card, so you can't blame others for beating you to it. Even if you complain to our headquarters, I won't be punished. Knowing she was in the wrong, Wu Na stopped arguing and muttered, It's just a watch worth a few thousand. Did you really think I wanted it? I'd find it too cheap even if you gave it to me. Everyone present could see she was just being stubborn, but they couldn't be bothered to call her out. She had been absolutely enamored moments ago, and now her tone had completely changed. She turned to Ning Yue again and said, Hey, your boyfriend is putting on a show to save face. That swipe might have cost him several months' salary. Aren't you heartbroken? Ning Yue had never realized before that Wu Na was simply not right in the head. She muttered, Psycho. Haha, I'm really looking forward to seeing if your boyfriend will have any money left for food. Don't come borrowing from me then. Xiao Lili respectfully handed the watch to Zhang Yuan. Mr. Zhang, the watch is packed. Is there anything else you'd like? After taking the watch, Zhang Yuan didn't put it on Ning Yue. Instead, he handed it to Su Yun, who was standing nearby. For you. He whispered in Ning Yue's ear, This one's too cheap, I'm just giving it away. He'll buy you a better one later. Ning Yue nodded gently. She had grown much closer to Su Yun recently. Besides, Su Yun had just spoken up for her, so giving her a watch was nothing. Having spent hundreds of thousands earlier, Ning Yue's standards had risen. A watch worth just a few thousand seemed like no big deal, and giving it away didn't hurt as much as Shed imagined. Senior brother, this watch. You're really giving it to me. An overwhelming joy filled Su Yun's heart. She was afraid Zhang Yuan had misspoken. Over 8,000 yuan. It was undoubtedly a fortune for a college student. She had no relationship with him. How could he just give it away? Zhang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. That's right, it's for you. Keep it if you want or throw it away if you don't. I want it. I want it. Su Yun eagerly took the watch, feeling as if she were in a dream. If Ning Yue hadn't been there, she would have thrown herself into Zhang Yuan's arms at that moment. Su Yun eagerly took the watch, feeling as if she were in a dream. If Ning Yue hadn't been there, she would have thrown herself into Zhang Yuan's arms at that moment. Su Yun eagerly took the watch, feeling as if she were in a dream. If Ning Yue hadn't been there, she would have thrown herself into Zhang Yuan's arms at that moment. Su Yun eagerly took the watch, feeling as if she were in a dream. If Ning Yue hadn't been there, she would have thrown herself into Zhang Yuan's arms at that moment. Wu Na's face turned green at the sight. She had saved up for months and even asked her parents for extra money, finally able to buy the watch she had been longing for. Yet Zhang Yuan gave it away without a second thought, not a hint of reluctance. It would have been different if Su Yun were his girlfriend, but she wasn't even remotely related to him. This move infuriated her to the point of wanting to spit blood. Another person, Zhou Qianqian, who had come along, remained silent all this time. She now stood up, eyes wide open, staring at Zhang Yuan. At this moment, she finally understood. Zhang Yuan was no poor loser. He was clearly an extremely wealthy tycoon. Then she caught sight of the car keys he was fiddling with. The Porsche parked downstairs at the dormitory was his too. Zhang Yuan couldn't care less about others' expressions and spoke again. Pick me a better watch, one for my girlfriend. Yes, of course. Xiao Lily, filled with envy, looked at Ning Yue, thinking how happy she must be with such a wealthy boyfriend. She took out an exquisite watch from the counter. You can try this one, the Yilin Goddess series. It has a diameter of 37 millimeters and a thickness of 10.8 millimeters, crafted from 18K 5 in pink gold with 58 round diamonds set on the bezel. As soon as Ning Yue heard about all those diamonds, she lost the courage to even try it on. Senior, let's look at something cheaper. Xiao Lily smiled. Don't worry, Miss Ning. This watch isn't too expensive. Only 315,000 yuan, not much more than the LV bag you're carrying. Zhang Yuan examined the watch closely. He had to admit items worth hundreds of thousands were indeed exquisitely crafted. Though it had many diamonds, they didn't seem cluttered. At first glance, it looked quite pleasing. It perfectly matched Ning Yue's overall temperament. Please have her try it on. Sure. The watch looked even more stunning on her wrist. The dazzling dial on Ning Yue's wrist complemented her delicate, smooth skin. Zhang Yuan made up his mind after just one look. All right, this one it is. Xiao Lily packed the watch excitedly. Su Yun, holding her own watch worth just over 8,000 yuan, suddenly felt it lose its appeal. Envy was futile. A watch worth over 300,000 was indeed luxurious, yet Ning Yue was truly happy. Seeing Zhang Yuan's bare wrist, she said to Xiao Lily, "Do you have any good men's watches? I'd like to see some." "Of course. Please come this way." This is the overseas series made of 18K gold, priced around 4,000 yuan. "Mr. Zhang, you can try it." Zhang Yuan glanced at the watch and shook his head. The gold-plated design felt too nouveau riche, more suited for a middle-aged man in his 40s. Xiao Lily immediately noticed his reaction and switched to another model. But no matter how many he looked at, none caught his fancy. He stopped only when he reached an independent counter in the middle of the store. Inside a glass case lay a men's watch. Xiao Lily introduced it. "Mr. Zhang, this is a Vacheron Constantin Patrimony series watch. It features a manual mechanical movement with a case made of 950 platinum, the most expensive metal used in watchmaking today. It also displays the date, day, and month, and is water-resistant up to 30 meters, practical and elegant. Due to its extreme value, we only have this one piece in the store. The price is 5051,000 yuan, with free lifetime maintenance included, truly worth the investment." Hearing the 5 million plus price tag, everyone present gasped. Zhou Qianqian and Su Yun stared blankly at the watch too, stunned to speak. Even in their dreams, they wouldn't dare imagine such a price. When, although she realized Zhang Yuan was wealthy, clearly didn't believe he would actually buy this watch. Hundreds of thousands and millions were entirely different realms. Spending that much on this thing, wasn't that just insanity? Ning Yue quietly tugged at Zhang Yuan's sleeve, blushing. "Senior, if you buy this, my money won't be enough. Silly girl, ID never let you pay? He'll handle it." He turned to Xiao Lily. "Take it out, let me try it." Suppressing her inner excitement, Xiao Lily opened the glass door with trembling hands. For anyone else trying on this watch, she would have needed to get approval from her superiors. After all, such a precious item could easily get scratched from too much handling. But since Zhang Yuan asked, she skipped that step. A tycoon like him, if interested in trying it on, surely had the desire to buy. As for the price, Xiao Lily could tell it was no issue for Zhang Yuan at all. If she successfully sold this watch, she wouldn't need to work for the rest of the month. Mr. Zhang, how does the strap fit? Do you need it adjusted? Xiao Lily practically leaned in, carefully adjusting the watch for his comfort time and again. From a service perspective, there was nothing to fault. Of course, she wouldn't do anything inappropriate like grazing his palm. That would only risk offending him. Hey, race a mirror, take a look. Zhang Yuan examined the watch. Its silver-white body paired with a black strap, the skeleton design, revealing the intricate mechanics inside. It was pricey but acceptable. Money was just a number to him now. Activating the system required only 100 million, and the other 100 million could be pocket money. All right, what's the total? Xiao Lily stared at him in disbelief, murmuring, Mr. Zhang, you've decided so quickly. I suppose I asked a foolish question. Someone of your stature wouldn't bat an eye at a few million. Sorry for my excitement. Including your girlfriend's watch, the total is 5366000 yuan. Please wait a moment while I ask the store manager if we can offer a discount. Zhang Yuan naturally didn't object. Why not save a bit if possible? He wasn't foolish. Soon Xiao Lily returned. Mr. Zhang, the price I've secured for you is exactly 3 million. Though the discount isn't substantial, I truly did my utmost. Wu Na couldn't help but mutter upon hearing this. Why can he get a discount of tens of thousands while I can't even get a few hundred yuan off? This is blatant favoritism. Xiao Lily stared at Wu Na as if she were an imbecile and sneered. If you could spend over 5 million too, you'd get a discount as well. Can't afford anything, yet still nitpicking everywhere. Truly an eye-opener. You will want to complain about me again. Go ahead, hurry up. On the verge of closing this lucrative deal, Xiao Lily was utterly unperturbed by such threats. She could also tell this woman had some friction with Zhang Yuan, and perhaps humiliating her might even earn her some goodwill. Zhang Yuan waved his hand and said, all right, just swipe the card. Upon hearing the words, swipe the card, the weight in her heart finally lifted. As the POS machine spat out the receipt, the transaction was officially complete. At that moment, her admiration for Zhang Yuan soared. Even if he were short and ugly, the way he swiped his card was enough to overshadow any flaw. Moreover, Zhang Yuan was actually quite good-looking. Yet glancing at Ning Yue beside him, she quelled her budding thoughts. There was simply no comparison in terms of figure or appearance. Zhang Yuan then pulled up the system panel. Total expenditure for the opposite sex, 681760 yuan, 100 yuan. Activation conditions not yet met. Only over 600,000. Far from enough. He then calculated why the amount was 8600 yuan more. Only when he saw the wristwatch on Su Yun's hand did he realize. So this counted too. Brother's system was indeed astute, calculating without a single error. It distinguished clearly between his own spending and spending on women, leaving no loopholes to exploit. Let's head back. Ning Yue turned and asked, Su Yun, are you still shopping, or do you want to come back with us? Su Yun, who had been worrying about finding an opportunity, readily agreed. Sure, I won't be polite then. Yue, even if you hadn't asked, I was thinking of bumming a ride. Taxis are scorching hot, and I've had enough of them. We bought some clothes next door too. You'll have to help carry them. Of course. Let's hurry back to school so I can see if your new clothes look good. Subsequently, the three went directly to the Prada boutique to retrieve their stored items. Meanwhile, Wu Na, still at Vacheron Constantine, muttered, look at Ning Yue flaunting her wealth everywhere, as if afraid others wouldn't notice. Just because she latched onto a sugar daddy, she thinks she's something special. Though Wu Na's words were thus, the sourness in her tone was palpable from afar. Qian, let's take a taxi back. From now on, I'm done with her. And that Xie Qian is just as annoying. They'll go against them from now on. However, Zhou Qian was not as indignant as expected. She hesitated for a moment before saying, you go ahead first. I have something to take care of, you'll leave later. All right, then let's have barbecue tonight. After Wu Na left, Zhou Qian pondered for a moment on the spot before heading in another direction. Zhang Yuan and the others, laden with bags, took the elevator to the underground parking lot. Just as they were about to start the car, they suddenly heard a call. Wait for me. As she approached, they realized it was Zhou Qian. She trotted over to the Porsche, her face flushed, and said, Senior, could you give me a ride back too? Wu Na went to handle something else. Looking at this girl who had taken the initiative to come, Zhang Yuan smiled knowingly. His impression of Zhou Qian was neither particularly good nor bad. She was a rather quiet girl, not talkative, and lacked Wu Na's snobbery. Not stunning at first glance, but certainly not unpleasant to look at. She could be considered somewhat pretty. She was prone to blushing with embarrassment when speaking, giving off a girl-next-door vibe. Although he had no intention of anything developing with Zhou Qian, she was after all a roommate of Ning Yue. If he could bring her over to Ning Yue's side, it would be 3 against 1. Then Wu Na's days would likely become much harder. That feeling of being ostracized and isolated, it was truly unpleasant. With that thought, Zhang Yuan smiled and said, of course, hop in. Zhou Qian carefully opened the rear door and sat inside. During the drive, Ning Yue said, Senior, you've met all my roommates now. What do you think? Oh wait, except for Xie Qian, whom we've never crossed paths with. At the mention of Xie Qian, Su Yun became displeased and muttered, "What's so great about her? It's better if senior brother never meets her. She's not much to look at and loves seducing men." Ning Yue took offense and said, "Not at all. Su Yun, don't talk nonsense. Xie Qian is actually very pretty, and she's been really good to me." "That's true." It was a rare point on which Su Yun didn't argue. She continued, "If I were in your dorm, I'd be good to you too. Should I talk to the school about switching dorms with Xie Qian?" "No." Ning Yue pouted and said, "If anyone's switching, it should be that person." Although she didn't name who, everyone in the car knew exactly whom she meant. Having been deliberately provoked time and again, even the pure and kind-hearted Ning Yue had her limits. Halfway through the drive, Zhang Yuan's phone rang. Everyone fell silent, afraid to disturb him. As the call connected, Lu Zui's voice came through. "Where are you?" "Just left Shanghai IFS. "What's up?" "Don't forget our agreement. Tonight's the class reunion, and you said you'd come with me." "All right, I'll pick you up then." "No need, just go straight there. Let me share a little surprise. I bought another sports car. I just picked it up so I can drive it over this afternoon." "Oh, aren't you curious what car it is?" "What's there to ask? You'll find out when I see it." "You're such a boring man. Let me tell you, this car is registered under your name." "Why would you register a car in my name for no reason?" "I just like it. Once I get bored with this one, I'll give it to you, and I can go buy a new one. Today I'm going to see this sports car's top speed." "Hey, take it easy. Even though the roads near the reunion venue are less busy, don't do anything reckless." I know. Gotta go. See you later." After the call ended, the car was once again filled with chatter and laughter. Although the call wasn't on speaker, both Su Yun and Zhou Qianqian could tell it was a female voice. They couldn't quite make out the specifics of the conversation, but one thing was certain: Zhang Yuan had a very close relationship with that girl. Strangely, Ning Yue didn't seem upset at all, nor did she even press for details. Speaking of sports cars, Zhang Yuan said, "Yue, if you have time, sign up for driving school. Once you get your license, I'll buy you a car. Whatever you like, you can pick." "No need, senior. I don't go anywhere usually. I won't need a car. You'll need it sooner or later. With that brain of yours, it might take a few tries to pass the exam, so better start early." Ning Yue protested softly, "I'm not dumb." "All right, if you're not dumb, then get your driver's license and prove it with action." "Fine then." The two girls in the back seat heard this and felt a sour ache in their teeth without realizing it. Zhang Yuan's "whatever you like you can pick" likely wouldn't be less than 7 figures. If only that person were me. After dropping the girls off at the dormitory building, Zhang Yuan prepared to leave. He planned to go repay all the online loans he had taken out earlier. Although he had borrowed over 400,000 in less than a month, the interest wasn't much. When you have money, it's better to repay early. "Well, head up now then." Ning Yue and the others carrying the clothes they just bought said, standing outside the car. Su Yun also waved. "Thanks for the watch, brother senior. I really like it. All right, if I have time, I'll come back to school. Next time, brother senior, you can come to our dorm and sit a while. There definitely won't be any annoying people." Zhang Yuan smiled. "Sure, we'll see." As for Zhou Qianqian, she only looked at Zhang Yuan with a complex expression, opening her mouth several times as if to say something, but failing to organize her words. Only when the Porsche disappeared from sight did she feel deep regret. The first time she saw Zhang Yuan, she only thought he looked decent. Influenced by Wu Na, she also believed it was inappropriate for a man to be at the girls' dormitory. Thus, she gave him a cold shoulder. But when she saw Zhang Yuan spending lavishly, her mindset completely changed. Casually spending millions placed him far beyond her social stratum. He was an unattainable existence. Even a tiny bit of what such a wealthy young master let slip was a vast fortune. Just like Su Yun, who got a watch worth nearly 10,000 for free. She could have left a good impression on Zhang Yuan too, if not for Wu Na ruining things. At this thought, she couldn't help but feel a hint of resentment toward Wu Na. She resolved that when Zhang Yuan came to the dorm again, she would find a way to turn his impression around. Just as they were about to go upstairs, a light blue sedan sped over. Whether the driver was intentionally showing off or not, the car screeched to a halt right before the three of them. When it finally stopped, it was only a meter or two away from them. The driver's door opened, and a male student stepped out, smiling at Ning Yue. "Yue, long time no see. This is my new car I just bought. Want to go for a ride?" Just then, a few girls came out of the stairwell and gasped at the blue car. "Wow, is this a Xiaomi SU7? The bay blue color is so beautiful. I've only seen it online before. Today, I finally see the real thing. It's really nice. They say its design is a knockoff of a Porsche, but I think even a Porsche's exterior might not be this pretty." Exactly. The girls chattered excitedly, making the male student's heart surge with pride, as if bathed in supreme glory. This male student, named Yang Hui, was a student at the Finance University. He was also one of Ning Yue's suitors. His family was fairly well off. During summer break, he had begged his parents repeatedly until they agreed to buy him this Xiaomi SU7. Not many students on campus owned cars. A car worth over 200,000 wasn't cheap either. And indeed, this car drew high attention wherever it went. Every time he parked by the roadside, it attracted crowds of onlookers and chatter, just like today. This made Yang Hui feel that his car was no less impressive than a Porsche. With it, he was sure he could win Ning Yue's heart. So Yue want to get in and sit a while? Ning Yue shook her head. No, I have things to do. Thanks. Then she turned and walked toward the stairwell. Yang Hui stepped forward to block her path. I've been chasing you for a whole year, and I even bought this car for you thinking we wouldn't have to take the bus in the future. He'll treat you well, Yue. Give me a chance, okay? Yet these heartfelt words only moved himself. Ning Yue's expression showed slight impatience. Classmate, please move aside. We need to go up. Why? Why do you have to reject me so cruelly? I can buy you whatever you want. Being my girlfriend will be the happiest thing in the world. Yang Hui almost begged, whatever wish you have, I can make it come true. Yue, please give me a chance. Seeing him persist relentlessly, Su Yun stepped forward. Why are you so shameless? She's already said no, and you keep going on. Besides, Yue already has a boyfriend. Compared to him, you're nothing. Yang Hu's showboating almost crashed into them, which annoyed Su Yun greatly. Now he was blocking their way. Her words spared no face. Moreover, what she said was true. Whether in looks or wealth, Yang Hui couldn't even compare to a single hair of Zhang Yuan's. You have a boyfriend. Yang Hui looked as if struck by lightning, muttering, you were single before the break. Yue, tell me you don't have a boyfriend, okay? Ning Yue nodded. Su Yun is right. I do have a boyfriend. Now can you step aside? No, impossible. I don't believe it. Su Yun continued. Why is it impossible? We've met her boyfriend, he just left. I advise you to stop dreaming. Yue doesn't think much of you at all. Under this barrage, Yang Hui grew angry and shouted, then call him over. I want to see where I fall short. As the school semester began, more and more people were arriving for registration. Yang Hu's impassioned words had drawn a crowd. Campus romance and the Xiaomi SU7 were both hot topics. In no time, the dormitory building was packed with students, and even the dorm matron poked her head out to watch the excitement. Ning Yue was usually low-key, but as the Finance University's campus beauty, she carried an aura wherever she went. People murmured, Ning Yue has a boyfriend. Doesn't she usually ignore all her suitors? I think Yang Hui is pretty good-looking and rich, perfectly matching my ideal partner. If only he were chasing me. Any hesitation would be disrespect to this SU7. Dream on. With your looks compared to Ning Yue's, it's like heaven and earth. Go wash up and sleep. Some girls even egged them on. Yue, just call your boyfriend over. Let him see for himself where he lost. Yeah, I'm curious too. The man who won over our school's most beautiful campus queen. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? He probably looks decent enough, or they wouldn't match. But whether he's as rich as Yang Hui is another matter. I doubt it. It's rare to see someone this young with a car worth over 200,000. Seeing so many people stopping to watch Ning Yue couldn't bear to stay any longer. Unfortunately, the corridor was packed, leaving not even a sliver of space. Yang Hui, hearing that many in the crowd were on his side, felt his confidence swell. Ning Yue was beautiful, no doubt, but he was far from inferior. It must be that so-called boyfriend of hers who had sweet-talked his way into her heart during the break. If he could just summon that bastard here and expose his true face in front of everyone, then he would have his chance. With this thought, he said eagerly, before you go too far, call him over right now. I believe I am worthy of you with a family background that outshines most. Only by being with me will you find happiness. Hearing this, Su Yun chuckled. First of all, Yue's boyfriend is far too busy to come here and engage in a petty rivalry with you. Secondly, I won't even comment on his looks. Since you refuse to give up, take a look at this. She lifted Ning Yue's wrist, revealing the watch. This watch alone costs over 300,000, far more than your car. Tell me, can your family wealth really compare? What? A watch worth over 300,000? The crowd rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Upon seeing the circle of sparkling diamonds and the Vacheron Constantin logo, they couldn't help but gasp. Though from a distance, it was hard to tell if it was genuine. Daring to flaunt it in public suggested it was no counterfeit. Then they noticed the exquisite shopping bags in Ning Yue's hands, each emblazoned with the conspicuous Prada logo. All luxury items. The total must be close to 200,000. A man willing to spend that much on her would surely crush Yang Hui beneath his heel. In that moment, the crowd gained a rough understanding of the mysterious boyfriend's wealth. A rich young master like that, even if he looked like a pile of dung, was still far superior to Yang Hui. No doubt about it. College students in this era are indeed that pragmatic. Yang Hui, however, laughed upon hearing this. Just as he had guessed. That bastard had won Ning Yue's favor using counterfeit goods. He could believe spending a few thousand, even tens of thousands on a woman. But casually spending hundreds of thousands. Impossible. He declared loudly. Yue, you've been deceived. These are all fakes worth next to nothing. I know someone who specializes in these replicas. The same watch costs only 300 yuan. If you don't believe me, I can have him send one over. You'll see with your own eyes. After blurting all this out, Yang Hui looked at Ning Yue with anticipation, as if envisioning her tearing off the watch and hurling it to the ground, then throwing herself into his arms. But Ning Yue's answer shattered his dream. Even if it's a fake, it was a gift from him. It has nothing to do with you. Please don't block the way, or it only makes things more awkward. Why? Why? I'm the one with true feelings. Yang Hui clutched his chest, feeling his heart shatter into pieces, his breath coming in agonizing gasps. Zhou Qianqian looked at him as if he were a fool delivering the final blow. We saw Yue's boyfriend buy this watch with our own eyes. He even paid in front of us. If this is fake, then Shanghai IFS might as well shut down. Before the crowd could digest her words, a car horn sounded again. Beep beep. The onlookers parted to reveal a black Porsche slowly pulling up and stopping beside the Xiaomi SU7. The window rolled down, and Zhang Yuan stuck his head out. Yue, I think my bank card is in your bag. Hand it to me. Seeing him return, Ning Yue's face bloomed with a smile as radiant as a flower. Yang Hui, witnessing her joyful expression, felt his heart sink into despair. Even the sky seemed to turn gray. That smile had only ever appeared in his dreams. Why couldn't that person be me? Ning Yue hurried to the car, retrieved the bank card from her bag, and handed it over. Senior, it seems it's with me. Taking the card, Zhang Yuan asked, what's going on? Why are so many people gathered here? Nothing, just a lot of people moving in for the new semester, blocking the way. Alright, I'll be off then. Call me if you miss me anytime, got it? Ning Yue nodded obediently. I know. Senior, go ahead and get busy. With that, Zhang Yuan drove off again, muttering as he left, with all this commotion, I thought someone was about to jump off a building. As for Yang Hui standing by the stairwell, he hadn't even earned a glance. Su Yun and Zhou Qianqian barely stifled their laughter at his words. Maybe no one wanted to jump before, but with your grand entrance, someone's Dao heart might just be shattered. The crowd watched as the Panamera's 3-section rear wing deployed, and it roared away. Then they looked back at the Xiaomi SU7. The car that had seemed so stylish and appealing just moments ago suddenly felt ordinary. A car worth less than 300,000 versus one worth nearly 3 million. The gap was undeniable. Though people online often joke that the SU7 rivaled a Porsche in performance and looks. But given the choice between the two, even a fool knew which to pick. After seeing Zhang Yuan, or rather his car, the crowd finally confirmed the authenticity of the watch and other luxuries. Absolutely genuine. Who would drive a luxury car only to deceive with counterfeits? And the new LV bag in Ning Yue's hand. Its price was astronomical. Envious, jealous, and resentful gazes fell upon her. Why did she have to have all the good fortune? Not only was her boyfriend wealthy, but he was also incredibly handsome. Couldn't she leave some room for others? Once your horizons are broadened, it's hard to settle for anything less. Yang Hui was a prime example. Even the girl who had initially praised Yang Hui's prospects fell silent, looking at him as if he were a clown. No wonder Ning Yue wasn't interested. I wouldn't be either. The farce finally ended with Zhang Yuan's departure. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Ning Yue and her friends made it back to the dormitory. As soon as she entered, she saw a slender hand extended toward her, palm open. Pay up. Ning Yue laughed. Alright, I'll pay you back right away. Just let me put these things down first. Xie Qian pouted. You actually went to IFS to shop without me and bought so much stuff. She flipped through the shopping bags and sighed. Yue, that rich guy of yours treats you really well. Look at this, how much did all this cost? I've never seen anyone so wealthy in my whole life. It's not as bad as you make it sound. Senior is my boyfriend, okay? Alright, whatever you say. I have a friend who wants to ask, does your senior have any brothers or not? No. Xie Qian still wouldn't give up. If there really aren't any, sisters would do too. I could make do with that. Ning Yue looked helpless. There aren't any. Oh, Xie Qian, can you be serious? Xie Qian spread her hands again. Then pay me back quickly. You borrowed 1,000 from me back, then just pay me back 100,000 now, and we'll call it even. Otherwise, all my kindness to you will have been for nothing. Give me your card number. She took out her bank card and handed it over. Unexpectedly, Ning Yue actually opened the banking app and entered the amount of 100,000. This move stunned Xie Qian. She snatched the phone away just as Ning Yue was about to enter the verification code. Wait, you're actually going to pay? Of course. Without that 1,000 from you, I might have gone hungry. You've been so good to me, this is nothing. Seeing the utterly sincere expression on Ning Yue's face, Xie Qian's eyes for some reason suddenly felt a bit moist. Oh, you. What am I supposed to say to you? Can't you be a little more cautious? 100,000 isn't a small amount. It's not something you just hand over. Do you think I'm a loan shark? She still seemed uneasy and cautioned again. I know that guy named Zhang Yuan treats you well. Don't think him nagging. You're beautiful, but how many years of youth does a woman have? Once his initial excitement wears off, it's hard to say if he'll still treat you the same way. You'd better save up some money while you can so you won't regret it later. Xie Qian Senior, he. Alright, I'm just saying. Listen or not, it's up to you. I've seen too many of these rich boys, they're all the same. She closed the banking app and handed the phone back. Just give me back my 1,000 and buy me a coffee. That's enough. Not a single penny more. By the way, are you still working at that coffee shop on Xinhua Road? Ning Yue said softly that. That coffee shop senior already bought it and gave it to me. She hadn't told Xie Qian about Zhang Yuan fighting for her at the coffee shop a few days ago. After all, it wasn't exactly a glorious act, no need to spread it around. So she changed the story. The result was the same either way. What? Xie Qian looked incredulous. That coffee shop was worth several million. He could just buy it and give it away like that. Ning Yue took the contract out of her locker and opened it in front of her. Seeing the words clearly printed in black and white, Xie Qian had no choice but to believe it. So this boyfriend of Yue's had already planned for their future. With a shop like this in her hands, even if she didn't run it herself later, just collecting the rent would ensure a worry-free life. At that moment, she truly envied Ning Yue. But it was merely envy, nothing else. As long as Ning Yue could live well in the future, that was all that mattered. Come on, take me to your coffee shop. I'm going to drink you broke. They'll try every single most expensive item they have. As long as you're not afraid of getting fat, drink all you want. Ning Yue turned her head. Qianqian, do you want to come along? After returning to the dorm, Zhou Qianqian had been sitting quietly on her bed. She seemed to be playing on her phone, but in reality, she was eavesdropping on their conversation. Upon learning that Zhang Yuan had given the coffee shop to Ning Yue, she became even more certain of her thoughts. Zhou Qianqian looked up, a hint of surprise in her voice. Can I come too? Of course, we're roommates. When Zhang Yuan had allowed Zhou Qianqian to ride back with them, Ning Yue already understood what he was thinking. In their four-person dorm, the only person she truly disliked was Wu Na. Although Zhou Qianqian usually hung out with Wu Na, she had never made things difficult for Ning Yue. Therefore, she was happy to strengthen their bond. Xie Qian directly pulled the two of them out the door. Come on, let's go for coffee first, then hit the food street for dinner. Today I'm going to bleed this little rich girl dry. Ning Yue also urged. This is our dorm's first little gathering since the semester started. Qianqian, you have to come. All right then. Just as the three were about to leave, they ran into Wu Na, who was returning from the IFS in Shanghai. She blocked the doorway and asked, Qianqian, didn't you have something to do? How come you're back before me? But Zhou Qianqian just glanced at her and didn't respond. Wu Na, still unaware that anything was wrong, continued, help me tidy up my bed, will you? I haven't even taken out all the stuff from my suitcase yet. When we're done, I'll treat you to something to eat. At this point, Xie Qian became impatient. Hey, can you move? How are we supposed to get out with you blocking the door? Why can't you get out? I see. Some people are as fat as pigs, no wonder they can't fit through. Qianqian, tell me, am I right? Wu Na was usually sharp-tongued and mean, but Xie Qian was no pushover either. She had expected that Zhou Qianqian would, as usual, help her belittle Xie Qian, letting her score some cheap verbal points. But she never expected the tides to turn. Zhou Qianqian frowned and said in a disgusted tone, Wu Na, saying things like that about others is really classless. What? You actually? Wu Na stared wide-eyed, thinking she had misheard, unable to utter a word. Exactly. I really don't know how someone so classless got into this school. Forget it, Xie Qian. Don't stoop to her level. Let's go. Then the girls pushed past Wu Na and walked straight out. Left behind, she still couldn't figure out why. Dorm roommates are the closest people during university, closer even than classmates. But being excluded from the inner circle doesn't feel good. This university class reunion was set for the eastern outskirts, about 20 kilometers from Shanghai City, at a place called Four Seasons Flower Sea Resort Hotel. At 6 in the evening, Zhang Yuan finally finished paying off all his online loans, started the navigation, and headed towards the eastern outskirts. Meanwhile, in a large private room at the resort hotel, class monitor Lu Qingji raised his glass and said to everyone, it's about time. The classmates who haven't arrived probably aren't coming. Let's not wait any longer. At the dining table, someone immediately chimed in. Our class president is right. It's already quite impressive that so many old classmates could make it to this one-seer gathering. Isn't it all thanks to the class president's charisma? If someone else had organized this, we might not even have half the turnout. Hearing that everyone still held him in such high regard, Lu Qingji felt a swell of pride. Yet he showed no trace of it on his face as he continued. It just so happens that Director Li from our department is also dining here, so I took the liberty of inviting him over. I hope you all won't mind. Though phrased as a question, it was not up for debate. After all, Director Li Jinwen was already seated at the head of the table. No one could possibly voice their disagreement in his presence. This was supposed to be a reunion of old classmates, a time to catch up, share a few risque jokes, and bond. Why drag in a department director? How could the atmosphere possibly liven up? This Lu Qingji had always been a sycophant toward the school authorities back in the day. It seemed he hadn't changed even after stepping into society. This move undoubtedly irked quite a few classmates, but they could only swallow their resentment. Lu Qingji scanned the room, and seeing that everyone tacitly accepted it, said, since no one objects, I'll have them bring out the dishes. Wait. Just as he was about to call the waiter, Lu Shuyo spoke up. As I recall, it's still half an hour until the scheduled meal time. Why the rush? Well, Lu Qingji was momentarily at a loss. If it were anyone else making a fuss, he could easily brush them off with some excuse. But this was Lu Shueyo. Though they hadn't seen each other in years, she had been the reigning campus beauty for 4 consecutive terms, wielding immense influence among their classmates, especially among the male students. Their gazes unconsciously drifted toward her, a mix of longing and timidity. Even he had harbored those unrealistic fantasies. If only he could steal a kiss, had gladly trade a few years of his life for it. Lu Qingji explained, Shueyo, even as graduates we should still respect our teachers. We can't keep directorly waiting too long, can we? Those aren't valid reasons. I only know that if a time is agreed upon, it should be honored. Without trust one cannot stand. That's also something we were taught at school. Her words immediately garnered approval from a few male students. I think Lu Shueyo makes a valid point. If we agreed to start at 6:30, we should wait until then, regardless of whether all classmates have arrived. Exactly, it's not like we can't spare the time. Chatting will pass the time just fine. If someone is delayed on the way, it would be our fault. Lu Zui's influence among her peers was indeed formidable. Not only the male students supported her, but the female ones also chimed in. Especially when they saw Lu Qingji invoking the department director again, they grew even more displeased. They seized the chance to voice their discontent. Lu Qingji gave an awkward smile. Since that's the case, let's wait a while longer. My apologies, directorly, for you to take time out of your busy schedule to join our humble gathering only to be kept waiting. I'm truly ashamed. Li Jinwen adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a warm smile on his face. What are you saying? Spending more time with you energetic young people is something I welcome. Though his words were polished, no one knew his true feelings. This act was undoubtedly a public slight to his dignity. Yet Lu Shueyo couldn't care less about what Li Jinwen thought. After being out of school for so long, why should she still bow to the whims of a teacher? In terms of social standing, the director of Shanghai Financial University's department wasn't even fit to polish her shoes. If she so much as whispered a word in Lu Ziyun's ear, Li Jinwen's job would be in jeopardy. The chairman of a publicly traded company with a market value of tens of billions wielded no small influence. Dismissing Li Jinwen would be as easy as drinking water. Lu Shueyo sat listlessly in her chair, pouting in mild irritation. If it were anyone else who hadn't shown up, she wouldn't have bothered. But it had to be Zhang Yuan who was late. That jerk, couldn't he have come earlier? After this minor, inconsequential hiccup, the atmosphere in the private room perked up again. A female classmate named Su Qing, seated to Lu Zui's right, asked, Shueyo, where have you been these past few years? You didn't even reply to messages in the group chat. My family arranged for me to study abroad. I only came back this year. I thought as much. Couldn't catch a glimpse of you anywhere. After a few years of overseas study, your aura is something a housewife like me could never match. You got married? Su Qing nodded. Yes, last year. What about you? Are you married? No, not yet. I've only just returned. How could I be married so soon? Do you have a boyfriend? Lu Shueyo answered without hesitation. Yes, I do. With someone as outstanding as you, your boyfriend must be very handsome, right? He just asking, no other meaning. My boyfriend is indeed very handsome, and you actually know him. Just as the two women were deep in animated conversation, Lu Qingji suddenly approached and took the empty seat to Lu Ziya's left. I saw an empty seat here, so I invited myself over. Shueyo, Su Qing, what are you two chatting about so happily? Lu Shueyo shot him a look of distaste. That seat was reserved for Zhang Yuan. But since he hadn't arrived, yet she couldn't very well say anything. Su Qing took over the conversation. Class president, I was asking Shueyo if she has a boyfriend. What you want to hear too? Lu Qingji immediately put on an intrigued expression. Of course. Why would a grown man be so nosy about this? He said half-jokingly, you don't understand. Never underestimate a man's curiosity. Su Qing's eyes twinkled. Then you go first. Do you have a girlfriend? After you answer, I'll tell you. When the question was posed, Lu Qingji hesitated for a brief moment before replying, no. Really? I think I saw a photo on your moments. Wasn't that girl your girlfriend? Of course not. That's my cousin. I took her out during summer break and snapped a casual shot. Lu Qingji carefully recalled the content of his last post and confirmed that the photo wasn't overly intimate. The cousin excuse would easily suffice, and he breathed a sigh of relief. His motive was simple. Lu Shueyo was on an entirely different level from his current girlfriend. In terms of both figure and appearance, she outclassed her completely. And by a long shot. If there was even the slightest chance of making Lu Shueyo his woman, he would seize it. As for his current girlfriend, he'd dump her without a second thought. No big deal. As soon as Lu Qingji finished speaking, a sharp-eared male student chimed in. Monitor, you're not telling the truth. Last year at the reunion, you brought your girlfriend along. Do you think I wasn't there? Lu Qingji retorted. Wang Qing, what nonsense are you spouting? That was my ex-girlfriend. We broke up long ago. He wished he could strangle Wang Qing for revealing his past at such a moment. If you can't speak, can't you just shut up? Fortunately, he could still salvage the situation. The impact was minimal. Then he turned to Su Qing and said, All right, I've confessed everything about myself. Now can you give me the answer? Lu Shuiyo had been listening to their conversation, and by now she understood it all. From Lu Qingzi's various reactions, he was undoubtedly a classic scumbag. His ulterior motives were practically written on his face. And as he spoke, he couldn't help but fiddle with his car key, which bore the 4 rings. As if afraid someone might not know he owned an Audi. To think such a man would set his sights on her. It was utterly off-putting. Su Qing smiled gracefully. All right, then I'll reveal the answer. Shuiyo only returned from studying abroad this year. As for whether she has a boyfriend, well. When Lu Qingji heard that Lu Shuiyo had only returned this year, his heart couldn't help but leap with joy. In just a few short months, how could she have found a boyfriend so quickly? This meant he surely had a chance. And what's more, he was seated right next to Lu Shuiyo. During the meal, he would shamelessly ply her with a few drinks, and that would surely bring them closer. Then, through conversation, he could casually reveal his job and income. It would be a breeze to win her heart. No matter how beautiful Lu Shuiyo was, she was still just a woman. Especially after stepping out of school, she would naturally realize the importance of money. And coincidentally, he was doing very well. Now money was the last thing he lacked. Lu Qingzi's parents were both executives at a foreign trade company in Shanghai, earning substantial incomes. He himself had joined the same company, and under his parents' protection became the head of a small project. His annual salary was around 300,000. For a college graduate just 3 years out, who else could achieve this? Thinking this, his confidence surged and his heart burned even hotter. Come on, Su Qing, why are you pausing? Spit it out. Just as Su Qing was about to drag out the suspense, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Yuan entered with a beaming smile. Oh, why is it so quiet? I thought I'd walked into the wrong place. Then spotting Lu Shuiyo sitting across the room, he walked straight over and said to Lu Qingji, "Hey, you there, mind moving? I want to sit here." Interrupted at such a critical moment, Lu Qingji was furious. Especially hearing Zhang Yuan's audacious demand to give up his seat, he was incensed. Back in school, he had always detested people like Zhang Yuan. Skipping class, getting into fights, that was one thing, but he also loved to oppose him at every turn. Whenever he proposed some class activity, Zhang Yuan would always find fault with it, making him, as the monitor, lose face publicly and feel utterly humiliated. Yet this guy had considerable influence among his classmates, especially the girls who would follow whatever he said. This left Lu Qingji with no way to deal with him. It wasn't until the first reunion after graduation that he finally managed to vent his frustration by flaunting his job and, well, thoroughly humiliating Zhang Yuan. What good was being popular in school? In the real world, it all came down to connections and money. Of course, no matter how much Lu Qingji despised Zhang Yuan, he wouldn't show it in front of so many classmates. He turned around and smiled. "You didn't come last year, man. I thought you wouldn't be showing up this year either. This hastily organized reunion has me swamped. I forgot to reserve a seat for you. My mistake." Then he called out, "Waiter, bring in a chair." But Zhang Yuan said calmly, "Since you admit it's your mistake, just give up your seat." Hearing this, Lu Qingzi's face immediately fell. He had already given him an out, yet he was still so ungrateful. Did he think he was worthy of this prime seat? "Old classmate, you arrived late, so you might not know. The seating arrangement was decided in advance. It can't be changed so easily. You'll have to make do with a spot by the door." Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Oh really? Seats arranged in advance? One might think we're at a leadership meeting." Lu Qingji knew this excuse was flimsy, but he wasn't about to give up his seat. Everyone understood the principle of a waterside pavilion gets the moonlight first. He glanced subtly at Lu Shuiyo. Seeing her furrowing her brows slightly, as if annoyed, he felt reassured. So she didn't want Zhang Yuan sitting next to her either. There he had his reason. "Zhang Yuan, to be honest, classmate, Lu Shuiyo invited me to sit here. It's been so long since we've seen each other, and we wanted to catch up." He made a you-know-what-I-mean expression. Some things don't need to be spelled out, do they, eh? Zhang Yuan could barely stifle a laugh. Was this guy out of his mind? His self-regard was way too high. Lu Shuiyo was indeed annoyed, but Zhang Yuan could guess the reason with his little toe. She was probably just throwing a little tantrum because he arrived late. The real reason was more about Lu Qingji hogging the seat and refusing to leave. "Then let me ask her, all right. What's there to ask? It's obviously." But before he could finish, Zhang Yuan interrupted, "Classmate Lu Shuiyo, do you mind if I sit here?" Lu Qingji also turned a pleading gaze toward Lu Shuiyo. Although he had made up that whole story, just now he figured she wouldn't call his bluff. What was a petty thug like Zhang Yuan compared to him? However, Lu Zui's answer was destined to disappoint him. "No, I don't mind. Go ahead and sit." The words left Lu Qingji dumbfounded. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Didn't she dislike Zhang Yuan? Why was this happening? After such a blatant statement, his earlier claim of being invited was pure nonsense. Lu Qingji once again felt the sting of public humiliation. Even the other male classmates present were filled with regret. If they had known it was this easy to sit next to the goddess, they would have gone for it too. "Well, since you've heard it all, please go ahead." But Zhang Yuan didn't even give him a chance to speak, directly grabbing him by the collar and dragging him aside. Faced with such crude treatment, Lu Qingji had no power to resist. He awkwardly straightened his clothes, only to find standing there even more embarrassing. After glancing around, he could only go sit on the small stool the waiter had just brought in. The stool was a bit lower than a normal seat. This made him, already not tall, appear even shorter among the circle of classmates. Meanwhile, after Zhang Yuan sat down, his right hand quietly took hold of Lu Zui's soft hand. Traffic jam came a bit late. Not mad, are you? I even saved a seat for you. If I hadn't spoken up for you, I wonder how you'd have saved face. Zhang Yuan smiled apologetically. You're so good to me, oh, of course you wouldn't. Humph. Though Lu Zi's words were huffy after Zhang Yuan sat down, she secretly slid her leg over, resting it on his foot hidden by the tablecloth. Of course, aside from themselves, no one else had any clue about this little gesture. Just then Su Qing leaned over, greeting across Lu Shuiyo. Zhang Yuan, long time no see. It's been quite a while, a year or two. Heard you got married last year, right? I was too busy then and couldn't make it to your wedding. I know you old classmates are always swamped with work and can't find the time. Totally understandable. I'm just busy with nothing important really. But swamped is a bit of an exaggeration. Su Qing, being a seasoned person, handled such banter with ease. She chuckled. Still as witty as ever, old classmate. Let's catch up another time. I'll invite you over to our place. Sure, we'll see. They exchanged a few casual words and ended the conversation. In truth, even if Zhang Yuan wanted to continue, he couldn't. Lu Shuiyo had nearly pinched the soft flesh at his waist black and blue. She whispered, she's married now. You're not thinking of making a move on her, are you? You just don't get it. Married women have their charms. There's a saying, young and ignorant valuing a maiden only later do you know a married woman's worth. I'll stop pinching, it hurts. Suddenly hearing Zhang Yuan's yelp, Su Qing cast a suspicious glance their way. Then she lifted a corner of the tablecloth and unsurprisingly saw their little game. Well, Shuiyo, so your boyfriend is Zhang Yuan. She held Lu Zui's shoulder and whispered, you're such a letdown. You wouldn't say a word earlier. No wonder. I was wondering why you let him sit here. Caught by her classmate, Lu Shuiyo blushed. It's not that I wouldn't say, oh, I just didn't have the chance. Nice one, Zhang Yuan. So you've quietly picked the most beautiful flower in our finance university. Su Qing teased. If I shouted out, believe me, those male classmates would kill you with their stares. I don't mind. I'd love to see their jealous, hateful looks. Might even help me eat a few more bowls of rice. Oh my, your skin is as thick as ever. Fine, I won't say more lest Shuiyo blames me. The gathering had been delayed a bit by Zhang Yuan's arrival, and it was now past 6:30. Everyone's stomachs were growling, and they dropped the topic of whether Lu Shuiyo had a boyfriend. The waiter came in carrying various dishes. More than 20 classmates squeezed around a large table, making it quite cramped. There wasn't even a gap to set down the food. After looking around, they noticed that the seat Lu Qingji had taken left an opening near the door, making it the prime spot for serving. Thus, dish after dish passed over his head onto the table, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. He couldn't even vent his frustration, nearly suffocating from holding it in. Finally, when all the dishes were served, he stood up and raised his glass. Today is the annual reunion of our financial engineering class 1. Before we raise our glasses, I propose we first toast to Director Li. After all, without his guidance, we wouldn't have graduated smoothly, let alone achieved what we have today. Come on, fill your glasses. Whoever doesn't drink is disrespecting Director Li. With that, the classmates chimed in. Even the female students had their glasses filled. With things put that way, a few girls who didn't want to drink had no choice. But there was one exception, Lu Shuiyo. Zhang Yuan knew she never touched alcohol. Back in freshman year, one glass of beer had made her unsteady on her feet. White liquor was even worse. He poured her a cup of tea thinking she could just go through the motions when everyone raised their glasses. However, when everyone stood and drained their cups, Lu Qingji wouldn't let it slide. He said half-jokingly, classmate Lu Shuiyo, if I'm not mistaken, you're drinking tea, right? Zhang Yuan replied with a smile, she can't drink tea instead of wine. The gesture is what counts. Seeing Zhang Yuan step in to answer for her, Lu Qingji seemed to find his opening. The humiliation had just suffered was still fresh. Narrow-minded as he was determined to save face. If classmates are toasting each other, tea is fine. But this toast is for Director Li, no exceptions. Director Li's kindness to us is like that of a parent. Without him, we wouldn't be where we are today. Even someone who never drinks can manage one toast. Quickly switch to liquor. Don't you see everyone else is down theirs? Zhang Yuan, already hot-tempered, bristled at Lu Qingji's lecturing tone. His anger flared. Are you out of your mind? What business is it of yours whether she drinks tea or liquor? If you want to toast, go ahead and drink a whole bottle yourself. But dragging others into it, what a busybody. Lu Qingji shot back, you. How dare you speak like that? As a student, isn't this what we should do? You're just a bootlicker. Mind your own business. Utterly disrespectful to your elders. Unreasonable. At this point, Li Jinwen, seated at the head, looked over. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes clearly showed displeasure. Just earlier, Lu Shuyo had insisted on waiting until the right time to serve the dishes. Now, while everyone else drank, she alone had a cup of tea. These actions clearly showed she didn't respect him. He cleared his throat and spoke. Qingji, forget it. Some people, once they leave school, probably no longer recognize me as their director. Seeing everyone's gaze turn towards him, Director Li continued, a person's true character is only revealed when they step into society. If everyone respected their teachers as much as Lu Qingji does, how wonderful that would be. There's no need to force anything. The most important thing in your class reunion is to have fun and enjoy yourselves. My presence here is already an intrusion on your merriment. There's no need to bother with an old man like me. Just being able to see you young people again brings me great joy. I'll eat a little chat with you and be on my way shortly. Listening to Li Jinwen's sarcastic remarks, Zhang Yuan's anger surged to its peak. He raised his hand, pointed at Li Jinwen, and said coldly, since you know you're ruining our fun, why don't you get out right now? This is our class reunion. What business is it of yours? You shamelessly invited yourself, and now you're blabbering on. Do you really think you're someone important? After these words, the entire room fell into a dead silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The first reaction of everyone present was a resounding sense of satisfaction. It was incredibly satisfying to hear him cursed out like that. Although it was neither reasonable nor polite to curse someone this way, Li Jinwen's actions had truly crossed the line. For someone who never drinks, offering tea instead of wine is a sufficient gesture of goodwill. Yet he sided with the sycophant Lu Qingji, criticizing Zhang Yuan and Lu Shuyo for being disrespectful to their teacher. Who could tolerate that? If Li Jinwen had actually been their instructor, it might have been understandable. But he wasn't. He hadn't even taught any of their courses. What right did he have to judge others? Calling him teacher was already an overstatement. Though everyone thought the same, only Zhang Yuan dared to speak up. He was still the same troublemaker from university. His personality hadn't changed one bit. Lu Qingji slammed his wine glass heavily on the table after hearing this. Zhang Yuan, are you saying you don't recognize your former teacher now that you've left school? He said, his face flushed red. Your behavior is practically treason against your mentor. Calling it rude is an understatement. Director Li is very busy. I went through great trouble to invite him, yet you dared to curse at him. Zhang Yuan sneered. Did I ask you to invite him? Why wasn't his name on the group list? If you were paying for this gathering, it would be different. But you're not. Using everyone's money to curry favor. Only a sycophant like you would do that. Zhang Yuan wasn't wrong. The reunion was on a split-the-bill basis. Although one more person wouldn't increase the cost much, it still meant everyone had to chip in. They couldn't very well ask Li Jinwen to pay his share, could they? If Li Jinwen had just kept quiet, Zhang Yuan wouldn't have minded. But he had to act superior and judge others from a moral high ground. Who gave him the right? Lu Qingji, now furious, said, why are you so petty over such a small amount of money? It's no big deal. Fine, if you're so generous, go pay the entire bill yourself. Then you can invite whoever you want, and I won't have a single objection. Well, Lu Qingji was momentarily at a loss. The food at this resort hotel was far from cheap. A table like this easily cost several thousand yuan. With a few bottles of Feitian Matai, the total would be at least 10 to 20,000 yuan. It wasn't a small sum. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but he didn't want to be a fool. Su Qing stood up as well and said, I think Zhang Yuan has a point. If you're hosting, you can invite anyone you like. But you didn't even ask before inviting Director Li, whose money grows on trees. Lu Qingji hadn't expected anyone else to oppose him. Knowing he was in the wrong, he quickly changed the subject. Regardless, Zhang Yuan cursing at Director Li was wrong. Apologize sincerely to him now. Maybe hell forgive your ignorant behavior. As the class monitor and organizer of this gathering, Lu Qingji still had a few supporters. One classmate shouted, the monitor is right. Zhang Yuan drank 3 glasses as a penalty and apologized sincerely. That should be enough. Director Li is magnanimous. I'm sure he won't hold it against you. I suggest we be more selective about who we invite to future gatherings. We shouldn't bring just anyone who's an eyesore. Meanwhile, Li Jinwen never imagined someone would actually dare to curse at him. As the department head of the finance university, he hadn't encountered such a thing in years. Even former students who had climbed high in society treated him with respect. Though he didn't know what they thought behind his back, at least on the surface, everything was cordial. He raised his hand to quiet the arguing in the room, forcing himself to suppress his anger and putting on a forgiving air. Zhang Yuan, may I ask where you work and how much you earn? Of course, I don't mean anything by it. I just noticed how concerned you are about the cost of the gathering, which leads me to believe your income might be modest. Before Zhang Yuan could respond, Lu Qingji sneered him. He's either stuck at the bottom of some small company or delivering food. Director Li, you might not know, but at a previous gathering his shabby appearance was tsk. It made me want to give him a few hundred yuan just to buy some decent clothes. Li Jinwen chuckled. Qingji, he's still your classmate. No need to say that. After all, it's only been a few years since graduation. What good job could he possibly find? But speaking of which, you've really impressed me. Earning a six-figure salary at such a young age. Working at a prestigious company like Huitong International Foreign Trade Import and Export Company, your future is limitless. After a few years of experience, becoming an executive with a million-yuan salary is practically guaranteed. These words filled Lu Qingji with delight. Having Li Jinwen reveal his job and income was far more effective than boasting about it himself. Seeing the envious glances from his classmates, his vanity was thoroughly satisfied. He shot a provocative look at Lu Shuiyo, as if to say she had no taste. Now she could finally see the gap between Zhang Yuan and himself. Then, putting on a humble air, he said respectfully to Director Li, "Not at all, not at all. It's all thanks to your excellent guidance. Without you, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today." Li Jinwen spoke to Zhang Yuan in a lecturing tone. "Zhang Yuan, now you can see the gap for yourself, can't you? To succeed, you must first learn how to conduct yourself. Arrogance and foul language won't get you anywhere in society." He then turned to Lu Shuiyo, putting on the air of a wise mentor. "In this regard, both of you should learn from Lu Qingji. Broaden your horizons." Watching the two of them play off each other, Zhang Yuan felt a genuine sense of admiration. No wonder he was the department head. His skill at sophistry was truly remarkable. No matter how awkward his own position, he could silently deflect the conflict. He didn't utter a word about whether it was appropriate to attend the gathering, but instead mocked Zhang Yuan for lacking money, influence, and social grace. As for the earlier scolding, it did nothing to tarnish his reputation. By not dwelling on it, he only appeared magnanimous. Li Jinwen remained a lofty university director. Such was the reality of this society. Even a rich man's flatulence was deemed fragrant. Sure enough, after they spoke, some classmates cast disdainful glances at Zhang Yuan. How could a penniless nobody dare to criticize Director Lu? If they belittled Zhang Yuan in front of him, they might win his favor. Just like Lu Qingji, they could seize an opportunity to rise. Zhang Yuan, Director Li was right to call you arrogant. Not a trace of the traditional virtue of respecting your elders can be seen in you. Leave now. This gathering doesn't welcome you, and don't bother coming again. Exactly. Dining with Director Li is an opportunity we cherish. Zhang Yuan listened to the crowd, his face unruffled, then asked, "Since you say success begins with learning to be a person, you must consider yourself a successful man. So what's your incomes?" "Without exaggeration, 100,000 a month is easy," Zhang Yuan hinted. "It seems university professors are well compensated. Such a high salary." "Young man, you oversimplify things. I don't rely on a fixed salary. A school salary is at most a few thousand a month." Director Li smiled and continued, "At my social standing, many companies invite me for lectures and training. That's where the real money lies." Lu Qingji interjected at the right moment. "Our company has a long-term partnership with Director Li. The remuneration for a single lecture is quite substantial." "Why are you asking? Don't tell me you're planning to report him for corruption. Let me assure you everything is perfectly legal." Zhang Yuan didn't respond. Instead, he turned to Lu Shuiyo and asked, "That trading company, is it your family's?" "Yes." "Then tell them to get lost." Lu Shuiyo nodded. Even if Zhang Yuan hadn't said it, she had long wanted to do so. What kind of class reunion was this? With a snob like Lu Qingji around, how could anyone have fun? No wonder Zhang Yuan hadn't wanted to come in the first place. Seeing the two whispering, Li Jinwen felt a smug satisfaction. Such a high monthly income was something an arrogant brat like him could never hope to achieve in a lifetime. Now you know how hard you need to work. It's fine to take a wrong turn when young, but you mustn't persist in your mistakes. All right, I'll take your earlier words as thoughtless remarks. Sit down and let's continue. Lu Qingji chimed in again. "Teacher, your wisdom is boundless. Your tolerance alone is a lifelong lesson for me. I wouldn't let them off so easily." You two fill your glasses and sincerely apologize to Director Li. Zhang Yuan merely smiled scornfully, saying nothing. But Lu Shuiyo couldn't hold back. She spoke. "I didn't want to dampen the mood. I just wanted to catch up with old classmates. But since things have come to this, it wouldn't be right to hold back. Do you know how much Zhang Yuan has earned in the past month?" Everyone looked up at Lu Shuiyo with puzzled expressions. She said calmly, "If Director Li earns 2 million a year, it would take him a mere 600 years to match that." 600 years. What did that mean? Some classmates even pulled out their phones to calculate. But the result left them stunned mouths agape. 1.2 billion. It was a number they wouldn't even dare to dream of. I never knew Lu Shuiyo was so good at lightening the mood at a gathering. Yeah, I could believe 10 or 20 million, but 1.2 billion. That's clearly detached from reality. Maybe she's not talking about Chinese currency. Clearly no one believed her. Only Su Qing cast a thoughtful glance. During college, she had shared a dorm with Lu Shuiyo. She knew a bit about Lu Zui's family background. Not only were all her possessions top-notch, but once she accidentally glimpsed a bank message on Lu Zui's phone. It shocked her so much she couldn't close her mouth. The balance was an 8-digit figure. That was when she realized her roommate was a true heiress. Now what Lu Shuiyo so confidently claimed was highly likely true. At that moment, she looked at Zhang Yuan with renewed warmth. This old classmate who kept a low profile turned out to be immensely wealthy. If only she hadn't married so early. Lu Qingji sneered. You seem to know Zhang Yuan well. How do you know he made such a fortune? He emphasized the word fortune with biting sarcasm. Lu Shuiyo smiled sweetly, then stood up and linked her arm with Zhang Yuan's. Of course I know, because he's my boyfriend. Everyone present was shocked yet again. This revelation was even more staggering than the 1.2 billion. After all, the fortune was just hearsay, impossible to verify. But the relationship was undeniable. She had announced it publicly, no one would lie about such a thing. It was over. The goddess of their dreams had been taken. Hearts ached. Though the male students felt regret, they didn't act rashly. At most, they cast envious glances at Zhang Yuan. But Lu Qingji was different. With the revelation of Zhang Yuan and Lu Zui's relationship, his earlier seat-grabbing behavior seemed clownish. Seeing the knowing smiles from the girls across the table, he was so embarrassed he could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Now he abandoned all unrealistic fantasies about Lu Shuiyo. All that remained was resentment. Huh? Lu Qingji laughed loudly. No wonder you defend him so much. He's your boyfriend. That explains it. But, please stop joking. You've got me laughing so hard I can't eat. Him earning over $1 billion. More like monopoly money. You need to know your limits when flattering someone, understand. Li Jinwen also looked incredulous. Qingji at a class reunion talking about monopoly money sounds so unlucky. Yes, you're right, director. My apologies to everyone. Hearing them start again, Lu Shuiyo smiled and said, Is that so? What I'm about to tell you next might wipe those smiles off your faces. Lu Qingji, I can tell you now, starting tomorrow, you don't need to come to work anymore. Yet upon hearing this, he sneered with utter indifference. Oh, so you mean the company is firing me? Do you even know what kind of company I work for? That's a subsidiary of Huitong Group. Can you really influence their decisions? Lu Shuiyo, I think you've lost your mind. You ended up with a nobody like Zhang Yuan, and now you're spouting nonsense. How ridiculous. Lu Shuiyo raised a finger and said leisurely, If this news doesn't reach you within 10 minutes, he'll take your surname. Ha ha ha. Lu Qingji laughed loudly. What big talk? Who do you think you are? Final wait right here and see if the company fires me. The other old classmates present had all heard of Huitong Group's reputation. Several of its subsidiaries were involved in the finance industry. Everyone had graduated from finance universities, so they were quite knowledgeable about this. Huitong Group was definitely an entity to be revered. For instance, in Shanghai City alone, there was a top 3 investment firm in the industry. Lu Shuiyo was beautiful and came from a decent family. But to think she could influence Huitong Group's decisions was hardly plausible. She had made a bold claim, and if she couldn't back it up, she would soon be embarrassed. Just as everyone held their breath waiting for the answer, a waiter pushed open the private room door and asked softly, Is that black Porsche parked outside yours? If so, please move it. A guest car is blocked in. Upon hearing black Porsche, Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate and tossed the car key to the waiter. Just park it somewhere, I can't be bothered to go. But the waiter hesitated, wanting to say the car looked too expensive for him to dare move. If he scratched it, even years of wages wouldn't cover the repair. Yet he couldn't disturb the guests too much, so he finally nodded reluctantly. All right. Little did Zhang Yuan know this simple gesture sparked wild speculation among the classmates. The word Porsche alone spoke volumes. The cheapest model from this brand cost hundreds of thousands. And Zhang Yuan owned one. How could he be a nobody scraping by at the bottom of society? So could Lu Zui's claim of making over $1 billion be true too? The most ashen-faced were Lu Qingji and Li Jinwen. They had just been mocking Zhang Yuan's arrogance in unison, only to be slapped in the face moments later. Su Qing, who had already sensed Zhang Yuan's wealth, wasn't surprised at all. She tried to ease the tension by saying, Zhang Yuan, not bad. You can even afford such an expensive car. Let me borrow it sometime. Sure, anytime. Some other classmates also began chatting idly with Zhang Yuan, trying to get closer. This irritated Lu Qingji, who muttered, Just a Porsche, what's the big deal? As if I couldn't afford one. A bunch of uncultured hicks. A minute later, the door opened again, and the same waiter rushed back. He said awkwardly, Sorry, sir, that car. It doesn't seem to be yours. I pressed the key fob by the car, but nothing happened. Lu Qingji spat out his drink. Haha, Zhang Yuan, was that key fob of yours actually a lighter? You've got some nerve using a lighter to show off. Caught red-handed, have you no shame? I've never seen anything funnier in my life. Thanks for the laugh. The others hadn't expected such a twist over a simple car move. After hearing Lu Qingji's words, they looked at Zhang Yuan with renewed disdain. And he was supposed to have earned $2 billion. What a joke. If he wanted to show off, he could have at least rented a luxury car. Just as a few male classmates opened their mouths to jeer. The resort hotel manager hurried over and bowed slightly to everyone. My apologies, we just checked the surveillance footage. This gentleman's Panamera is perfectly parked and isn't blocking anyone. The lobby manager looked at Lu Shuiyo and said, "It's this lattice Porsche 918 that needs a slight adjustment." As soon as the words Porsche 918 were spoken, everyone in the room was frozen in shock. This was a top-tier supercar, the highest echelon. Only 918 units were ever produced globally. Since it was a limited edition, it was no longer on sale. The current market price had soared to nearly 20 million. Even renting one was impossible. Only someone with a net worth of billions could afford such a thing. Lu Shuiyo pulled the car key from her bag and handed it to the manager. "Sorry, I forgot that car was mine. Please move it." Since she had just bought the 918A, she hadn't thought of it when the waiter first came in. She had genuinely forgotten. "Madam, perhaps you could move it yourself?" "I'm afraid. If I accidentally scratch it, I couldn't afford the repairs." The lobby manager was clearly more knowledgeable than the waiter and knew the car's value. But he also knew that even a small chip in the paint would cost more than his salary could cover. "It's fine. After all, it was a gift from my boyfriend. He's very generous and won't bother you over a little thing." Lu Shuiyo wasn't saying this just to boost Zhang Yuan's status. She had cashed out 1.5 billion from stocks earlier, keeping 1 billion for herself. In her eyes, no matter what she bought with that money, it was as good as a gift from Zhang Yuan. "Well, all right then." The lobby manager carefully took the key and retreated. Until that moment, the atmosphere in the room was eerily silent. A car worth tens of millions, and she just forgot about it. Anyone else would treat it like a treasure. To be so nonchalant was unheard of. Everyone's gaze toward Zhang Yuan shifted once more. Lu Qingzi's face turned ashen at the sight. A Porsche 918 worth 20 million. Not only could he not afford it, but even his parents with all their assets probably couldn't. How did that bastard Zhang Yuan suddenly become so wealthy? He was even being crushed in terms of wealth. Just moments ago, he had mocked him for using a lighter to show off, and now his own face was practically swollen from the slap. For an instant, he felt an urge to flee. But then, recalling Lu Zuyi's earlier words, a sense of foreboding crept in. It couldn't be real, could it? No matter how wealthy Zhang Yuan was, he could not compare to the Huiju group. There was no way he could influence any of their decisions. Absolutely not. Just then the phone rang without warning. Seeing the name displayed on the screen, Lu Qingzi was stunned, his jaw nearly dropping. It was Hong Yuanfang, the CEO of the foreign trade company. He was responsible for all matters within the company and held absolute authority. Lu Qingzi had been with the company for 2 or 3 years, yet he had only met the CEO a few times and never exchanged a word. Even his parents had to tread carefully in front of the CEO, barely daring to breathe. Such an earth-shattering figure had actually saved his phone number, and he was calling during personal time after work. Lu Qingzi felt overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Was this the start of his rise? He cleared his throat and immediately walked to a corner to answer the call. "President Hong, hello." On the other end of the line, Hong Yuanfang's voice was devoid of any emotion. "You're Lu Qingzi, right?" Yes, I'm Xiaolu. "Please, whatever your orders, no matter the difficulty, I guarantee I can complete them." Lu Qingzi pledged his loyalty without a second thought. In his view, such a prominent figure surely disliked subordinates who shirked responsibility. However, Hong Yuanfang's next words left his mind utterly blank. "As of now, you have been dismissed from the company. You don't need to come in tomorrow." "What?" Lu Qingzi stood dumbfounded, phone in hand, as if struck by a thunderbolt, his arm involuntarily stiffening. After snapping back to reality, he hurriedly said, "President Hong, please let me explain. It's not what it seems." "You don't need to explain to me, and I don't want to hear it. You just need to know that I'm not asking. I'm informing you of the company's decision. My parents are both with the company." Hong Yuanfang interrupted. "Do you think your parents can save you? You've offended someone you shouldn't have, understand." "President Hong, I really didn't." Beep, beep, beep. Before Lu Qingzi could finish, the call was ended. By now he understood that there was little hope of turning things around. Even though his parents were senior executives, they could never overturn the CEO's decision. "It's you." Lu Qingzi stormed over to Zhang Yuan, pointing accusingly. "I have no grudge against you. Why are you being so ruthless? Give me a reason." "A reason? I just find you a bootlicker utterly unbearable. Does that count?" "You?" Lu Qingzi glared, teeth clenched, trembling with rage. But after a moment, he broke into a smile. "Zhang Yuan, I admit you're formidable, and I admit you're wealthy, but do you think I'll have nothing after the company fires me? Let me tell you, my parents are founding members of that company, earning annual salaries of over 1 million. He looked around the private room at the many classmates, speaking deliberately. "Even if I do nothing for the rest of my life, I'll live better than 99 of people. What can you do to me?" Hearing this, the old classmates lowered their heads. Those born with a silver spoon never had to worry about life's necessities. With his parents' support, Lu Qingzi could choose to coast through life. Some are born in Rome, while others are born as beasts of burden. Though the word stung, it was an undeniable truth. Neither Zhang Yuan nor Lu Shuiyo expected such an unexpected bonus. They looked at Lu Qingzi as if he were an imbecile. In just a few minutes, he had made the CEO of a foreign trade company personally call to fire a low-level employee. Didn't he realize the gravity of the situation? If they could fire you so easily, couldn't they do the same to your parents? And he was foolishly bragging about his family flaunting his power. Was he asking for a quicker death? Seeing the envy in everyone's eyes, Lu Qingji smirked disdainfully. So what if he's on good terms with Hong Yuanfang? What's there to be proud of? He may have power, but so what? I'm telling you, unless a director of the Huiju Group gives the order, my parents' positions are as solid as a mountain. Ha, if you're capable, go ahead and kick my parents out of the company too. Lu Shuiyo smiled faintly. As you wish. She raised a finger again. 10 minutes. If I don't get news of this, I'll change my last name to yours. When she finished, the atmosphere in the room fell into a terrifying silence. Casually uttering a sentence to fire 2 founding members of a listed company sounded like a joke. But those who had witnessed the earlier scene couldn't bring themselves to laugh. Lu Qingji sneered. Lu Shuiyo, do you think latching onto a rich man makes you special? There are many things in this world that money can't accomplish. Do you know who my parents are? They're on friendly terms with the group company's chairman himself. Next time you boast, do some homework first, or you'll make a fool of yourself. Is that so? Zhang Yuan looked at him with a half-smile. Do you know the surname of your group's chairman? Lu Qingji didn't grasp the implication at first. His first thought was, could Lu Shuiyo also know the chairman? If so, that was indeed troublesome. But that was all. His parents had been with the company for over a decade. Their relationship with the chairman was surely closer than Lu Zuyu's. A few classmates seemed to realize something, staring wide-eyed at Lu Shuiyo. A male classmate named Wang Qing pointed at his phone and exclaimed, I know it's Lu, full name Lu Zhuoyan. You can find the info on Baidu. Then he glanced at Lu Shuiyo and murmured, You couldn't be. Wang Qing swallowed quietly and didn't finish. But everyone there understood. She was the daughter of Chairman Lu of the Huiju Group, a genuine heiress. She had hidden herself at their school for 4 years without anyone noticing. How low-key was that? How laughable that Lu Qingzi's entire family worked for her family's subsidiary. Not only did he fail to cling to her coattails, but he also dared to bluster arrogantly at her. Only someone with a decade of brain rot could do such a thing. Who else would they fire but his family? Truly, one reaps what one sows. His originally decent family background was a complete joke compared to Lu Zuyu's. With a mere flick of her finger, she could crush his entire family into dust. Lu Qingji came to his senses, his face etched with disbelief. At the same time, a voice echoed in his mind, constantly telling him that it was merely a coincidence of sharing the same surname. Such a coincidence couldn't possibly exist in the world. He murmured to himself, No, it can't be true. Whether it's true or not, you'll find out soon enough. As Lu Zuyu's words faded, his phone rang once more. This time the caller ID showed his father's name. He hesitated for a long time before daring to answer. Hello, Dad. You wretched child, what have you done? Lu Jun's voice thundered through the phone. Your mother and I have just been laid off by the group, do you know that? And it was a direct order from the chairman of the board. You had to offend someone's precious daughter. She's someone even President Hong has to greet with a cautious smile. Lu Qingji defended himself softly. That I really didn't mean to. If I had known her identity beforehand, I would never have done this. His silence might have been better. His words only stoked Lu Jun's fury. How many times have I told you to keep a low profile? Don't flaunt your petty wealth everywhere. If you had listened to even a single word, you wouldn't have ended up like this. How did I, damn it, sire such a scoundrel? Get your ass back home right now. After hanging up, Lu Qingji felt his heart sink into despair. Without a word, he stumbled out of the private room in a daze. His family appeared prosperous on the surface, but in reality, even their house in the magic capital was bought with a mortgage. If the whole family lost their jobs, how could they afford the nearly 10,000 yuan monthly payment? He couldn't even imagine surviving by renting a place. How he wished he could turn back time by just 1 hour. He would have groveled before these 2 formidable figures with utmost servility. But reality never grants a chance for regret. After Lu Qingji left, the atmosphere in the room grew lively again. Everyone gathered around Zhang Yuan and the others, chatting and laughing, practically wearing the word sycophancy on their faces. Yet one person among them was visibly uneasy. Li Jinwen desperately wanted to slip away, even if it meant losing face. But he knew exactly what he had said earlier. If he left without mending the relationship, his future would be bleak. For one, the collaboration with Huitong Foreign Trade Company would surely be cancelled. That was a huge source of income. With this in mind, he approached with a forced smile, raising his glass. Who would have thought our financial university harbors such hidden talents? Zhang Yuan's ability to make money is truly terrifying, setting a great example for all students. And Lu Shuiyo, with such an astonishing family background, remains humble and reserved, equally worthy of emulation. Lu Shuiyo chuckled. It seems Director Li's perspective has broadened. At these words, Li Jinwen's eyelids twitched involuntarily. The very words he had used to reprimand them were now being thrown back at him verbatim. He dared not refute a single syllable. Yet swallowing his pride and admitting fault was equally difficult. After all, at his age, he couldn't afford to lose face. After pondering, he spoke tactfully. A person's views aren't set in stone. Seeing how outstanding you both are, I realize my old perspectives have unknowingly fallen behind the times. Truly, the younger generation inspires awe. As the dean of the financial university's department, Li Jinwen's concession was essentially a veiled admission of fault. But Lu Shuiyo couldn't care less. She vividly remembered how this old fool had repeatedly called her and Zhang Yuan uncultured. She had never endured such humiliation in her life. Since you admit you can't keep up with the times, then just go home and rest. Li Jinwen panicked. Student Lu, what do you mean? Simple. All lectures and training sessions with Huitong Foreign Trade Company are canceled from now on. Moreover, no company in Shanghai City will ever invite you again. Li Jinwen flew into a rage, his beard bristling. He had humbled himself to save his job only to be met with Lu Zui's mercilessness. Although corporate lectures were his main income, it wasn't as if he couldn't survive without them. His official salary from the university was only 7,000 or 8,000, but with various subsidies and bonuses. It added up to about 20,000 to 30,000 a month. He could just tighten his belt. Having reconciled himself to this, his tone hardened again. I advise you two youngsters not to be too arrogant. You'll suffer for it sooner or later. Leave some leeway and you'll meet again with ease. I'm sure you've heard that saying. No one can predict how the future will unfold. Who knows if a great rise won't be followed by a great fall? Let's just wait and see. After issuing this threat, Li Jinwen strode toward the door. But Lu Zui's muttered words made him stop in his tracks. I may not know my own future, but I can guess yours directly. Given your character, I don't think you're fit to be the dean of the financial university's department. He'll be sure to mention this to my father. What did you say? Nothing much. Since I told you to rest, then rest completely. Don't bother with university work either. Since Director Li is so good at making money, I'm sure you'll thrive anywhere. Originally, Lu Shuiyo had planned to cancel the lectures as a minor lesson. But this old fool insisted on lecturing her with his pompous platitudes. She had reached her limit. Did he really think she had no power over him? Li Jinwen's voice came out low and hoarse. You? Do you truly intend to show no mercy? It's not about mercy. I repeat, I believe your character is unfit to be a university dean. You'd only mislead students. At that moment, Li Jinwen felt blood rush to his head, his vision blurring. He knew that if Lu Zhuoyan took this seriously, it would come to pass. Faced with the immense influence of the Huitong group, even the university's leadership would buckle under pressure. Once fired, his future would be nothing but darkness. A man past 50 with no private company willing to hire him seemed destined for nothing but a janitor's job. But realizing this, he understood that even begging on his knees wouldn't change the outcome. After standing frozen for a few seconds, he let out a bitter, angry laugh. Uttering just 3 words, fine, fine, fine. He slammed the door behind him. In the hallway outside, he could still hear a loud-mouthed student from the room shouting, "It's a Dutch treat party," and he skips out without paying his share. With that kind of character, he's worse than a dog. How's he fit to be a dean? Hearing this, Li Jinwen could no longer hold on. His vision blurred, and he collapsed to the floor. After Lu Qingji and Li Jinwen left, those who had initially echoed them in confronting Zhang Yuan felt their faces burning with shame. Unable to endure staying any longer, they took their leave one after another. Moments later, only 15 people remained at the gathering, with merely 6 male classmates. These were the ones with closer ties to Zhang Yuan and his companion. We've been talking so long the food's gone cold. Zhang Yuan called out to the waiter. Excuse me, please set up a new table for us. Su Qing smiled. Isn't that unnecessary? It's barely touched, we can make do. This table of dishes must have cost several thousand yuan, and Su Qing felt a twinge of reluctance as she looked at it. It's fine. Now that there are no eyesores, feel free to order whatever you like. It's on me. Zhang Yuan, you mean it? Then I won't hold back. Of course. Waiter, bring the menu. After Su Qing received the menu, she casually ordered 2 or 3 dishes before passing it to the others. She claimed she wouldn't hold back, but the dishes she ordered were moderately priced. She didn't take the chance to fleece Zhang Yuan. Several classmates flipped through the menu, hesitating over what to eat. They wanted to try something new, but worried about what Zhang Yuan might think. After much deliberation, they still hadn't ordered 10 dishes. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan called the waiter directly and asked, "What are your signature dishes here?" "Sir, our specialties include braised shark fin with supreme golden soup, jade conch with silver ear, and tofu pan-seared foie gras with truffle braised sea cucumber with black truffle." As the waiter rattled on, Zhang Yuan interrupted with a wave. "Just bring about a dozen of those you mentioned." "Very well, sir." Hearing such extravagant words, the others looked at him with renewed complexity. The names alone suggested dishes far beyond their usual means. And Zhang Yuan, without even asking the price, made the decision with a grand gesture. Indeed, for someone of his wealth, a meal costing tens of thousands might be like buying a bottle of soda on the street. When would they ever be as carefree as him? When the high-end dishes were all served, the others dared to pick up their chopsticks only after Zhang Yuan had begun tasting. After a few glasses of wine, the private room was filled with laughter and chatter once more. The gathering had finally returned to its proper atmosphere, though the conversation revolved mostly around Zhang Yuan and Lu Xueyou. Old classmate, can you give us a hint? How did you make over $1 billion in just 1 month? I figure even robbing a bank would require hitting several to get that much. Wang Qing stopped prying. He must have his own methods, he can't just tell you. Zhang Yuan smiled. It's nothing I can't share. I made it from the stock market. Wang Qing exclaimed, don't tell me you bought shares of Hongyun Technology Group. I know that stock, it's been all over the financial news these days. That stock, just when it was doing so well, suddenly crashed after 17 consecutive limit-ups, sending the price plummeting. Those who bought at the peak are now trapped tight. They must be kicking themselves. Since Zhang Yuan had liquidated all his holdings, he hadn't paid any attention to Hongyun Technology Group. Hearing this, he realized that the group had run into major trouble just after he cashed out. Fortunately, he hadn't been fooled by its trend and had chosen to act decisively. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made a profit. He might have even lost the 300 million Lu Xueyou had given him. In the end, it was all thanks to the system's awesomeness. Still, he had the courage to make the right decision after learning the stock's trajectory. The system had predicted that information only once. Since then, that translucent screen had never appeared again. If he had played small and only invested the 8,000 yuan he had on hand, he would now have only 40,000 yuan, not even enough to cover this meal. Old classmate, to make so much from this wave, you must have bought at the lowest point and sold at the highest, right? Exactly. Seems I got lucky. I invested 300 million and somehow made a profit of 1.2 billion. This humble brag left everyone in stunned silence. Only a fool would believe that. Anyone who truly thought luck alone could lead to big gains in the stock market would have jumped off a building several times over. Without some inside info, who would dare pour hundreds of millions into it? Old classmate, I truly admire you. Even if I had your luck, I couldn't come up with 300 million as capital. Zhang Yuan chuckled. To be honest, that 300 million came from Lu Xueyou. The group fell silent again. Suddenly, the food in their mouths didn't taste as good. So the two of you were a perfect match, raking in fortunes on the stock market, while the rest of us are just left to eat your relationship crumbs. No wonder the rich only get richer. No matter how hard the poor strive, they can barely scrape by. The starting point is already leagues apart. Of course, being able to win a goddess like Lu Xueyou as a girlfriend is a testament to Zhang Yuan's own ability. Others can only envy. Wang Qing, you seem to know that stock well. Did you buy some too? Wang Qing's face twisted with bitterness as he clenched his fists. I'm that poor fool who bought right before the last limit up and got trapped. That stock's so green it's terrifying. Bro, you're my real brother. Please take your poor little brother under your wing. At 9 o'clock sharp, Zhang Yuan and his group finished their meal and headed to a KTV called Huan Gusheng Shi on the 3rd floor of the hotel. The KTV's luxury suite could accommodate over 20 people and was exquisitely decorated. This class reunion wasn't just about a single meal. The choice of a distant resort hotel was intentional, to allow for evening activities and an overnight stay for everyone to fully enjoy themselves. As the most common entertainment spot during college gatherings, everyone was familiar with KTV. Slightly tipsy, they grabbed microphones and sang their hearts out, some more melodiously than others. Zhang Yuan sat on a sofa to the side, watching his old classmates let loose with a smile. He had little interest in singing and hadn't sung even once since graduation. Xueyou, don't you want to sing? I remember you used to have a lovely voice. What would you like to hear? Anything you sing is fine. Just as they were speaking, some classmates started urging Lu Xueyou to sing a few songs. She took the microphone and went to select a track. As Zhang Yuan sat leisurely drinking beer, he suddenly caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. Su Qing approached with a wine glass and sat down beside him. Old classmate, you were so popular at the dinner table that I never got a chance to have a drink with you. Zhang Yuan filled his glass and raised it. It's not too late now. They clinked glasses and downed the drink in one go. Zhang Yuan was the type who could hold his liquor well, and he had been drinking steadily throughout the meal. Even mixing white liquor with beer was a breeze for him. Su Qing's tolerance, however, was clearly not as good. By now her head was already spinning. She refilled her glass and chuckled. When are you planning to marry Xueyou? Make sure to invite me to the wedding feast. It's not settled yet, but I won't forget you, old classmates. You said it. If you forget, he'll never let you off. They clinked glasses again, and Su Qing downed hers first. This earned a new respect from Zhang Yuan. I don't recall you being much of a drinker. Not bad. You've practiced in just a few years since graduation. Su Qing shook her head with a resigned expression. No choice. The company has countless gatherings every year. As a lowly employee like me, how can I have my way? If you cross an unreasonable boss who doesn't get his way, he'll make things difficult for you, and there's nowhere to complain. Anyway, that's how the workplace is. To survive, you have to swallow your pride. These words struck a chord with Zhang Yuan. After graduation, he had also worked for a while. No matter the company or its size, workplace manipulation was everywhere. Those who toiled in obscurity remained nameless, while the sycophants thrived. That was precisely why he detested people like Lu Qingji. Zhang Yuan finished his beer and refilled it. And your husband, what does he do? He's just a low-level civil servant. Looks decent on the surface, but his situation is similar to mine. Whatever orders come down from above, he has no choice but to obey. Su Qing sighed softly. Old classmate, I don't have your strength or Zui's family background. You can flip the table at anyone without a care. Living freely and boldly, never worrying about anyone else's feelings. For someone like me, even losing my temper is a luxury sometimes. But you wouldn't understand. That's the tragedy of being a nobody. Since I lack the strength to resist, I have to endure it all. Of course, I'm just chatting with you casually. Don't overthink it. What Zhang Yuan didn't say was that without the system's blessing, he might have ended up worse off than her. He could understand Su Qing's mindset. In school, perhaps everyone was equal. But once out in the world, social status diverged sharply. Lu Shuiyo, who shared a dorm with him, was the heiress of a conglomerate worth billions. And he himself possessed terrifying earning power. The class divide became starkly apparent. She wasn't seeking help by saying this. She was merely venting her grievances through their old friendship. I think you. Zhang Yuan was about to offer some advice when he noticed Su Qing's head wobbling. Then her body leaned over and rested against his shoulder. Under the influence of alcohol, she had dozed off. Since they were classmates, he couldn't bring himself to push her away. Refusing even a shoulder would be too petty. But this couldn't last forever. If Lu Shuiyo saw them, it might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. The dim lighting of the KTV was already prone to stirring the imagination. The overhead spotlights cast neon hues across the private room. Colors shifted constantly. The surroundings were noisy. Zhang Yuan felt a pang of guilt. Though there was nothing between him and Su Qing, the pose was far too intimate. He glanced at Lu Shuiyo. She had her back to him, absorbed in singing along to the lyrics on the screen. The other classmates were either playing cards or drinking. No one was paying attention to them. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then he looked down at Su Qing's profile. From this angle, her elegant collarbone was as delicate as jade. Su Qing's face wasn't top tier, merely above average. But her figure was exceptional. He hadn't noticed it before. Su Qing, after all, was only slightly tipsy, not truly asleep. As Lu Shuiyo finished a song, the KTV erupted in enthusiastic cheers. She lifted her head again and said apologetically, "Old classmate, sorry about that. I got a bit dizzy and dozed off." "No worries. It's late, and I was getting drowsy myself." Then both composed themselves and resumed chatting and laughing. Through their conversation, Zhang Yuan learned that Su Qing and her husband had bought a house in Shanghai City after marriage. Life was decent, not wealthy, but comfortable. But every family has its troubles. Whether their relationship was truly good, only they knew. That little scene was just a minor episode. What Su Qing truly thought didn't matter. Since Lu Shuiyo wasn't yet his, he wouldn't dwell on such things now. Then Lu Shuiyo returned to the sofa. "So how did I sound?" "As beautiful as ever. Didn't you see? I almost clapped my hands off." Lu Zui's lively eyes twinkled with mischief. "Then what song did I just sing?" It sounded like one I've never heard. I don't know the name, but you sang wonderfully." Zhang Yuan had no clue. When Lu Shuiyo was singing, he hadn't heard a single word. The song title was displayed on the screen, and you didn't even look." Lu Shuiyo pouted and turned away. "I was too busy watching your back." "All right, I'll sing a song for you as an apology, okay?" "I want a duet." "Anything, go pick one." The classmates saw the two main stars of the gathering take the stage. Another round of enthusiastic cheers erupted. As for songs, Zhang Yuan knew few, mostly older tunes. Lu Shuiyo was clearly aware of this. After much deliberation, she chose "As Long as I Have You." From then on, even the sky and earth, fated to be apart, can meet again under the same sun and moon. As long as I have you in my life, anything is possible, letting all shooting stars meet anytime. Everyone in the room watched their backs, feeling they were a perfect match. Only Su Qing's heart churned far more than her calm exterior showed. At midnight, the gathering finally ended. Though the activities were simple, just dinner and karaoke, the reunion was about catching up and rekindling old bonds. They drank and chatted, and time seemed to flow back to their college days. Su Qing stood at the door of the room waving. "We'll head off now. Zhang Yuan, thanks for hosting. It's late. How are you getting back?" "This place isn't close to the city. My husband is driving to pick me up. He's waiting downstairs." "All right, let's catch up again sometime. Promise me. You and Shuiyo must come to my place. I'm a great cook." Lu Shuiyo smiled too. "We'll have to try your cooking." After a brief farewell, Su Qing swayed her hips and walked away slowly. Once the classmates had gone home or checked into hotels, the KTV room was left with only Zhang Yuan and Lu Shuiyo. So the class reunion you've been longing for, did it disappoint? Not bad. As long as you're around, it's never boring. Seeing Zhang Yuan still staring blankly ahead, Lu Shuiyo snorted indignantly. Still looking? She's gone. Do you want to run after her for a hug? I wasn't looking at her. If I'm looking at anyone, it's you. He wrapped an arm around her slender waist. With you so beautiful, only a fool would look at someone else. What good is beauty? I don't have her. Assets. That can't fill your stomach. Whatever fits is fine. Lu Shuiyo pouted and shot him a glare. Maybe it can fill a stomach. Zhang Yuan was speechless. Hey, do you know you're the moonlit ideal of every male student at the finance university? Must you be so risque? It'll be your moonlit ideal alone. Lu Shuiyo looked at him sideways, her tone teasing. Do you want to kiss me? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. This moonlight. It seemed not so pure anymore. Back in his school days, he only thought she was beautiful and approachable. She could take any joke in stride. He never noticed any other intentions she might have had toward him. Not until they met again did he realize he couldn't fathom this girl's thoughts. But Lu Shuiyo was extraordinarily good to him. Even knowing she wasn't the only woman in his life, she still threw herself into it without hesitation. She didn't get angry seeing him flirting with Su Qing. At most, she showed a hint of jealousy which dissipated without any coaxing. With her looks and family background, she could have any man she wanted. Yet she chose him, a man with nothing. Zhang Yuan was utterly perplexed, though perhaps only fate could explain it. In truth, Lu Zui's affection stemmed from that first day of college when Zhang Yuan recklessly shielded her. Even though he was beaten bloody, he never complained to her afterward nor asked for anything in return. That trivial incident which Zhang Yuan might have forgotten in days she would remember for a lifetime. A man like this could be poor, unattractive, and untalented, but never cowardly. In her heart, Zhang Yuan was the most unique person in the world, irreplaceable by anyone. Seeing him lost in thought, Lu Shuiyo stamped her foot. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? If you don't want to leave. Zhang Yuan said nothing more. He hooked the private room door shut with his foot and kissed her red lips directly. After a moment, Lu Shuiyo whispered in his ear, I saw all your little moves just now. You don't have eyes in the back of your head. How do you know that? You were just too absorbed. I turned to look several times. Zhang Yuan grinned awkwardly. No way, I didn't do anything, just lent a shoulder. Explanations are just cover-ups, but it's fine. Would she dare to do this openly? Honestly, this straightforward and unpretentious personality deeply appealed to Zhang Yuan. Everyone's gone. Let's go upstairs to check in and rest. Lu Shuiyo nodded, her heart quietly anticipating. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. Zhang Yuan had booked the presidential suite at this hotel. 38,000 a night. It was pricey, but money had become just a number to him now. Entering the suite, they were greeted by a spacious and bright living room. Luxurious furniture was arranged neatly with pristine lights spilling across the entire space. The suite featured a separate study bedroom and reception hall. In the bedroom lay a soft, large bed covered with crisp white linens. There was also a 24-hour personal butler on call ready to handle most issues. After locking the door, Zhang Yuan eagerly embraced Lu Shuiyo and kissed her again. Lu Shuiyo pushed him away with a look of disgust. Your mouth reeks of alcohol. Go wash up first. In the bathroom, she was meticulously cleaning herself with the shower head. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but think if those classmates saw the goddess in their hearts like this now, they'd probably want to kill him. He cast aside distractions and asked solemnly, Shuiyo, you know what kind of man I am. I can't give you exclusive love. Are you sure you won't regret this? Lu Shuiyo huffed in reply, you bastard, I'd have regretted it long ago if I were going to. Why wait until now? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan cast aside all doubts and held her tightly in his arms. Under the soft lighting, the bathtub's water surface reflected a hazy, warm hue. The water rippled gently like soft silk, dancing in the breeze, creating tiny, delicate circles. Rose petals vivid as blood scattered across the water, bobbing with the ripples. Rising steam carried a faint, elegant floral fragrance, adding an intoxicating atmosphere to this tranquil space. You're always lying. Where did I lie? I thought you seemed quite. Zhang Yuan didn't finish before Lu Shuiyo covered his mouth. Even though no one else was around talking about it, still felt embarrassing. Then, as if in a pout, she bit him hard on the chest. Instantly, 2 neat rows of teeth marks appeared. Don't say it, got it. Are you a dog? Fine, I won't say it, but biting hurts. Zhang Yuan teased with a smile, are you trying to transfer the pain to me? Exactly, so you can feel it too. How you've got the wrong spot. Lu Shuiyo stared at him intently, flashing 2 cute little fangs. Are you? Sure. Zhang Yuan felt a sudden chill and waved his hands frantically. No, I was just joking. It was nearly 2 in the morning. Zhang Yuan, with the beauty in his arms, fell asleep shortly after. After an unknown stretch of time, he felt a faint tickling sensation, as if Lu Shuiyo was playfully poking him. It's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? Zhang Yuan, I just realized a huge problem. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan snapped awake. He asked hurriedly, "What's wrong?" Lu Shuiyo blushed shyly and said, "Will I get pregnant?" Was that all? Zhang Yuan closed his eyes again and answered weakly, "Don't worry, you can't get pregnant during the safe period." "What's a safe period?" Lu Shuiyo looked puzzled. "Is your monthly thing regular?" Lu Shuiyo nodded. "You mean my period? Seems pretty regular." "Then have you heard of the 7 days before and 8 days after rule?" Roused from sleep by this commotion, Zhang Yuan decided to explain. "The 7 days before your period and the 8 days after it starts are called the safe period. Generally, you won't get pregnant then." "Oh, I see. Wait, how do you know so much? Even I, a girl, didn't know that." Lu Shuiyo bit him on the other side of his chest again and demanded, "Spill it. Did that junior schoolgirl teach you?" "Her. She probably knows even less than you." "Then, do you have another woman outside?" "No, don't wrong me. Besides you two, there's really no one else." "Oomph." Zhang Yuan had been through plenty with Ning Yue before, and he had diligently researched the matter. It was related to Ning Yue, but she hadn't taught him. "If you're really worried, just take a pill tomorrow morning." Lu Shuiyo pouted. "No. If I'm pregnant, I'll have the baby. You don't know how many times my dad has gone on about wanting a grandchild. If I gave him one, he'd be over the moon." Zhang Yuan's face darkened with exasperation at her words. "Over the moon, my foot. He'd be chasing me with a kitchen knife." "Zhang Yuan, I want a girl. He'll dress her up all pretty like a little doll." "What do you think?" Ugh, I wasn't finished. When she looked closely, Zhang Yuan was already fast asleep like a log. At 10 the next morning, Zhang Yuan finally stirred awake. Opening his eyes, he saw Lu Shuiyo sleeping peacefully. Her soft hair lay scattered over her cheek. Even in sleep, the corners of her mouth were slightly curved, as if she were having a sweet dream. Even now, Zhang Yuan felt as if he were in a dream. This girl, the most beautiful campus belle in the eyes of countless students, had truly become his woman. During those college years, how he had longed to hold her and steal a kiss. He had also fantasized about holding her hand and strolling through the campus together. But he had never mustered the courage, burying even that desire deep in his heart, afraid she would see it. If he hadn't gone to the financial district and met her by chance, he might have missed her for life. After sleeping for 7 or 8 hours straight, Zhang Yuan's body was stiff from lying still. But Lu Shuiyo clung to him like an octopus, her limbs wrapped around him, making it impossible to even turn over. Zhang Yuan decided to let her rest more and forced himself to stay motionless. The feeling of being awake but having to lie still was truly agonizing. After a short while, he couldn't bear it any longer. He reached out a finger and gently pinched the ends of Lu Zui's hair. Then mischievously he tickled her pretty face. "Stop it. I need to sleep." This string of little antics had clearly woken her up. Seeing the fiery look in Zhang Yuan's eyes, Lu Shuiyo shot him a glare. "Wait, let me have the butler send something up." After making the call, it took only 10 minutes before a knock came from the living room outside. Zhang Yuan threw on a bathrobe and went to open the door. "Mr. Zhang, hello." The personal butler bowed and said, "Your ordered meal has arrived. Just leave it inside." After wheeling the cart in, the butler bowed again. "If you need anything else, just let me know. They'll leave you to it now." Once the butler had left, Lu Shuiyo came over and pulled a black plastic bag from under the cart. Seeing the exaggerated look on Zhang Yuan's face, Lu Shuiyo covered her mouth and giggled. Another half hour later, the two finally came to the living room and set the delivered food on the dining table. The hotel had been thoughtful, keeping each dish warm. Only after unwrapping the many layers of insulation bags could they see the food's true appearance. Even after all this time, it was still steaming hot when opened. The dishes were also artfully plated, looking quite appetizing. Lu Shuiyo cut a slice of steak and carefully fed it to Zhang Yuan. Truly, she was a child of privilege, every move she made exuding elegance. It wasn't an act, it was an innate grace. If Zhang Yuan were cutting it himself, he'd just hack at it haphazardly with a knife and fork. "How is it?" "Good. Not bad. You try some." After a small bite, Lu Shuiyo wrinkled her nose in disdain. "Not very fresh. It's not a professional restaurant after all. It's barely edible." "Don't be so picky. When you're hungry, everything tastes good. And steak, how can it compare to France? That's its birthplace." True. Though accustomed to a life of luxury, Lu Shuiyo didn't have a spoiled princess temper. After a brief complaint, she still ate with great enjoyment. After checking out, Zhang Yuan opened the system panel again. Total spending on the opposite sex, 747,760 yuan, 100 yuan. Activation conditions not met. He did a rough calculation. The total amount had increased by over 60,000 yuan. Since he had spent the entire gathering with Lu Shuiyo, the system had counted all the expenses. After checking out, the two went to the hotel's outdoor parking lot. Lu Zui's newly acquired Porsche 918 was parked nose out in its spot. Though the resort hotel was in a remote location, business was surprisingly good. The small lot was nearly full, yet there were no cars parked on either side of the 918. This was likely the aura commanded by a 20 million yuan luxury car. She took out the key, unlocked the car, and said playfully, You have no idea how hard this car is to buy. Most on the market are used with high mileage. I asked my dad, and he contacted several connections to get this brand new one with less than 50 kilometers on it. It was shipped here from Yanjing by special transport just yesterday morning. Every man harbors a dream of owning a luxury car deep within his heart. Zhang Yuan was no exception. Although the 3 million Panamera was already the ceiling for ordinary people. Yet compared to this 918, it fell far short. The wide air intakes resembled the maw of a ferocious beast devouring the air ahead, while the streamlined contours and sharp headlights complemented each other brilliantly. The carbon fiber rear wing rose high like an eagle poised to take flight. The most distinctive feature was the pair of large-diameter exhaust pipes positioned on the vehicle's back, encased in carbon fiber shell. Below the two exhaust pipes lay the 4.6-liter V8 engine generating 608 horsepower. Watching Zhang Yuan lost in thought, Lu Shuiyo smiled and said, "So how is it? Beautiful, isn't it? How could it not be beautiful when it's built with money? Then take it for a spin." "Oh, I don't want it anymore." "What? Are you out of your mind? You just picked it up yesterday, took it for one lap, and now you don't want it." Lu Shuiyo looked at the sports car with a disdainful expression. "It's nice to look at, but it's truly unpleasant to drive. The seats are hard, and there's no lumbar support. After half an hour my back aches terribly. The visibility is poor when seated, and the chassis is excessively stiff. Going over a speed bump almost rattles your brains out. Anyway, after driving it once, I never want to touch it again. Besides, the car is registered under your name. You have no choice but to keep it." Zhang Yuan was speechless. Everything Lu Shuiyo mentioned were common drawbacks of supercars. Such sports cars are born for the racetrack, so their comfort naturally falls short compared to ordinary sedans. This young lady really didn't bother to do any research before buying it straight home. Discovering she disliked it, she casually gave it away. Speaking of extravagance, it seemed he was far from matching Lu Shuiyo. Yet this suited Zhang Yuan's wishes perfectly. Supercars might be hard to drive, but they are undeniably cool. The 918's stunning looks could mask any flaw. He had long wanted to buy a sports car for fun, and now he had a ready-made, beautiful, top-quality, first-hand car. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at the Panamera. It was also a true, beautiful, top-quality first-hand car. Zhang Yuan suddenly felt as if he was being kept by this girl. He wanted to ask who exactly had the system, you or me. In this period, he had only spent over 700,000 on the opposite sex, while Lu Shuiyo had casually dropped 20 million. There was simply no comparison. "I plan to buy a more comfortable car. They'll drive the Panamera back for now. I'll come pick it up when you have time. Why not just drive this one and save the trouble?" "No." Lu Shuiyo shot him a glare. "Who knows if you've done anything inappropriate in this car? I find it distasteful." "I'm innocent. The space isn't that big. How could I manage anything?" "That's debatable. If a petite woman were involved, it might not be impossible." With that remark, Zhang Yuan felt a stirring temptation. Perhaps it was worth a try. One night, he could take Ning Yue to some remote wilderness for fun. After all, she was the easiest to coax. Then Lu Shuiyo opened the Panamera's door and slid inside. Zhang Yuan watched with concern. "Hey, can you drive? If not, don't force it. Let me take you back instead. It's no big deal. It'll be fine in a couple of days. I'm off now. All right, take it easy." After starting the engine, Lu Shuiyo gestured for him to come closer. "What now?" Zhang Yuan bent down and stuck his head into the car, only to be tightly embraced by Lu Shuiyo. She then pressed her crimson lips against his. As their lips parted, she bit him hard on the mouth. "Remember, never think of leaving me behind, got it?" Zhang Yuan nodded firmly. "I never will." Satisfied with his answer, Lu Shuiyo smiled radiantly. Then she stepped on the gas and sped away from the resort hotel. Next, Zhang Yuan drove the 918 leisurely toward the city center. This plug-in hybrid accelerated with astonishing speed. Pressing the accelerator deep, the engine immediately roared with passion. Simultaneously, the electric motor engaged, the two working in tandem. The intense surge of acceleration far surpassed even the Panamera. As for driving comfort, it wasn't as terrible as Lu Shuiyo had claimed. In short, it was by no means an unpleasant drive. He had already opened the convertible top, and as the speed increased, the fierce wind rushed into the cabin. Even at noon, it didn't feel too scorching. However, a pressing issue now lay before him. He had two cars and nowhere to park them. Moreover, the 918 was a plug-in hybrid, so a charging station was absolutely necessary. He couldn't very well take such an expensive car to a public charging station, could he? Also, given Lu Zui's temperament, she would likely keep tossing luxury cars his way. Buying a house was now a must. With this in mind, he dialed Ning Yue's number. "Yue, what are you up to?" Ning Yue answered with pleasant surprise. "Senior, are you back from the gathering?" "I'm eating at the food street outside the school. I'm on my way back. Should be there in about half an hour. Have you had lunch? Want to join us?" "We just ordered." "Oh, we haven't started yet." Ning Yue spoke cautiously. "It's just a few roommates, you've met them all. If you're busy with something else, it's fine. I understand. Hearing her tentative tone as if afraid of displeasing him, Zhang Yuan wished he could fly to her side immediately. Send me your location, it'll be right there. Mom. After sending her location, Ning Yue put down her phone. Su Yun probed cautiously, Yue, is your boyfriend coming? Sorry, I originally planned to treat you all to a meal. I didn't expect him to call suddenly. If you mind, I'll treat another time. Su Yun waved her hand repeatedly. It's fine, I'm familiar with him anyway. No problem. Qianqian, what about you? Zhou Qianqian smiled faintly. I don't mind either. More people make it livelier. Su Yun noticed her expression and immediately sensed something was off. Given her usual habits, she would definitely dislike an outsider joining a casual gathering, especially a man. But the moment she heard it was Zhang Yuan, she didn't utter a single objection. Instead, she seemed faintly expectant. It seemed the competition was fiercer than expected. Su Yun smiled meaningfully. I never knew, Qianqian, that you also enjoy lively gatherings. A flush of crimson crept across Zhou Qianqian's cheeks as she stammered, Yes, I do enjoy them. The three of them dined at a Chinese restaurant called Li Ji Fan Pu on the food street. This eatery offered good food at reasonable prices, making it quite popular among the students. It was the last day of the holiday before the new semester. The restaurant was bustling with patrons, every seat taken. When Ning Yue and her friends arrived, only a large round table for 10 remained. To keep the customers, the waitress still seated them there. As they chatted, a woman in her 30s approached, beaming at Su Yun. Xiaosu, could you do me a small favor? Ask your friends if it's all right to share the table. Sister Lu, it's not that I don't want to help, but this meal isn't on me. Besides, I'd rather not sit with strangers. This Sister Lu was the restaurant's owner, and Su Yun often ate there. Over time, they had become acquainted enough for casual conversation. If it were any other trivial favor, she would have helped, but sharing the table was something she naturally opposed. Moreover, Zhang Yuan was coming later, and having an outsider there would be awkward. Sister Lu smiled. Look, the table has 2 rows of sofas. You can sit on one side and the other side is far apart. It's like 2 separate booths. By the way, it's just one girl dining. It won't affect you much. Hearing that it was only a girl, the 3 women's resistance eased considerably. Besides, the table was indeed quite large, and they had only ordered a few dishes, not even covering half of it. They felt a bit obligated to oblige. Since Su Yun had some rapport with Sister Lu, she didn't outright refuse. Instead, she turned and said, Yue, what do you think? Ning Yue's first thought was whether Zhang Yuan would mind when he arrived. If he disliked it, she would never agree. But after a moment's consideration, she figured Zhang Yuan wouldn't mind another girl being there, so she nodded. All right then. Thank you for understanding. They'll give you a discount later. Shortly after, Sister Lu led a woman of about 27 or 28 over. It's all settled with them. Just sit across. But, just as the woman was about to decline, Sister Lu added, Oh, Ting Ting, don't be picky. It's really crowded today. Just make do. They'll hurry the kitchen to get your food out soon. Eventually, Zhang Tingting nodded. After sitting down, she first glanced at Ning Yue and the other 2 across from her. That glance left her stunned. They all appeared to be students with flawless looks. Each was a top-tier beauty worthy of being called 1 in 100. Especially the girl in the middle. Her brows like paintings, cheeks slightly flushed, and features so delicate they seemed perfect. She offered an apologetic smile to the group as a greeting. Then she sat quietly on the sofa, her eyes fixed on the restaurant entrance. Meanwhile, Ning Yue and her friends were also sizing up this uninvited guest. She wore a crisp professional outfit with a silk scarf tied around her neck. A name badge on her chest read New Century Real Estate Company Zhang Tingting. So she was a property saleswoman. Zhang Tingting was also quite attractive with willow leaf eyebrows and clear watery eyes that sparkled. Upon closer inspection, there was a faint trace of melancholy in her brow. This sorrow wasn't deliberate, as if she had just endured some great grief. Such an expression could easily stir a man's sympathy. This put Su Yun on alert. If Zhang Yuan saw her, who knew what might happen? But since Ning Yue said nothing, Su Yun had no standing to object. However, someone of Zhang Tingting's age was likely already married. That reduced the threat considerably, even less than Zhou Qianqian beside them. About 5 minutes later, a portly middle-aged man walked into the restaurant. As he entered and saw the noisy hall, his brow furrowed involuntarily. Zhang Tingting immediately stood up and waved. President Wang, over here. Wang Weiguo smiled at her, then clutched his briefcase and strolled over. When he saw that the table wasn't just for Zhang Tingting, his brows knitted together. His face was etched with displeasure. Sorry, President Wang, I arrived a bit late, and there were no other seats. Let's just grab a quick bite here, and next time I'll pick a better place. But Wang Weiguo's brow didn't relax. He chided, Is this how your New Century company treats clients? This is far too shabby. You know, people who want to treat me to dinner are booked a month in advance. If it weren't for your sincerity, I wouldn't have agreed at all. Zhang Tingting defended herself softly. President Wang is a junior staff member. I can't get entertainment expenses reimbursed. Please understand. But this is still too much. He was about to find more faults when his peripheral vision caught Ning Yue and the other 2. After a closer look, his tone shifted entirely, and he said with a broad smile, "Honestly, this place is fine. Great atmosphere. Xiaozhang, you've put thought into this." Then he probed, "Xiaozhang, are these friends of yours? Won't you introduce us?" Zhang Tingting replied awkwardly, "No, we're just sharing a table. I don't know them." Afraid that Wang Weiguo might take offense, she added, "They were here first, and the young ladies are very kind. Please don't mind." Wang Weiguo waved his hand and sat beside Zhang Tingting. "Not at all. I always enjoy meeting new friends." Relieved to have finally appeased this President Wang, Zhang Tingting let out a sigh. The customer was king indeed, hard to please. But Ning Yue and her friends were displeased. Su Yin spoke up, "Didn't Sister Lu say it was just you? What's going on here?" Zhang Tingting was surprised. "No, I told Sister Lu earlier that I was treating a male client to a meal. I thought you all knew." Su Yin snorted. "She didn't mention it. If I'd known a man was coming, we would never have agreed." Hearing this, Zhang Tingting's apologetic look deepened. She said repeatedly, "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. How about this, whatever you ordered, it's on me, okay? Do you think I care about the money?" Zhang Tingting stood up, bowed to them, and apologized once more. That diffused Su Yun's anger. With such a sincere attitude, being petty would make them look bad. Meanwhile, Ning Yue recalled Zhang Yuan mentioning several times that he wanted to buy a house. Since Zhang Tingting worked as an agent, she might be useful later. So she said, "Su Yin, let it go. The table is big enough, we'll eat our meal without bothering each other." Since Ning Yue had spoken, Su Yin didn't argue further. "Fine, I'll listen to you." After the two took their seats, Wang Weiguo, though sitting across from them, kept trying to strike up conversations with Ning Yue and the others. Faced with this greasy, balding old man, they couldn't be bothered to respond with even a single word. Realizing he was only making a fool of himself, he turned to chat with Zhang Tingting instead. "Xiaozhang, where's your daughter? Why didn't you bring her along? I have to work, how could I keep her with me? Besides, the company won't allow it. I had to leave her with her grandparents. If you ask me, kids are better off raised by their parents. The elderly are getting on in years, they can't attend to every detail. I understand the logic, but there's no other choice." Zhang Tingting seemed reluctant to dwell on the topic, so she asked President Wang, "We should be able to sign the contract for the villa this afternoon, right?" "We'll talk about that this afternoon. No business during meals. I'm not making excuses. To be honest, I just received a project payment of over 10 million yuan a few days ago. Buying a house is more than within my means." As he spoke, Wang Weiguo deliberately raised his voice as if to ensure Ning Yue and the others heard him clearly. He expected that after hearing this, the students would look at him with newfound respect. A man capable of flaunting such a vast sum of money, even if he didn't bathe in summer, would be considered a catch. For ordinary female college students, that was certainly true. Yet Ning Yue and her friends were far from ordinary. Having witnessed Zhang Yuan's lavish spending, their horizons had broadened considerably. A mere 10 million yuan meant nothing to them. Wang Weiguo watched as they chatted among themselves as if they hadn't heard him at all. He frowned once more. His usually infallible tactic had failed. Fortunately, Zhang Tingting spoke up to break the awkward silence. "President Wang, you're truly influential. I've never seen that much money in my life. So the contract should be..." Wang Weiguo waved his hand and said meaningfully, "The contract can be signed. I could even buy you a small car and give you a generous monthly allowance. However, it depends on your performance." Zhang Tingting fell silent. At 28, she understood exactly what he meant. He wanted her to be his mistress. She longed to pick up her teacup and hurl it at this fat, pig-headed man. But reality wouldn't allow it. Composing herself, she forced a faint smile. "President Wang, could you give me some time to think it over? Of course. I never force anyone. But my patience is also very limited. You don't have much time. You know your own situation well. Your husband has been dead for so long. In today's society, it's incredibly hard for a woman to survive without a man's protection." Zhang Tingting felt a wave of bitterness in her heart. Her husband had passed away over a year ago. Since his death, her in-laws' attitude toward her had changed drastically. They had forcibly taken over their marital home. They had even driven her and her young daughter out of the house. Faced with her domineering in-laws, Zhang Tingting had no choice but to return to her parents' home. Her parents were elderly, and her mother had a bad back, often bedridden. She had to go out to work. Her colleagues knew her situation and were jealous of her beauty. They gossiped about her behind her back. Faced with those insulting words, she could only endure. After being battered by society, there were times she truly wished to find a wealthy, powerful man to keep her. She didn't seek much affection, just a life free from worry and the means to raise her daughter to adulthood. Wang Weiguo before her could certainly meet her material needs. He was the wealthiest man she had ever met. But other aspects were hard to stomach. If there were any other choice, she would never agree. "President Wang, let's set that aside for now. They'll take you to see the house this afternoon." Wang Weiguo, confident as a fisherman waiting for the catch, wore a faint, barely perceptible smile. He knew that with just a little more pressure, he could have this woman completely under his control. With some clever maneuvering, he might even win her over by tonight. Gazing at her pitiful expression, he could hardly suppress the heat rising in his chest. Their conversation wasn't loud, but Ning Yue and the others caught the gist of it. They looked at President Wang with undisguised contempt. With such a wretched appearance, he wanted to keep a mistress. He should take a piss and look at his own reflection. Su Yun even thought to herself that if Zhang Tingting had to be kept by someone, it might as well be Zhang Yuan. At least that way the flower wouldn't be planted in a pile of cow dung. Before long, the dishes Ning Yue had ordered arrived, but none of the girls picked up their chopsticks. They waited until a familiar voice came. "Why aren't you eating? Senior, you're here." Seeing Zhang Yuan finally arrive, the girls all stood up and made him sit in the middle. To his left was Su Yun, to his right was Ning Yue, and Zhou Qianqian sat at the far right. "I've already eaten. You go ahead, no need to wait for me. We said we'd wait for you, so we keep our word." Zhang Yuan picked up his chopsticks and piled Ning Yue's plate with her favorite dishes. Then under the table he quietly took her hand. "You must be starving. Eat up." Ning Yue replied obediently. Her senior had already eaten, yet because she had casually mentioned it, he had rushed over immediately. This filled Ning Yue with an intense sense of happiness. "By the way, who are they?" Su Yun quickly explained the situation to him. Zhang Yuan had been planning to buy a house anyway, and now a real estate agent had conveniently come to him. What a coincidence. He then took a proper look at Zhang Tingting across the table. This glance suddenly reminded him of a nonsensical term he'd heard on Douyin, the first of the 9 sacred bodies. Combined with what he had just learned, the resemblance grew stronger. Her profession even matched. She was also a house seller. Already somewhat stirred by Su Qing's subtle flirtation, and with Zhang Tingting being exceptionally beautiful, he found himself losing his composure. Su Yun noticed him staring intently at the woman and felt a sense of "I knew it." Out of defiance, she stretched her foot over and stepped on Zhang Yuan's shoe. Zhang Yuan shot her a glare. In response, she playfully stuck out her tongue. This girl's audacity. It was simply beyond bounds. Did she think he couldn't handle her? Zhang Yuan reached out and gave her a slap. The effect was immediate. Su Yun quickly withdrew her mischievous little foot, just as he thought he had won and was about to pull his hand back. Su Yun gently grasped his palm again. In the past, Zhang Yuan only sought to find a true love and live a peaceful life. But after experiencing Zhao Xiaolan's betrayal and acquiring the system, his mindset had subtly shifted. Coupled with Lu Zui's unprincipled indulgence and Ning Yue's unconditional compliance, he became even more uninhibited. Life is but a few decades. Why not live it freely? With 2 women already in his life, even he found it shameful to speak of single-minded devotion. He could be a libertine, but he wouldn't erect a monument to chastity. He would treat those who truly cared for him well, but those who loved his money he could play along with. He always adhered to one principle: never betray a good girl, never waste a bad one. Though he hadn't decided to accept Su Yun immediately, her intentions had never been hidden from the start. At the very least, collecting some interest wasn't bad. After all, she had given him a watch worth over 8,000. Calculated at 400 per session, that could afford over 20 experiences. Of course, a student like Su Yun couldn't be measured by that price. At least one purchase was more than enough. She was a spirited girl brimming with vitality. Even if he let go now, he wouldn't pull back. Instead, he firmly grasped her jade-like hand. Su Yun's face flushed crimson, her ears turning red in an instant. As for eating, she couldn't manage a bite. Watching her blushing cheeks, Zhang Yuan found it amusing and suddenly tickled her palm. Su Yun couldn't help but let out a sound. Ning Yue turned her head and asked, "What's wrong?" "Well, I was just saying the food at this restaurant is quite good." "Then eat more. There was a little mishap with this meal, and I feel sorry for you all." It's okay. I mean next time. Let me treat you." Su Yun couldn't focus on eating anymore as she immediately put down her chopsticks and grabbed the mischievous hand with both of hers. Simultaneously, she put on a nonchalant expression, terrified of revealing anything. "You're acting strange today. Are you feeling unwell?" "A little uncomfortable, but it's nothing. He'll be fine after resting. You go ahead and eat." Ning Yue didn't dwell on it, and turned to Zhou Qianqian on her right, saying, "Qianqian, don't take it to heart." Zhou Qianqian whispered, "You've been treating us these past 2 days, I feel embarrassed." The moment Ning Yue spoke, Zhang Yuan withdrew his hand. He could sense Su Yun's obvious relief. To his surprise, she leaned over and planted a kiss on his cheek. When the others looked ahead again, she resumed eating with a straight face. Aside from her flushed cheeks, she showed no sign of anything amiss. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but find it amusing. Was this a novice who still loved to play? Little did he know Su Yun's heart was far from calm. She hadn't been sure if Zhang Yuan had any romantic interest in her. It had been nearly a month since she gave him her number, yet he never contacted her, not even adding her on WeChat. As for the watch, it was likely just a casual gesture from Zhang Yuan. Just as he said, "Take it if you want, throw it away if you don't." Like a 1 yuan coin on the ground. Too much trouble to even bend down and pick up. This outcome alone left Su Yun deeply dissatisfied. She wanted more. To completely change her life. It wasn't that she coveted Ning Yue's position. From Zhang Yuan's behavior, it was clear Ning Yue held immense weight in his heart. She could never be replaced, so she had to settle for the next best option, being a secret lover kept by him, which was still a good choice. But even that wasn't easy to achieve. A wealthy young man like him had countless women throwing themselves at him. If he wasn't interested, all her efforts would be in vain. It wasn't until his recent bold moves that she finally felt reassured. So, there really was no cat that didn't steal fish. This made things much easier. Since Su Yun had just eaten and kissed him without wiping her mouth, Zhang Yuan felt a greasy residue on his face. Su Yun pulled out a napkin and stood up. She leaned over in front of Zhang Yuan to place the tissue box in front of Ning Yue. "They'll put the tissues here." Ning Yue looked up and smiled, "Thanks." While speaking, she silently wiped the oily lip print off Zhang Yuan's face clean. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but admire her move. So she wasn't that inexperienced after all. Were all women born actors? Her ability to improvise was truly terrifying. Yet the more he saw of this girl, the more he liked her. She had a little cunning, but knew her limits. Even when vying for affection, she did so discreetly, avoiding the main wife. She harbored no thoughts of climbing up. Her position as a mistress was clearly defined. A girl like this merely wanting a better life. What fault was that? All of this was observed by Zhang Tingting and Wang Weigua across the table. It was easy to see that Ning Yue was the official girlfriend, Su Yun the secret lover, and Zhou Qianqian at the far end, though quiet, had stolen several glances this way, afraid of being caught. Her pretty face always bore a faint blush. This man was truly blessed in love. Zhang Tingting didn't think much of it. She herself had considered finding a benefactor, so who was she to judge others? Besides, they were strangers, it was none of her business. Wang Weigua, however, was seething with jealousy. No wonder these student girls ignored him. If they were truly diligent students who focused on their studies, that would be one thing, but they revolved around the same man. Except for Zhou Qianqian, who was slightly plainer, the other two were absolute stunners. You'd be hard-pressed to find one of such quality in an entire school. Even the least attractive Zhou Qianqian was still a beauty compared to ordinary people. Why couldn't this be me? So infuriating. Was it just because he was younger and better looking? What's so great about that? Could his wealth compare to even a single hair on my leg? I'm a mere pretty boy. But his gaze shifted to Zhang Tingting beside him, his heart burning even hotter. Compared to the women across from him, she was no less impressive. So what if he was old and ugly? He could still get a beautiful woman like her into bed.